Welcome back, my tired potatoes. Tonight we are travelling through the strangest and most forgotten corners of human sleep history. You're about to discover that almost everything you think you know about a proper night of rest is wrong. So feel free to follow if you haven't already. And if this type of content changes any problems you experience with sleep, let us know how your day was down below in the comments and what it is for you. I always feel thrilled to see where everyone chimes in from. Now sit back, get cozy, and let's get this show on the road. Picture a world where sleeping 8 hours straight would seem bizarre and unnatural. Imagine climbing into bed knowing you will wake in the middle of the night, not from insomnia, but because that is simply how sleep works. For most of human history, this was normal. The 8-hour sleep block you consider natural is actually a recent invention, and tonight you will learn how our ancestors really slept. You're lying in a wooden bed in a stone cottage somewhere in England. The year is 1423. Outside your shuttered window, November wind scrapes across thatched roofs and rattles through bare oak branches. Inside, darkness presses against every surface. No streetlights exist. No neighbour's television glows blue through curtains. The only light comes from embers dying in your hearth. You finished supper 2 hours after sunset. You ate pottage thick with turnips and barley, and you wiped your wooden bowl with dark bread. Your family moved through evening tasks by rushlight. Your daughter carded wool. Your son carved a new axle peg for the cart. You mended a tear in your heaviest cloak. Nobody spoke much. Conversation costs energy, and winter demands you conserve everything. When the rushlights burned too low to be useful, everyone climbed the ladder to the sleeping loft. You pulled off your day clothes and draped them over the ladder rail. You kept on your long linen undershift. The bed is wide enough for 4 people, stuffed with straw that crackles when you move. 3 wool blankets and 1 sheepskin cover you. Your wife lies on your left. Your 2 children share the far side. Your breath makes small clouds in the frigid air. You close your eyes. Sleep arrives within minutes. Your body knows this rhythm the way it knows hunger and thirst. This is your first sleep. It will last about 4 hours. The concept of first sleep and second sleep appears throughout historical documents, from ancient times through the early 19th century. References show up in medieval prayer books, in depositions from 16th century court cases, in the diaries of colonial Americans, and in the novels of Charles Dickens. For thousands of years, humans naturally divided their night into 2 distinct sleep periods, separated by an hour or more of quiet wakefulness. Historian Roger Ekert spent 16 years researching sleep patterns in pre-industrial societies. He examined legal depositions, medical texts, letters, and literature from across Europe and America. He found over 2,000 references to segmented sleep. People mentioned their first sleep and second sleep as casually as we mention breakfast and lunch. A 15th century medical text instructs readers that the time between first and second sleep is ideal for scholarly study. A 16th century prayer manual includes special prayers meant to be said during the watching hour between sleeps. An 18th century doctor's journal notes that the hour between sleeps is when many patients report their dreams most vividly. In your medieval cottage, you sleep deeply for those first 4 hours. Your body temperature drops, your breathing slows, your muscles fully relax. Around midnight, you drift up from deep sleep into lighter sleep, then into wakefulness. This is not insomnia, this is normal. This is the watching hour. You open your eyes, complete darkness surrounds you. You hear your wife breathing beside you. You hear your son shift position under the blankets. You hear the wind and the faint settling sounds of the cottage timbers. You feel warm despite the cold air on your face. The straw beneath you has compressed into a nest shaped exactly to your body. Your mind is calm but alert. You are not anxious. You are not checking invisible clocks or calculating hours of sleep remaining. You simply exist in this quiet darkness. Your thoughts drift in gentle directions. You remember the way your daughter laughed when the pig escaped yesterday. You think about needing to repair the chicken coop door before the next storm. You wonder if your cousin will visit before Christmas. This is the hour when many people prayed. Not formal prayers necessarily, but quiet conversations with God in the darkness. This is when people reflected on dreams they had during first sleep. This is when married couples talked in low voices about household matters, or simply lay together in the darkness. You might rise and use the chamber pot. You might poke the fire embers and add another log. You might drink water from the jug near the bed. but mostly you lie still and let your mind wander in peaceful directions. Your body is rested from the first sleep. You feel no pressure to immediately return to sleep. The darkness is not your enemy. The wakefulness is not a problem to be solved. After about an hour, drowsiness returns naturally. Your thoughts grow dreamier, your breathing deepens, your eyes close. Within minutes, you slip back into sleep. This is your second sleep. It will last until dawn. Second sleep is different from first sleep. It contains more dreaming. Your body has already completed the deep restorative sleep it needed during the first phase. Now your brain processes memories and emotions. Your dreams during second sleep are often more vivid and strange than first sleep dreams. You dream of flying over your village. You dream of your grandmother who died 3 winters ago. You dream of finding a purse full of silver coins in the woods. When you wake at dawn, you feel genuinely rested. You have slept 7 or 8 hours total, divided into 2 natural segments with a peaceful hour between. This pattern matches your body's innate rhythms. Your ancestors slept this way. Your grandchildren will sleep this way. Everyone you know sleeps this way. Nobody calls it a disorder. Nobody sells remedies for waking in the night. Nobody worries they are sleeping wrong. This is simply how humans sleep. You are a traveller now. The year is 1568. You are walking through the German countryside on your way to the next market town. The spring sun is setting behind you. Your feet ache. Your leather pack weighs heavy on your shoulders. You have perhaps 10 miles left to walk, and darkness is coming fast. An inn appears around the bend. It is a 2-story timber building with a thatched roof and small windows glowing yellow with firelight. Smoke rises from the chimney. You smell cooking meat. Relief floods through you. Sleeping outdoors is dangerous and cold. Wolves prowl these forests. Bandits watch the roads. An inn means safety and warmth. You push open the heavy door. Heat and noise hit you immediately. The common room is crowded with travellers, local farmers, and the innkeeper's family. A fire roars in the massive hearth. Trestle tables fill the centre of the room. Someone is playing a badly tuned fiddle. Dogs fight over scraps in the corners. Children run between tables. The air smells of wood smoke, roasting pork, and too many unwashed bodies packed together. You pay the innkeeper 3 coins. This buys you supper, a place by the fire, and a spot in the common sleeping room. The innkeeper does not ask your name. You do not ask his. Anonymity is safer for everyone. You sit on a bench at the end of one table and eat the food placed before you. Pork belly, turnips, coarse bread, and watered ale. You eat quickly, others are your portion. After supper, people begin arranging themselves for sleep. The common room serves as sleeping quarters. The innkeeper and his family retire to a private room behind the hearth. Everyone else spreads out wherever they can find space. Benches become beds. Floor space becomes valuable. People negotiate positions based on status and payment level. You paid the middle rate. This means you get floor space near the hearth, but not directly beside it. The wealthy merchant who arrived on horseback claims the best bench. The 2 monks travelling to the monastery get spaces close to the wall. The labourers headed to the next town for harvest work sleep near the door. 3 women travelling together without male protection sleep in the corner farthest from everyone else. Status and gender determine sleeping arrangements more than comfort. You unroll your cloak and create a cushion from your pack. You lie down on the hard floor. All around you, people settle in for the night. The merchant snores already. One of the monks prays quietly. The labourers pass around a flask and whisper crude jokes. The women murmur together, keeping watch on each other. The fire burns down. Darkness grows thick. The noise gradually decreases. Bodies shift and settle. Breathing deepens. But complete silence never comes. This is communal sleeping. Privacy does not exist. Quiet does not exist. You share the night with strangers. Someone gets up to use the privy outside. Someone else coughs repeatedly. The dogs pace and resettle. One of the women snores with impressive volume. The merchant's sleep-talking drifts across the room. You hear fragments about wool prices and dishonest suppliers. Outside, an owl calls. A cart rumbles past on the road. The inn sign creaks in the wind. You sleep despite the noise. Humans are adaptable creatures. Our ancestors slept in conditions we would find impossible. They slept through conversations, through snoring, through animals moving nearby, through temperature changes and discomfort. They had no choice. Privacy was a luxury most people never experienced. Even in private homes, communal sleeping was standard. Entire families shared one bed. Servants slept in the kitchens or hallways. Apprentices slept in workshops. Children were packed together in lofts and attics. Houses were small. Fuel was expensive. Shared sleeping meant shared warmth. A London household in 1590 consisted of a merchant, his wife, 5 children, 3 apprentices, 2 servants, and his elderly mother. They lived in a 4-room house. The merchant and his wife shared a bed with their youngest children. The older children slept together in the loft. The apprentices slept on pallets in the workshop. The servants slept in the kitchen. The mother had a narrow cot near the hearth. 11 people in 4 rooms. Nobody thought this unusual. Shared sleeping created its own social rules. You learned to ignore sounds and movements. You learned to sleep lightly enough to wake if real danger threatened, but deeply enough to actually rest. You learned which positions minimize disturbance to others. You learned to time your trips to the chamber pot for moments when others were also awake. In the inn, you wake during your watching hour between first and second sleep. Others wake too. This is normal. You hear low conversations. Someone adds wood to the fire. The labourers share bread they saved from supper. One of the monks begins praying again. The sounds are quiet and respectful. Everyone understands the rhythm. Nobody objects to the wakefulness. You lie still and think. Tomorrow you will reach the market town. You will sell your goods. You will buy new supplies. You will begin the journey home. Your thoughts drift to your family. Your wife is managing the household alone. Your children are helping with spring planting. They are sleeping in the loft right now in the bed you will share. They are warm and safe. This thought comforts you. Drowsiness returns. You slip back into second sleep. The communal breathing and shifting of bodies becomes white noise. You dream of home. When dawnlight filters through the shutters, you wake naturally. Others are waking too. The inn returns to noise and activity. You gather your things, eat a piece of bread, and step back onto the road. Communal sleeping was not intimate. It was practical. Bodies generated heat. Multiple people in one space meant fewer rooms to heat. Shared sleeping saved fuel, saved space, saved money. Our ancestors accepted this arrangement without question. They had no concept of needing separate rooms or privacy for sleep. That notion would arrive much later with industrialization and increased wealth. You're lying on the ground. The year is 8,000 years ago. You're somewhere in what will eventually be called Scotland, but right now it is simply the cold northern edge of the world. You live in a settlement of perhaps 30 people. Your dwelling is a circular stone structure with a roof of turf and driftwood. A central hearth keeps the interior slightly warmer than the brutal wind outside. Your bed is a rectangular depression dug into the earthen floor along the wall. The depression is lined with flat stones and filled with dried heather and grass. 2 large stones frame the head of your sleeping space, creating a windbreak. A third stone separates your sleeping area from your neighbour's sleeping area. The arrangement provides minimal privacy and maximum shared warmth. You lie on this bed wrapped in animal skins. Deer hide covers you. Sealskin serves as your underlayer. The heather beneath you smells faintly of summer, even though winter grips the world outside. The stone walls radiate cold. The turf roof drips occasionally when rain finds its way through. This bed is not comfortable by modern standards, but it is yours. It is warmer than the open ground. It keeps you alive. This is how sleep began. Humans have always needed to separate themselves from the cold earth. We have always sought insulation and protection during our vulnerable sleeping hours. The evolution of the bed tells the story of human ingenuity and the slow accumulation of comfort. Move forward several thousand years. You're now in ancient Egypt. You're wealthy enough to own a proper bed frame. It is made from dark wood, probably ebony or cedar. The frame sits about a foot off the floor, on legs carved to resemble lion paws. The sleeping surface slopes slightly with the head higher than the feet. No mattress exists. You sleep directly on woven reed mats stretched across the frame. Your pillow is made of wood. It is not designed for softness. It is designed to elevate your head and protect your elaborate hairstyle. The wooden pillow is curved to cradle your neck. It is decorated with images of household gods who are meant to protect you during sleep. When you lie down, the pillow feels impossibly hard. Your neck complains, but your hair remains perfect. Egyptian beds were status symbols. Poor people slept on reed mats on the floor. Middle-class people slept on simple wooden frames. Wealthy people slept on frames with elaborate carvings and inlays. The pharaohs slept on beds covered in gold leaf. The bed you owned announced your place in society as clearly as your clothing or home. Move forward again. You're now in ancient Rome. You're moderately wealthy. Your bed is called a lectus. It is made from bronze or wood and stands higher off the ground than Egyptian beds. The frame includes a headboard and footboard. Leather straps crisscross the frame to support the mattress. The mattress itself is a cloth sack stuffed with wool, feathers, or reeds depending on your wealth. Wool is best, reeds are cheapest, feathers are luxurious. You lie on this mattress under wool blankets. Linen sheets exist but are expensive. Most people sleep directly on the mattress. You have a pillow stuffed with soft wool. The pillow is an innovation your ancestors would have envied. It actually provides comfort instead of just elevation. Romans took their beds seriously. They used beds not just for sleeping, but for dining, for receiving guests, and for dying. Important Romans died in their beds surrounded by family, and the bed became part of the funeral ritual. Your bed was where you conducted much of your private life. Medieval Europe transformed the bed again. You're now a minor noble in 13th century France. Your bed is a massive wooden structure that dominates your sleeping chamber. The frame is 7 feet long and 6 feet wide. 4 carved posts rise from the corners, supporting a wooden canopy overhead. Heavy wool curtains hang from the canopy on all 4 sides. When you close the curtains, your bed becomes a room within a room. The mattress is a linen sack stuffed with straw. Over this lies a feather mattress, thinner than you might imagine but softer than pure straw. Linen sheets cover the mattress. Wool blankets and a fur coverlet provide warmth. Several pillows stuffed with down support your head. This bed cost more than most peasants earned in a year. The wood was carved by skilled craftsmen. The curtains were woven by professional weavers. The feathers were plucked by hand and carefully cleaned. This bed is not just furniture. It is wealth made visible. It is inheritance you will pass to your children. It is security you can sell if times become desperate. The curtains serve multiple purposes. They block drafts in your stone chamber. They provide privacy when guests visit your home. They create darkness for sleeping. They trap heat from your body and keep you warmer than open air would allow. When you close those curtains at night, you enter a private world separate from household activities. But those curtains also pose danger. People occasionally suffocate in heavily curtained beds. Carbon dioxide builds up in the enclosed space. Several medieval texts warn against closing bed curtains too tightly. One medical treatise from 1432 specifically advises keeping at least one curtain partially open to allow fresh air circulation. By the 16th century, wealthy Europeans competed to own the most elaborate beds. 4-poster beds grew taller, carvings grew more intricate, fabrics grew more expensive. Some beds stood 9 feet tall with tops decorated with carved figures, painted panels, and gilded finials. These beds were architectural statements. They announced that you had arrived socially. Queen Elizabeth I owned multiple elaborate beds that travelled with her when she moved between palaces. Each bed required a wagon for transport. Each bed took a full day to assemble. The beds were draped with silk and velvet. The posts were carved and painted. The mattresses were stuffed with the finest down. Elizabeth used her beds as diplomatic tools, sometimes giving them as gifts to favoured nobles. Common people slept very differently. A typical English farmer in 1600 owned a simple wooden bedstead with a straw mattress. The frame sat low to the ground. No curtains hung from posts because no posts existed. A single wool blanket provided warmth. The pillow was a cloth sack filled with chaff or wool scraps. The bed occupied one corner of the single-room cottage. Everyone saw it. Everyone knew who slept there. Many poor families owned no bed at all. They slept on straw pallets laid on the floor. Children slept in lofts on loose straw. Servants slept wherever they could find space. The bed as a universal piece of furniture is a relatively recent development. The 17th century brought the first upholstered beds. Padding appeared on headboards. Mattresses grew thicker. Spiral springs were invented in 1857, revolutionizing mattress comfort. Coil springs distributed weight more evenly than rope or leather straps. The modern mattress industry was born. By 1900, middle-class families could afford metal bed frames with spring mattresses. These beds were mass-produced in factories. They cost a fraction of handmade wooden beds. They were lighter and easier to move. They did not harbour insects the way wooden joints did. They represented modernity and progress. Your bed tonight is the product of 8,000 years of human effort. the box spring beneath you, the foam or coil mattress above that, the fitted sheet that stays in place, the pillows designed by engineers for optimal neck support, the comforter filled with synthetic fibres lighter and warmer than any wool. This bed would astound your ancestors. They would think you slept like royalty. You're awake between sleeps again, but this time you're in 1732. You're living in a middling household in Amsterdam. You share a bed with your husband in a private chamber. Your children sleep in the adjacent room. Your maidservant sleeps downstairs near the kitchen. The house is dark except for moonlight filtering through the window. You wake naturally after your first sleep. Your husband wakes too. This is your watching hour together. You do not light a candle. Candles are expensive. The moonlight is sufficient. You lie on your backs and talk quietly. You discuss your daughter's upcoming marriage. You discuss the new trading venture your husband is considering. You discuss whether the maidservant is stealing food. You discuss your mother's failing health. These are intimate conversations impossible during daylight hours, when children interrupt and servants overhear. The watching hour belongs to married couples. A 1659 ballad from England specifically references this practice. The ballad describes a husband and wife talking between sleeps about household matters. A 1700 Doctor's Guide to Marriage suggests using the watching hour for gentle conversation between spouses. The hour between sleeps was understood to be valuable time for connection, but the watching hour was not just for conversation. Many people rose from bed during this time. They performed small tasks. They tended fires. They checked on children. They used chamber pots. They prayed. They thought. They simply existed in the quiet darkness. You rise from your bed in Amsterdam. You put on a heavy robe against the cold. You go downstairs to the kitchen. The coals in the hearth are still glowing. You add small sticks and blow gently until flames appear. You warm your hands. You drink water from the jug. You feel peaceful and calm. This hour is yours alone. Historical records show people doing various activities during their watching hour. A 1590 court deposition from England describes a neighbour who visited another neighbour during the watching hour. They sat by the fire and talked for an hour before returning to their respective beds. Both parties treated this as completely normal behaviour. A 1643 diary from colonial America mentions using the watching hour to read scripture by candlelight. A 1700 medical text from France recommends using the watching hour for meditation and prayer. A 1680 English household manual suggests checking doors and windows during the watching hour to ensure they are properly secured. Some people use the watching hour for more creative pursuits. A few historical accounts mention composing poetry during nighttime wakefulness. Several musicians described working out melodies during the watching hour. One 1710 letter from a Dutch painter describes visualizing paintings during the quiet hour between sleeps. The watching hour was also prime time for crime. Thieves knew that many people were awake between sleeps. Court records from across Europe detail burglaries and assaults that occurred during these nighttime hours. The watching hour was not always peaceful, but for most people the watching hour provided something increasingly rare as centuries progressed. It provided uninterrupted quiet time for thought and reflection. No work demanded attention. No social obligations pressed. No children needed supervision. You were simply awake in darkness with your own thoughts. You stand by your kitchen hearth in Amsterdam. The fire crackles softly. Outside you hear occasional sounds. A cat yowls. A cart rumbles past. The night watch calls the hour. These sounds do not disturb you. They are the familiar sounds of night in a city. Your mind wanders. You think about your childhood in the countryside. You think about your father who died last year. You think about the herb garden you want to plant in spring. Your thoughts are not anxious or racing. They drift like leaves on slow water. After perhaps 45 minutes, you feel drowsiness returning. You bank the fire, you climb the stairs. You slip back into bed beside your husband. He's already asleep, his breathing deep and even. You pull the blankets over yourself. Within minutes, you fall back into second sleep. This pattern of segmented sleep, with a watching hour between, was universal across Europe and colonial America until the late 1800s. Then something changed. The watching hour began to disappear. You're still in Amsterdam, but the year is now 1895. You're standing on a street corner at night. Above you, a new gas street lamp hisses and glows. The light is harsh and bright, nothing like firelight or candles. It turns the night into an artificial twilight. You can see clearly for 100 feet in every direction. Shadows are sharp and black. The natural darkness of night has been conquered. This is the beginning of the end for segmented sleep. When humans could control darkness, everything changed. The watching hour could not survive the arrival of artificial light. Gaslighting arrived in European cities during the early 1800s. By mid-century, major streets in London, Paris, Amsterdam and other cities glowed with gas lamps. The lamps allowed extended business hours. Factories could run night shifts. Shops stayed open later. Entertainment venues offered evening performances. Night became colonized by commerce and productivity. Electric lighting arrived in the 1880s. It was brighter, cleaner, and more reliable than gas. Thomas Edison demonstrated his practical light bulb in 1879. Within 20 years, electric lights were spreading through wealthy homes and businesses. The conquest of darkness accelerated. You're back in your Amsterdam home. The year is 1910. Your house has electric lights now. When evening comes, you do not light candles or tend oil lamps. You simply turn a switch. Brilliant light floods the room instantly. You can read comfortably. You can sew without straining your eyes. You can work on accounts well past sunset. Your evening routine has shifted later. Dinner happens at 8 instead of 6. You stay up reading until 11. The electric light makes you feel less tired than you actually are. Your body's natural response to darkness has been hijacked by artificial brightness. When you finally go to bed, you fall asleep quickly, but something is different. You sleep through the night without waking. No watching hour interrupts your sleep. You sleep in one long block from 11 at night until 7 in the morning. You think this is better. You think sleeping through the night is a sign of good health. You are wrong. What is actually happening is that artificial light is suppressing your melatonin production. The bright electric lights in your evening are telling your brain that day has not ended. Your circadian rhythm is being overridden. Your natural sleep pattern is being forcibly consolidated. The Industrial Revolution accelerated this change. Factory work demanded reliable timing. Shift work required workers to sleep during specific hours. The watching hour had no place in an industrial economy. Workers needed to sleep efficiently and wake on command. Segmented sleep was reframed as a disorder. Medical texts from the late 1800s and early 1900s reveal this shift. A 1700 doctor's guide described segmented sleep as normal and healthy. An 1850 medical text still mentioned the watching hour as a natural occurrence. But by 1900, medical literature described nighttime waking as insomnia requiring treatment. The change happened remarkably fast. Within 3 generations, the watching hour went from universal human experience to medical problem. People who woke between sleeps were diagnosed with sleep disorders. Doctors prescribed sedatives. Patent medicines promised uninterrupted sleep. The pharmaceutical industry discovered a profitable new market. You're now in 1930. You live in an American city. Your apartment is blazing with electric light. Your radio plays evening programs until midnight. Your neighborhood is never truly dark. Streetlights glow all night. Neon signs advertise products. Car headlights sweep through your windows. Darkness has been eliminated. You work a standard 9-to-5 job. Your employer expects you to arrive at exactly 9 in the morning. Being late is unacceptable. This means you must wake at a specific time regardless of your sleep cycles. An alarm clock forces you from sleep at 7. You had no choice about when to wake. The economy decided for you. You drink coffee to feel alert. Coffee consumption skyrocketed during the 20th century. Humans needed chemical assistance to override their natural sleep rhythms. Coffee became the fuel that powered industrial society. Without coffee, the modern sleep schedule would be impossible to maintain. Your evening entertainment keeps you awake. You listen to radio programs, you read magazines, you attend movies, you socialize with friends, you go to bed at midnight and wake at 7. 7 hours of sleep in one block. This is your new normal. You have never heard of segmented sleep. If you wake in the middle of the night, you worry that something is wrong with you. The concept of 8 hours of continuous sleep became the gold standard. Sleep experts recommended it. Doctors prescribed it. Employers expected it. Anyone who deviated was considered unhealthy. The natural human sleep pattern had been completely forgotten within 1 century. But some people never adjusted. They continued waking during the night. They lay awake for an hour feeling anxious and broken. They tried sleeping pills. They tried warm milk. They tried counting sheep. Nothing worked because nothing was actually wrong with them. Their bodies were simply trying to follow the ancient pattern. Modern sleep researchers began rediscovering segmented sleep in the 1990s. Psychiatrist Thomas Vare conducted experiments where subjects lived without artificial light after dark. Within weeks, their sleep naturally divided into 2 segments separated by a quiet hour of wakefulness. The watching hour returned when artificial light was removed. This research revealed that consolidated 8-hour sleep is not actually natural for humans. It is a recent adaptation forced by artificial lighting and industrial scheduling. For 99% of human history, we slept in 2 segments. The watching hour was our birthright. You're lying in your bed right now, tonight. The year is 2026. Your bedroom is probably dark or nearly dark. Your mattress is probably comfortable. Your room is climate controlled to a pleasant temperature. You're probably alone in your bed, or sharing it with only one other person. You have privileges your ancestors could not imagine. Your bedroom is a private sanctuary. It belongs only to you and possibly your partner. No servants sleep on the floor. No children share your bed. No travellers crowd in for warmth. The door closes. The space becomes yours. This level of privacy is historically unprecedented for the vast majority of humans. Your mattress cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. It was engineered by specialists using materials your ancestors never encountered. Memory foam molds to your body. Coils distribute your weight perfectly. The surface is neither too firm nor too soft. The mattress remembers its shape after you rise. This mattress will last a decade or more before needing replacement. Your pillows are similarly engineered. Down alternative fill, cooling gel layers, ergonomic shapes designed to support your neck at the optimal angle. You probably own multiple pillows. Some people own 10 or more. An entire industry exists to help you achieve perfect pillow height and firmness. Your bedding is a marvel of textile technology. Sheets with thread counts that would baffle medieval weavers. Comforters filled with synthetic fibres warmer than goose down. Mattress protectors that breathe while blocking moisture. Duvet covers in colours your ancestors never saw. You probably change these sheets weekly and wash them in a machine that cleans better than any human hand scrubbing. Your bedroom temperature is controlled by central heating or air conditioning. You set the thermostat to your preferred temperature. The climate in your sleeping space remains constant regardless of weather outside. This would seem like sorcery to someone from any earlier century. Your windows probably have blinds or curtains that block external light. You control exactly how dark your room becomes. Some people use blackout curtains to create total darkness. Others prefer gentle ambient light. The choice is yours. Your ancestors had no choice. Darkness came when the sun set and left when the sun rose. Many people also control sound. White noise machines mask traffic and neighbour noise. Earplugs block snoring partners. Sound dampening curtains reduce street sounds. Apps play rain sounds or ocean waves. You curate your sleeping environment with precision your ancestors could not conceive. Your sleeping schedule is theoretically yours to choose. You set your alarm. You decide when to go to bed. You control your sleep timing more than any factory worker in 1930. But do you really have control, or have new masters replace the old ones? Your smartphone sits on your nightstand. It probably served as your entertainment until minutes before you tried to sleep. The blue light from its screen suppressed your melatonin production. Your brain received signals that day had not ended. Your natural drowsiness was postponed. You probably checked email before bed. You probably scrolled through social media. You probably watched videos or read news articles. These activities activated your brain in ways incompatible with approaching sleep. Your ancestors spent their evenings in relative calm. You spend yours in a state of mild stimulation. When you finally turn off your phone and try to sleep, your brain needs time to downshift. But you feel pressured to fall asleep quickly. You have work tomorrow. You need your 8 hours. You've been taught that good sleepers fall asleep within 15 minutes and sleep through until morning. Any deviation signals a problem. If you wake during the night, you probably feel anxious. You check the time. You calculate hours of sleep remaining. You worry about being tired tomorrow. You try to force yourself back to sleep. The more you try, the more awake you become. You have probably done this many times. What if that nighttime waking is not a problem? What if your body is simply trying to follow its natural pattern? What if the watching hour is calling to you across the centuries? Modern sleep research suggests that some people who struggle with insomnia might actually be experiencing their body's natural inclination towards segmented sleep. When they stop fighting the nighttime wakefulness and instead accept it as normal, their anxiety decreases. They rest better even while awake. They return to sleep more easily. This does not mean you should immediately try to adopt segmented sleep. Modern life does not accommodate it easily. Your alarm will still ring at the same time regardless of how you slept. Your work schedule does not care about your natural rhythms. You must function in the world as it exists. But understanding the history of sleep can change how you think about nighttime waking. If you wake at 3 in the morning and cannot immediately return to sleep, you might remember that your ancestors would have welcomed this quiet hour. They would have prayed or thought or talked quietly with their partners. They would not have felt broken or disordered. You might choose to simply lie in peaceful darkness rather than fighting for sleep. You might read by dim light for half an hour. You might practice gentle meditation. You might use this unexpected quiet time as a gift rather than a curse. The watching hour might return to you not as a schedule, but as an occasional visitor. You are back in that medieval cottage from the beginning. You're experiencing the first sleep again, the watching hour, and the second sleep. This pattern connected you to natural rhythms. You went to bed when darkness fell because you had no reason to stay awake. You woke when your body completed its first sleep cycle. You rested peacefully during the watching hour. You slept again until dawn. Your sleep was not perfect. You were often cold. Your bed was uncomfortable by modern standards. You shared your sleeping space with family members. You had no privacy. You probably suffered from various aches and pains. Life was physically harder. Sleep reflected that hardness. But your sleep also held qualities modern sleep lacks. You had no anxiety about sleep itself. You did not lie awake worrying about the next day. You did not check clocks. You did not calculate hours remaining. You slept when you were tired and woke when you were rested. The watching hour gave you quiet time that belonged to no one but yourself and perhaps your family. Compare this to modern sleep. You have comfort beyond medieval imagination. Your bed is a marvel. Your room is perfectly temperature controlled. You have privacy and quiet. You have eliminated most physical discomforts. These are genuine improvements. But you also have anxiety your ancestors never experienced. You worry about getting enough sleep. You track your sleep with devices. You read articles about sleep hygiene. You try supplements and special pillows and white noise machines. Sleep has become a performance you must optimize. The pressure to sleep perfectly creates the very anxiety that prevents good sleep. You have also lost the watching hour. That quiet time between sleeps disappeared when artificial light arrived. You no longer have a natural pause in your night. You sleep in one block, or you suffer from insomnia. There is no middle ground. The watching hour has been medicalized out of existence. Modern research suggests the watching hour served important psychological functions. It provided time for the brain to process emotions and memories from first sleep dreams. It allowed natural meditation without formal practice. It gave people a sense of calm control over their nights. The forced consolidation of sleep might have eliminated something valuable. Some sleep researchers now recommend that people experiencing nighttime waking should embrace it rather than fight it. They suggest getting up if you cannot return to sleep within 20 minutes. They recommend gentle activities like reading or meditation. They advise accepting the wakefulness as natural rather than treating it as failure. This advice essentially recreates the watching hour. The history of sleep teaches us that there is no single correct way to sleep. Humans have slept in countless different arrangements across cultures and centuries. We have slept in groups and alone. We have slept in 2 segments or 1. We have slept on the ground and in the elaborate beds. We have adapted to harsh conditions and comfortable ones. Sleep is flexible and resilient. What matters most is not matching some idealized sleep schedule. What matters is finding sleep patterns that work for your body and your life. If you naturally wake during the night, you might honor that as the watching hour rather than fighting it. If you sleep best in one long block, you can celebrate that consolidation as a modern adaptation. If you occasionally nap during the day, you can view that as continuing ancient rest patterns. Your ancestors slept under conditions you would find intolerable. They shared beds with strangers in flea-infested inns. They huddled together for warmth in drafty cottages. They woke to darkness and cold every single morning. They had no control over their sleeping environment, yet they slept. Humans are remarkably good at sleeping despite challenges. You sleep in historically unprecedented comfort. You have advantages beyond their imagining. You also have modern stresses they never faced. Blue light exposure, 24-hour news cycles, work emails arriving at all hours, the pressure to be perpetually productive. These are real obstacles to good sleep, but they are not insurmountable. Understanding sleep history reminds you that sleep problems are often social and environmental rather than personal failings. If you struggle to sleep, you're not broken. You're dealing with conditions that clash with human biology. Artificial light extends your day beyond natural limits. Work schedules ignore your circadian rhythms. Digital devices stimulate your brain when it should be calming. The modern world was not designed to support good sleep, but you can make choices that move you closer to natural sleep patterns. You can dim lights in the evening. You can avoid screens before bed. You can keep your bedroom cool and dark. You can accept nighttime waking as potentially normal rather than automatically disordered. Small changes can honour the sleep wisdom your ancestors developed over thousands of years. The beds we sleep in are the product of 8 millennia of human innovation. The sleep schedules we follow are the product of 2 centuries of industrial pressure. Neither is inherently right or wrong. Both reflect specific historical circumstances. You get to choose which elements of sleep history to embrace and which to leave behind. Your ancestors would marvel at your mattress and your climate control. They would envy your privacy and your soft sheets. They would be baffled by your anxiety about sleep itself. They would wonder why you fight so hard against the watching hour. They would probably think you sleep like royalty but worry like paupers. Tonight, as you lie in your comfortable bed, you carry all of this history with you. Your body remembers segmented sleep even if your mind has forgotten. Your muscles understand communal warmth even as you value privacy. Your eyes respond to darkness in the same way your ancestors' eyes did. You're connected across centuries to everyone who ever lay down to rest. Sleep well, my tired potatoes. If you wake during the night, remember the watching hour and let yourself rest in darkness without worry. Your ancestors kept vigil in the space between sleeps, and so can you. And if you enjoyed this quiet journey through time, consider subscribing so we can explore more forgotten corners of history together. Good night. Imagine Baltimore in 1895, when the city's waterfront hummed with the sounds of industry, and immigrant voices mixed with the calls of street vendors selling everything from fresh oysters to yesterday's newspapers. The air carried the smell of coal smoke, horse manure, and the briny tang of the Chesapeake Bay. Into this world on February 6th, George Herman Ruth Jr. was born above his father's saloon on Frederick Street, in a neighborhood that polite society preferred to pretend didn't exist. The Baltimore waterfront district wasn't the kind of place where childhood dreams were supposed to flourish. It was rough, loud, and unforgiving. A place where kids grew up fast or didn't grow up at all. Young George's parents, Kate and George Sr., ran a combination saloon and boarding house, which meant their home was always filled with the sounds of adult conversations, the clink of glasses, and the occasional argument that spilled out onto the cobblestone streets. For a small boy in this environment, normal supervision was nearly impossible. Kate Ruth was often ill, weakened by the demands of running a business and bearing 8 children, only 2 of whom would survive infancy. George Sr. worked from dawn until late into the night, managing a business that catered to dock workers, sailors, and the sort of customers who didn't ask too many questions about the quality of the whiskey. Young George found himself largely raising himself on those Baltimore streets. By the time he was 7, he was spending more time in the alleys and corners of the waterfront than in school. He'd skip classes to hang around the docks, watching longshoremen unload cargo from ships that had travelled from places he could barely imagine. Sometimes he'd steal fruit from vendor carts, not always because he was hungry, but because the thrill of not getting caught was more exciting than anything happening in a classroom. The trouble started small: truancy, petty theft, the kind of mischief that city police generally ignored when it came from waterfront kids. But it escalated. George had energy that seemed to vibrate through his small frame, an inability to sit still that drove his teachers to distraction on the rare occasions he showed up to school. He needed to be moving, doing, and challenging himself in ways that the rigid structure of turn-of-the-century education couldn't accommodate. His parents watched their son's trajectory with the kind of helpless concern that comes from being too overwhelmed to intervene effectively. Kate's illness worsened. The saloon demanded constant attention. Their other surviving child, George's younger sister Mary, required care. Something had to give, and that something turned out to be young George's presence in their daily lives. In 1902, when George was just 7 years old, his parents made a decision that would alter the course of American sports history, though they certainly didn't know it at the time. They signed papers declaring him incorrigible and committed him to St. Mary's Industrial School for Boys, a reformatory and orphanage run by the Catholic Severian brothers on the outskirts of Baltimore. You might picture this moment as traumatic. A young boy torn from his family and sent away to an institution. But the truth was more complicated. George would later describe his arrival at St. Mary's not as a punishment, but as the first real stability he'd ever known. The reformatory had rules, yes, but it also had structure, regular meals, and adults who actually paid attention to what the boys were doing. St. Mary's was enormous, housing over 800 boys on a campus that sprawled across industrial Baltimore's western edge. The buildings were imposing, red brick structures that looked like they'd been designed to remind young boys of their insignificance. But within those walls, George discovered something that had been missing from his chaotic life on Frederick Street: predictability. Every day at St. Mary's followed the same rhythm. Wake at 6, morning prayers, breakfast, classes in reading, writing and arithmetic, afternoon sessions learning trades, shoemaking, tailoring and printing, more prayers, dinner, evening recreation, lights out. For a boy whose previous life had been defined by chaos and uncertainty, this routine was surprisingly comforting. Like finally hearing a melody after years of nothing but noise. The Severian brothers who ran the school were stern but not cruel. They believed in discipline, hard work, and the redemptive power of the Catholic faith. They also believed in baseball. Behind the main buildings, St. Mary's maintained several baseball diamonds where boys could play nearly every day, weather permitting. This was where George Herman Ruth would discover the game that would define his existence. Picture those baseball fields at St. Mary's on a late spring afternoon, with the sun beginning its slow descent behind Baltimore's skyline. The grass, kept reasonably well by boys assigned to groundskeeping duties, stretched out in a shade of green that looked almost luminous in the golden light. The base paths were hard-packed dirt worn smooth by hundreds of running feet. The smell of leather gloves worn soft with use, mixed with the earthy scent of infield dust kicked up by sliding runners. This was where young George found his calling, though he didn't recognise it as such at first. Baseball at St. Mary's wasn't a formal sport with scholarships and professional scouts. It was recreation, a way to burn off the restless energy of hundreds of boys who needed something to do besides contemplating their various failures that had led them to a reformatory. At first, George was just another kid trying to figure out where he fit in the rotating cast of games that seemed to run continuously, from spring through fall. St. Mary's had multiple teams, organised by age and ability, and boys cycled through different positions based on who showed up, and who was serving detention for some infraction of the school's numerous rules. George tried catching first, squatting behind a home plate with a rudimentary mask and chest protector that offered minimal protection against foul tips and wild pitches. He discovered he liked being in the middle of every play, calling pitches, though the pitchers often ignored him, and occasionally throwing out runners who were foolish enough to test his arm. But it was pitching that truly captured his imagination. One afternoon, when the regular pitcher for his team was sick in the infirmary, George volunteered. He'd watched pitchers enough to understand the basic mechanics, the wind-up, the stride, and the follow-through. What he discovered when he towed the rubber for the first time was that throwing a baseball hard was one of the most satisfying physical experiences he'd ever encountered. The ball left his left hand. He was naturally left-handed, which was still considered vaguely suspicious in turn-of-the-century America, and sailed toward home plate with surprising velocity. The batter swung and missed. George felt something click into place, like a puzzle piece he hadn't known was missing suddenly completing a picture. Over the following months and years, George threw and threw and threw. He developed calluses on his fingers from gripping the ball's raised seams. His left shoulder ached most evenings, a dull throb that felt like achievement rather than injury. He studied the older pitchers at St. Mary's, watching how they varied their speeds, how they used the batter's expectations against him, and how they worked both sides of the plate to keep hitters off balance. Brother Matthias Boutelier, the school's prefect of discipline and unofficial athletics director, noticed the skinny kid who seemed to live on the baseball diamond. Matthias was an imposing figure, over 6 feet tall, and built like the longshoreman George remembered from the waterfront. But unlike the rough men of Baltimore's docks, Matthias combined physical presence with genuine interest in the boys under his supervision. Matthias took George under his wing in a way that the boy's actual father never had. He taught him not just baseball mechanics, but also the mental aspects of the game. How to read a batter's stance, how to recognise when someone was guessing fastball, and how to use the umpire's strike zone to his advantage. More importantly, Matthias gave George something he'd rarely experienced: consistent attention from an adult who believed he might actually amount to something. As George moved through his teenage years at St. Mary's, cycling in and out of the institution as his father periodically tried to bring him home before inevitably sending him back, baseball became his constant. The game didn't care about his rough background or his trouble with authority or his inability to sit still in a classroom. Baseball rewarded his natural athleticism, his surprising coordination, and his competitive fire that burned hot enough to make him practice long after other boys had gone inside. By his mid-teens, George had developed a reputation that extended beyond St. Mary's walls. Local amateur teams would sometimes recruit St. Mary's players for weekend games, and George's name started appearing in the sports pages of Baltimore newspapers, usually just a line or two noting that the St. Mary's pitcher had struck out a dozen batters in some industrial league matchup. He was still raw, still learning, still prone to the kind of wildness both on and off the field that made him simultaneously exciting and unpredictable. But something was emerging in the lanky teenager with the round face and surprisingly quick reflexes. A talent that would soon catch the attention of people who recognised potential when they saw it. On a crisp February morning in 1914, 19-year-old George Herman Ruth signed his first professional baseball contract with the Baltimore Orioles of the International League. The contract paid him $600 for the season, which was more money than George had ever imagined having. To put that in perspective, the average American worker at the time earned less than $400 annually. George was suddenly, improbably, well paid. The Orioles' owner and manager, Jack Dunn, had watched George pitch for St. Mary's and saw something that went beyond mere skill. He saw a young man with a left arm that could make baseballs do things that defied easy explanation, combined with an enthusiasm for the game that bordered on childlike joy. Dunn became George's legal guardian, a formality required because George was still technically under St. Mary's jurisdiction, and the other players started calling the newest addition to the team Dunn's new babe. The nickname stuck, though it would be shortened and transformed in the years ahead. But for now, George was just trying to figure out how to be a professional baseball player, which turned out to involve a lot more than just throwing strikes. Professional baseball in 1914 bore little resemblance to the modern game you might watch on a lazy summer evening. Teams travelled by train, staying in modest hotels where players doubled up in rooms that were stuffy in summer and frigid in winter. Uniforms were heavy wool that absorbed sweat and never quite dried out during long road trips. Gloves were thin leather affairs that offered minimal protection, and players who didn't learn to catch the ball properly ended up with broken fingers that never quite healed right. George threw himself into this life with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He loved the trains, the hotels, and the constant motion from city to city. After years of institutional confinement at St. Mary's, the freedom of professional baseball felt intoxicating. He could stay up late, eat what he wanted, and spend his money on whatever caught his fancy, usually food, as George had developed an appetite that his teammates found simultaneously impressive and slightly alarming. His pitching developed rapidly under professional coaching. George learned to add a curveball to his fastball, giving him 2 pitches that worked off each other beautifully. The curve would start at a batter's shoulder and break down across the plate, while his fastball came in straight and hard. Batters had to choose what they were looking for, and George was getting good enough at reading swings that he usually guessed right about what they'd chosen. But George's time with the Orioles was brief. The team was struggling financially, a common problem for minor league clubs, and by July, Jack Dunn had sold his best young pitcher to the Boston Red Sox for a sum that seemed enormous at the time, but would later look like one of history's great bargains. George Herman Ruth, just 5 months into his professional career, was heading to the major leagues. Boston in 1914 was a baseball city in a way that's hard to imagine today. The Red Sox played their home games at Fenway Park, which had opened just 2 years earlier and still smelled of fresh paint and optimism. The park was intimate, with fans sitting close enough to the field that you could hear them commenting on your pitching mechanics between deliveries. George spent most of his first season shuttling between Boston and their minor league affiliate in Providence, Rhode Island. The Red Sox weren't sure what they had in this rough-edged kid from Baltimore. He could clearly pitch. His statistics left no doubt about that. But he was also undisciplined, prone to breaking curfew, and possessed of an appetite for nightlife that worried his more conservative managers. The 1915 season marked George's emergence as one of baseball's premier left-handed pitchers. He won 18 games, posted an earned run average that placed him among the league's best, and helped pitch the Red Sox into the World Series. In the Fall Classic against the Philadelphia Phillies, George appeared in one game, pitching well enough that his manager trusted him with important innings. Boston won the championship, and 19-year-old George Herman Ruth received his first World Series ring. He celebrated with the enthusiasm you'd expect from a teenager who'd gone from a Baltimore reformatory to the pinnacle of professional sports in just over a year. The parties lasted for days, and George's capacity for both celebration and recovery became legendary among his teammates. The next few seasons established a pattern. George would pitch brilliantly, winning 23 games in 1916 and 24 in 1917, while simultaneously testing every rule and boundary his managers tried to impose. He'd disappear after games, showing up the next day with mysterious bruises and implausible explanations. He'd miss team trains, forcing managers to fine him from his paycheck. He'd argue with umpires, fight with opposing players, and generally behave like someone who had never quite internalized society's expectations for professional behavior, yet he kept winning. In the 1916 World Series against the Brooklyn Robins, George pitched 14 innings of shutout baseball in Game 2, setting a World Series record that would stand for decades. The Red Sox won again, giving George his second championship ring before his 22nd birthday. But something else was happening during these seasons, something that would ultimately prove more significant than his pitching achievements. When George wasn't on the mound, he'd occasionally play outfield or fill in at first base, and when he played these positions, he got to bat more than the once every 4-day schedule that pitchers followed. When George batted, remarkable things happened. The ball would leave his bat with a sound that was different from normal contact, a sharp crack that seemed to carry its own echo. The ball would rise on trajectories that looked almost leisurely until you realised how far they were travelling. Home runs in the dead ball era were rare, but George was hitting them with alarming regularity whenever his managers let him swing the bat. By 1918, Red Sox management faced an unusual problem. Their best pitcher was also potentially their best hitter. George appeared in 95 games that season, pitching in only 20 of them. He won 13 games on the mound while simultaneously leading the American League with 11 home runs, a total that would have been unremarkable in later eras but was extraordinary for the time. The baseball world was beginning to recognise that George Herman Ruth might be something unprecedented. Not just a great player, but someone who was redefining what great could mean. Picture Boston's Fenway Park in late 1919, as autumn settled over New England and the baseball season wound toward its conclusion. George Herman Ruth, now 24 years old, had just completed his most remarkable season yet. 29 home runs, shattering every previous record for a single season. He'd effectively stopped pitching, playing almost exclusively as an outfielder, where he could bat every day rather than once every 4 games. The Red Sox owner, Harry Frazee, watched this transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, Ruth's hitting had made him arguably the most exciting player in baseball. On the other hand, Frazee was primarily a theatrical producer who'd bought the Red Sox almost on a whim, and the team was losing money faster than Frazee could generate it from his Broadway investments. Meanwhile, in New York, the Yankees were baseball's also-ran franchise. They shared the Polo Grounds with the Giants, playing second fiddle in their own city, and consistently finishing somewhere in the middle of the American League standings. Yankees ownership wanted to change this dynamic, and they had the financial resources that Frazee desperately needed. The negotiations happened quietly, over dinner meetings in Manhattan restaurants where the wealthy discussed business deals over steaks and bourbon. Frazee needed cash to finance his theatrical productions and pay off debts that were threatening to sink both his baseball and Broadway enterprises. Yankees owners wanted the player who was transforming baseball from a game of singles and stolen bases into something far more dramatic. On December 26, 1919, the day after Christmas, when most Americans were still digesting holiday meals and exchanging gifts, the news broke. The Boston Red Sox had sold George Herman Babe Ruth to the New York Yankees for $100,000 in cash, plus a loan of $300,000 secured by a mortgage on Fenway Park. The reaction in Boston ranged from disbelief to fury. Newspaper editorials condemned Frazee for sacrificing baseball success to finance his theatrical ambitions. Fans gathered outside Fenway Park in the December cold, some crying, others threatening to never attend another Red Sox game. The term curse hadn't yet entered the vocabulary, but the sense that something fundamentally wrong had occurred was palpable. George himself learned about the trade from reporters who called his apartment, waking him from an afternoon nap. His initial reaction was less emotional than practical. He immediately called the Yankees owner to renegotiate his contract, recognizing that his new team clearly valued him more than his old one had. The Yankees agreed to double his salary, making George Herman Ruth baseball's highest-paid player at $20,000 per year. New York in January 1920 felt like a different planet from Boston. The city was louder, brasher, and more chaotic, more like the Baltimore waterfront of George's childhood than the relatively restrained environment of New England. Broadway blazed with electric lights, jazz music poured from basement clubs, and Prohibition had just taken effect, which meant speakeasies were opening faster than authorities could shut them down. George took to New York the way a duck takes to water. He discovered that the city's nightlife suited his temperament perfectly. After games, he'd hit the clubs, order enormous meals, charm showgirls, and generally behave like someone who'd been let out of a cage he hadn't realized he'd been living in. His appetites for food, drink, female company, and general revelry became as legendary as his home runs. But what really mattered happened at the Polo Grounds between the chalk lines. George's first season in New York redefined what was possible in baseball. He hit 54 home runs, nearly doubling his previous record. To put this in perspective, no other player in the American League hit more than 19. George alone hit more home runs than entire teams combined. The style of these home runs captivated audiences in ways that the technical excellence of pitching or the strategic complexity of manufacturing runs never could. When George connected with a pitch, the ball didn't just clear the fence, it soared into territories that seemed to violate the normal physics of baseball. Balls landed in distant bleachers, bounced onto the streets outside stadiums, and occasionally vanished entirely, presumably captured by fans as souvenirs worth more than the price of admission. Newspapers struggled to describe what Ruth was doing. Sports writers exhausted their vocabularies trying to convey the arc of his home runs, the power in his swing, and the childlike joy he displayed while rounding the bases. They started calling him the Bambino, the Sultan of Swat, and simply the Babe, names that captured both his dominance and the affection that fans felt for this oversized personality. The Yankees recognized that they had something unprecedented, and they began planning to build their own stadium. The Polo Grounds belonged to the Giants, and Yankees ownership wanted a venue they controlled, one designed to showcase their most valuable asset. The planning and construction would take time, but the vision was clear. A cathedral to baseball, and specifically to the particular brand of baseball that Babe Ruth represented. Imagine standing outside Yankee Stadium on opening day, April 18th, 1923. The structure rising before you represents the largest baseball stadium ever built. Over 58,000 seats, arrayed in 3 decks that seem to reach toward the clouds. The facade along the roof features ornamental copperwork that catches the spring sunlight. The grass looks impossibly green, maintained by groundskeepers who treat the field like a golf course. This is the house that Ruth built. Though technically it was built for Ruth, the stadium's design reflected its primary purpose, showcasing Babe Ruth's home runs. The right field fence stood just 295 feet from home plate, a distance that seemed designed specifically for Ruth's left-handed swing. The dimensions were asymmetrical, reflecting the irregular plot of land in the Bronx where the Yankees had chosen to build, but those asymmetries worked in Ruth's favour. Ruth christened the new stadium in the most appropriate way possible, with a home run in the first game, a 3-run shot that gave the Yankees a lead they never relinquished. The newspapers the next day declared that Ruth had consecrated the new venue, and the nickname "the house that Ruth built" appeared in print for the first time. The 1923 season marked the Yankees' first World Series championship, with Ruth batting .368 in the Fall Classic against the New York Giants. After nearly a decade of championships with the Red Sox, Ruth had finally delivered a title to his new team, validating the enormous investment the Yankees had made in acquiring him. The next several years established a pattern that would define the Yankees for generations. Ruth would put up statistics that seemed to belong in fantasy rather than reality. In 1927, he hit 60 home runs, a total so absurd that it would stand as the single-season record for 34 years. His teammates, particularly Lou Gehrig batting behind him in the lineup, benefited from the attention pitchers paid to Ruth, forming what sports writers called Murderer's Row. But Ruth's impact extended beyond statistics. He transformed baseball from a regional interest into a national obsession. Radio broadcasts carried Yankees games across the country, with Ruth's at-bats creating a sense of anticipation that built with each pitch. Movie newsreels featured Ruth's home runs, showing audiences in small-town theatres what this larger-than-life figure was doing in New York. Children across America started imitating Ruth's distinctive swing, the big leg kick, the powerful hip rotation, and the follow-through that lifted his back foot off the ground. Youth baseball teams shifted their emphasis from bunting and base running to swinging for the fences, fundamentally changing how the game was taught. Ruth was creating a new generation of baseball fans who viewed home runs not as occasional flukes, but as the ultimate expression of the sport. The money followed the success. Ruth's salary increased to $80,000 by 1930, making him better paid than President Herbert Hoover. When someone pointed out this disparity, Ruth reportedly replied that he'd had a better year than Hoover, a quip that captured both his ego and the genuine affection Americans felt for him, even during the Depression's early years. Off the field, Ruth's lifestyle became as legendary as his hitting. He'd order room service meals designed for 4 people and eat them alone. He'd stay out until dawn, charming reporters and fellow revelers with stories told in his distinctive gravelly voice. He'd show up to the stadium looking like he'd slept in his clothes, which he sometimes had, and then proceed to hit home runs that left fans wondering if dissipation somehow improved his performance. His managers despaired of controlling him. Ruth would violate curfews, skip team meetings, and generally behave like someone for whom normal rules didn't apply. In 1925, his lifestyle caught up with him. He collapsed during spring training with what newspapers politely called the bellyache heard around the world, though the reality involved a combination of overeating, drinking, and general excess that landed him in the hospital for weeks. That season, Ruth's worst in the majors served as a warning. He hit just 25 home runs and the Yankees finished in 7th place. Ruth recognized that even his prodigious talent had limits, and he moderated his behavior enough to bounce back in 1926 with 47 home runs and a return to the World Series. The late 1920s and early 1930s marked the peak of Ruth's dominance. He won home run titles, led the league in runs batted in, and posted batting averages that would have been impressive even without the power numbers. The Yankees won championships in 1927, 1928 and 1932, with Ruth as their undisputed centerpiece. The 1932 World Series against the Chicago Cubs produced what would become Ruth's most famous moment, the called shot in Game 3. With the score tied and Cubs players and fans heckling him mercilessly, Ruth stepped to the plate. He pointed toward the center field bleachers, or at the Cubs pitcher, or maybe was just gesturing generally, depending on which account you believe, and then hit the next pitch exactly where he'd indicated, a majestic home run that silenced Wrigley Field. Whether Ruth actually called his shot remains debated by historians. What's undeniable is that the moment perfectly captured who Ruth was, confident to the point of arrogance, theatrical, and capable of backing up even his most outrageous gestures with actual performance. The legend mattered more than the literal truth, and the legend was that Ruth had promised a home run and then delivered it exactly as advertised. As evening settles around you and your tea grows cooler, let's pause to consider what Babe Ruth was actually like as a person, separate from the legend that grew up around his accomplishments. Ruth stood 6'2", which was tall for his era, with a barrel chest, spindly legs, and a face that photographers described as lived in. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but his features conveyed warmth and openness that made people instinctively like him. His nose had been broken multiple times, testimony to his rough upbringing and occasional propensity for bar fights in his younger days. His voice was surprisingly high and gravelly, the result of years of cigars and whiskey. When he laughed, which was often, it was a full-body experience that started in his belly and emerged as a sound that friends described as infectious. People who met Ruth invariably commented on his energy. He couldn't sit still, constantly fidgeting, moving, and looking for the next thing to engage his attention. Ruth's relationship with children revealed a side of his personality that the public especially loved. He'd spend hours signing autographs for kids who waited outside stadiums, never seeming to tire of the attention. When he visited children's hospitals, which he did regularly, usually without inviting press coverage, he'd sit with sick kids, telling them stories and making them laugh. These visits weren't publicity stunts. Ruth genuinely enjoyed making children happy in ways that suggested he was trying to give them experiences he'd never had in his own difficult childhood. His generosity was legendary and somewhat indiscriminate. Ruth would tip waiters $50 for bringing him a sandwich, hand $100 bills to doormen, and loan money to teammates who he knew would never pay him back. This largesse wasn't entirely altruistic. Ruth enjoyed the feeling of power that came from being able to help others, but it also reflected a genuine disinterest in accumulating wealth for its own sake. His first marriage, to a woman named Helen Woodford whom he had met while playing in Boston, had ended tragically when Helen died in a house fire in 1929. Ruth remarried almost immediately to a former actress and model named Claire Hodgson, who brought a stabilizing influence that Ruth's life had previously lacked. Claire managed Ruth's finances, organized his schedule, and generally tried to impose order on the chaos that naturally surrounded him. Claire also brought her daughter Julia into Ruth's life, and Ruth embraced fatherhood with the same enthusiasm he brought to everything else. He'd play catch with Julia in the backyard of their apartment building, teach her to hit off a batting tee, and tell her stories about his games that always made him seem just slightly more heroic than he actually had been. Ruth's relationship with Lou Gehrig, his longtime teammate, was complicated. The two men were opposites in almost every way. Ruth loud and undisciplined, Gehrig quiet and methodical. They produced one of baseball's most productive lineup combinations, but personally they maintained a distance that occasionally erupted into outright hostility. A falling out in the early 1930s, reportedly over a comment Claire Ruth made about Gehrig's mother, resulted in years where the two barely spoke despite playing on the same team. As Ruth aged, his body began showing the accumulated effects of decades of excess. His once powerful legs thinned, making him slower in the outfield and on the base paths. His reflexes, while still exceptional, no longer allowed him to catch up to the fastest pitches. By the mid-1930s, it was becoming clear that even Babe Ruth couldn't hit forever. The Yankees, with typical corporate efficiency, began planning for a future without their greatest star. They acquired younger outfielders, gave Ruth fewer plate appearances, and generally treated him like a depreciating asset rather than the man who'd built their dynasty. Ruth wanted to manage, believing his baseball knowledge and personality would make him an effective leader. Yankees management disagreed, seeing Ruth's lack of discipline as disqualifying him from a position that required organisation and restraint. In 1935, the Yankees sold Ruth to the Boston Braves, where he was promised a player-manager role that never quite materialised. Instead, Ruth found himself playing for a terrible team, struggling to connect with pitches that would have been routine outs just a few years earlier. His body, after years of abuse, was finally giving out. Ruth's final games as a player were simultaneously sad and somehow fitting. In Pittsburgh on May 25, 1935, he hit 3 home runs in a single game, the last of which cleared the right field stands at Forbes Field and landed outside the stadium, the first fair ball ever hit completely out of that park. It was a reminder of what Ruth had been, a final flash of the power that had defined his career. 6 days later, Ruth played his last game. He went hitless, looked slow and old, and left the field knowing his playing career was over. He officially retired on June 2, 1935, ending a 22-year career that had transformed American sports. The years after retirement were difficult for Ruth in ways that his playing career never had been. He'd defined himself through baseball for so long that existence without the daily rhythm of games left him feeling unmoored. The Yankees never offered him the managerial position he coveted, and other teams were similarly uninterested in hiring someone they viewed as too undisciplined to lead. Ruth tried various ventures. He coached briefly for the Brooklyn Dodgers, appeared in exhibition games, and took roles in Hollywood films that required him to essentially play himself. But none of these activities filled the void that baseball's absence had created. He was like a shark that needed to keep moving to breathe, except now the water had been drained from his tank. He remained popular with the public, his name still capable of drawing crowds wherever he appeared. He'd attend charity events, sign autographs, and tell stories about his playing days that grew more embellished with each retelling. The real Babe Ruth was gradually being replaced by the legend, a process that Ruth himself seemed to encourage. World War II gave Ruth a renewed sense of purpose. He participated in war bond drives, visited military hospitals, and played in exhibition games designed to boost morale. Soldiers who'd grown up idolising Ruth got to meet their hero, and Ruth seemed genuinely moved by their appreciation. These interactions suggested that Ruth's importance transcended baseball. He'd become a symbol of American vitality and confidence that resonated during wartime. On April 27, 1947, the Yankees retired Ruth's number 3, making it the first number ever retired in baseball. Over 50,000 fans packed Yankee Stadium for Babe Ruth Day, celebrating the man who had made the venue famous. Ruth, already ill with throat cancer, though the public didn't know it yet, spoke briefly to the crowd in a voice ravaged by disease. A famous photograph from that day shows Ruth leaning on a bat for support, his body wasted by illness, but his presence still commanding. The cancer progressed rapidly. Ruth spent much of 1948 in and out of hospitals, undergoing treatments that were primitive by modern standards and largely ineffective. He lost weight dramatically, his once powerful frame reduced to something that friends described as heartbreaking to witness. But even in decline, Ruth maintained the essential qualities that had defined him: optimism, humour, and a refusal to complain about his circumstances. On August 16, 1948, Babe Ruth died at age 53. His body lay in state at Yankee Stadium, where over 100,000 people filed past to pay their respects. The line stretched for blocks, filled with people of all ages who wanted one final moment with the man who had given them so many memories. The funeral itself was held at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan, with over 6,000 people inside and thousands more on the streets outside. Ruth was buried at Gate of Heaven Cemetery in Hawthorne, New York. His grave became, and remains, one of the most visited sites in American sports, a pilgrimage destination for fans who want to connect with baseball's past. Now, as you settle deeper into your blankets and perhaps close your eyes, Consider what Ruth left behind. His lifetime statistics, 714 home runs, a .342 batting average, and 2,013 runs batted in, were records that would stand for decades. But numbers alone don't capture his impact. Ruth transformed baseball from a sport played primarily in small markets to a truly national phenomenon. Before Ruth, baseball struggled to compete with boxing and horse racing for public attention. After Ruth, baseball was unquestionably America's game, a status it would maintain for the better part of a century. He changed how the game was played, shifting emphasis from small ball tactics to power hitting. Managers who had spent careers teaching bunts and hit-and-run plays suddenly found themselves encouraging batters to swing for the fences. The entire architecture of offense was rebuilt around the home run, a change that Ruth essentially accomplished single-handedly. Ruth proved that athletes could be celebrities in ways previously reserved for actors and politicians. His salary negotiations set precedents for athlete compensation. His endorsement deals created a template for how sports stars could leverage fame into wealth. His lifestyle, while excessive, demonstrated that public figures could survive scandal through sheer charisma and performance. The cultural impact extended beyond sports. Ruth became a symbol of American possibility. The idea that someone from the worst circumstances could rise to the absolute pinnacle of success. His story resonated especially during the Depression years, when Americans needed heroes who proved that the system could still work, that talent and determination could still overcome poverty and limited opportunity. Ruth's relationship with children created a template for how sports stars interact with young fans. The image of Ruth visiting sick children, signing endless autographs, and treating kids with genuine affection established expectations for athlete behaviour that persist today. Every modern athlete who visits a children's hospital is, in some way, following the path Ruth created. His flaws were as legendary as his achievements, and paradoxically, those flaws made him more beloved rather than less. Americans appreciated that Ruth enjoyed his success, that he indulged appetites rather than pretending they didn't exist. There was something honest about Ruth's excesses that stood in stark contrast to the carefully managed public images that other celebrities cultivated. The Yankees dynasty that Ruth created continued for decades after his retirement. The team won championships through the 1950s and beyond, but all of those successes built on the foundation Ruth had established. The financial resources that allowed the Yankees to acquire the best players came from the revenue streams Ruth had created. The winning tradition that attracted top talent originated in Ruth's championship teams. Baseball itself evolved in Ruth's image. Stadiums built after Yankee Stadium incorporated features designed to showcase home run hitters. Rule changes that increased offense and home run production reflected Ruth's influence on what fans wanted to see. The entire aesthetic of baseball, the emphasis on power, the celebration of individual achievement within a team context, and the tolerance for colourful personalities, all traced back to Ruth's example. Modern athletes earning enormous salaries, negotiating endorsement deals and living public lives that blur the line between sports and entertainment are following paths that Ruth pioneered. He proved that athletic excellence could generate wealth and fame that transcended the sport itself. Every athlete who becomes a brand, who leverages sporting success into broader cultural influence, owes something to the template Ruth created. As your eyelids grow heavier and the day's concerns fade into the comfortable darkness of evening, let's trace how Ruth's influence continues to ripple through American culture, even now, decades after his death. Walk into any youth baseball game on a Saturday morning and you'll see Ruth's legacy in action. Kids step to the plate and take mighty swings, trying to hit home runs rather than simply making contact. Parents in the stands cheer loudest for the ball that clears the fence, even though a well-placed single might be tactically superior. This emphasis on power over precision, on the dramatic over the practical, flows directly from Ruth's transformation of baseball's aesthetics. The number 3, retired by the Yankees and sacred in baseball history, appears on replica jerseys worn by fans who weren't born until decades after Ruth died. These fans may not know Ruth's actual statistics, might not be able to name a single team he played against, but they know the name and understand that wearing it connects them to something important in baseball's story. Baseball cards featuring Ruth's image remain among the most valuable collectibles in sports, with pristine examples selling for millions of dollars. The T206 Honus Wagner card is famous for its rarity, but Ruth cards are valuable because of who he was and what he represented. Collectors aren't just buying cardboard and ink, they're acquiring pieces of the moment when sports became central to American culture. The stories about Ruth, some true, some embellished, some entirely fabricated, form a mythology that serves baseball the way ancient myths served earlier civilizations. The called shot, the 60 home runs in 1927, the promise to hit a home run for a sick child and then delivering on that promise. These stories teach lessons about confidence, performance under pressure, and the rewards that come from daring greatly. Yankee Stadium, rebuilt in 2009 but incorporating design elements that deliberately echo the original, remains a shrine to Ruth even though he never played in the new version. Fans visiting the stadium for the first time make pilgrimages to Monument Park, where a plaque commemorates Ruth's achievements in language that borders on religious reverence. The stadium's dimensions still favour left-handed power hitters, a design choice that acknowledges Ruth's continuing influence on how the Yankees think about constructing their roster. The phrase Ruthian has entered the English language as an adjective meaning exceptionally large or powerful. When a slugger hits a particularly long home run, announcers describe it as Ruthian. When a player achieves something that seems to transcend normal boundaries, sports writers invoke Ruth's name. This linguistic immortality, the transformation of a person into an adjective, is reserved for the very few whose impact genuinely changes how we understand their field. Modern players who hit 40 or 50 home runs in a season are praised by comparison to Ruth, even though the game they're playing is dramatically different from the one Ruth dominated. Pitchers throw harder now, fielders are more athletic, stadiums are larger, and the scientific understanding of hitting mechanics has advanced enormously. Yet Ruth's shadow stretches across all these changes, his achievements serving as the standard against which power is measured. The curse of the Bambino, the superstitious belief that Boston's sale of Ruth to New York cursed the Red Sox franchise for 86 years, demonstrates Ruth's cultural penetration beyond pure sports. The fact that rational adults could believe that a player transaction in 1920 affected game outcomes in 2004 shows how deeply Ruth embedded himself in baseball's narrative structure. When the Red Sox finally won the World Series in 2004, breaking the alleged curse became as important to the story as the actual athletic achievement. Hollywood has repeatedly tried to capture Ruth on film with varying degrees of success. The challenge has always been that Ruth's life was almost too eventful, too packed with incident and achievement, to fit into conventional narrative structures. How do you dramatize someone who actually lived larger than most fictional characters? The attempts continue, each generation trying to explain Ruth to audiences who live in increasingly different worlds from the one he inhabited. Children who will play baseball in 2050 will still learn Ruth's name, and still hear stories about the Bambino who hit balls over buildings and ate hot dogs by the dozen. The details may blur and the context may fade, but the essential story, poor boy makes good through natural talent and irrepressible personality, remains as compelling as ever. Baseball historians continue to debate Ruth's place in the sports pantheon. Was he the greatest player ever, or does that honour belong to Willie Mays or Barry Bonds or Mike Trout? These debates miss the point. Ruth's importance isn't about being the best in some objective sense. It's about being the most transformative, the player who changed not just how baseball was played, but what baseball meant to American culture. Now, as you drift towards sleep, let's consider perhaps Ruth's most important legacy, one that statistics can't capture and that has nothing to do with championships or records. Ruth gave people joy, and he did it with an enthusiasm that was itself joyful to witness. Watch footage of Ruth hitting home runs, grainy, silent film that nevertheless conveys his obvious pleasure in the act. After connecting with a pitch, he doesn't admire his work or pose for cameras. He simply runs, a surprisingly graceful trot given his bulk with a smile that suggests he's as delighted as the fans in the stands. Baseball was, for Ruth, genuinely fun, and his enjoyment was contagious. This might seem trivial, but think about what Ruth offered to Americans during his peak years. The 1920s brought prosperity for some, but anxiety for many, as traditional social structures gave way to modernity's uncertainties. The 1930s brought economic catastrophe, with unemployment, foreclosures, and the genuine fear that American democracy might not survive. Through all of this, Ruth played baseball with the unself-conscious joy of a child, reminding people that pleasure and delight remained possible even in difficult times. His home runs weren't just athletic achievements, they were permission slips for celebration. When Ruth connected with a pitch and the ball soared into impossibly distant seats, fans could forget their troubles for the seconds it took the ball to travel. They could rise from their seats, cheer without inhibition, and share a moment of uncomplicated happiness with thousands of strangers. Ruth never pretended to be a role model in the modern sense. He drank, he ate to excess, he caroused, and he made no particular effort to hide any of it. Yet somehow this honesty about his appetites made him more rather than less appealing. Americans understood that Ruth was flawed, but they also recognized that his flaws were human scale, the kind that anyone might have if they suddenly found themselves wealthy and famous. The relationship between Ruth and baseball fans was genuinely reciprocal. He loved their attention, fed off their energy, and performed better when stadiums were packed and roaring. Fans, in turn, loved him not just for what he did, but for how obviously he loved doing it. This mutual affection created a bond that transcended the usual relationship between athlete and spectator. Ruth's generosity with his time, particularly toward children, reflected his understanding that his fame created opportunities to bring happiness to others. When he visited a sick child in a hospital, signing a baseball and telling stories, he was giving that child something more valuable than memorabilia. He was giving them a story they could tell for the rest of their lives, a moment when they mattered to someone important. His teammates, even those who found his behaviour exasperating, generally loved him because Ruth treated baseball as play rather than work. In an era when most professional athletes approached their sport with grim seriousness, Ruth maintained the perspective that baseball was fundamentally a game. This attitude didn't make him less competitive. Ruth hated losing, but it kept him from the bitterness that consumed players who couldn't separate their self-worth from their performance. The joy Ruth embodied extended to his appreciation for his own success. He didn't pretend to be humble or act like his achievements were merely the product of hard work. Ruth understood that he had extraordinary talent, and he celebrated that talent openly. This self-awareness and lack of false modesty was in its own way refreshing. Ruth knew he was special, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. As sleep approaches and the story winds toward its close, consider what Ruth teaches us about living fully. His life wasn't long. 53 years is less than many of us will have, but it was completely lived. He experienced more pleasure, more success, more acclaim, and yes, more excess than most people could fit into twice that time. He never seemed to wonder if he deserved his success. He simply enjoyed it while it lasted. In your last moments of wakefulness, picture Yankee Stadium on a late summer afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across the infield as another generation of players takes batting practice. The crack of the bat echoes off the stands, that distinctive sound that has remained unchanged for over a century. Somewhere in those stands sits a grandfather taking his grandson to his first baseball game. The boy's attention wanders. It's the 7th inning, and the game has been slow. Then the home team slugger steps to the plate, and the grandfather leans close to his grandson's ear. He tells him about another slugger, the first and maybe the greatest, a man who hit balls so far they seem to leave the atmosphere. The boy listens, not entirely sure if Grandpa is telling a story or recounting history. The slugger connects with a pitch, and the ball rises on a trajectory that every fan in the stadium recognizes instantly. It clears the fence by 50 feet, landing somewhere in the distant bleachers. The grandfather leaps to his feet. His knees hurt, but he doesn't care. And the grandson jumps up beside him, caught up in the moment even though he doesn't fully understand what he's witnessing. This is Ruth's final gift, the one that keeps giving decades after his death. The shared experience of baseball's most dramatic moment. The home run that makes strangers into a community, that transforms an afternoon into a memory, and that connects generations through the simple act of watching someone hit a ball with a stick. Every home run hit in every stadium in America carries an echo of the ones Ruth hit in stadiums that no longer exist, watched by fans who have long since passed away. The game evolves, rules change, and players get stronger and faster, but the fundamental thrill, the ball rising against the sky, arcing toward the fence, and landing in a distant section while fans roar, remains exactly what it was when Ruth did it for the first time. Ruth's story reminds us that sports matter not because they're important in some objective sense, but because they give us ways to connect with each other, with our past, and with the parts of ourselves that remember how to play. The boy from Baltimore who learned to pitch on reformatory fields never forgot that baseball was supposed to be fun, and he spent his entire career trying to share that fun with anyone who would watch. He succeeded beyond anything his younger self could have imagined. The orphan who felt unwanted became the most beloved figure in American sports. The undisciplined kid who couldn't follow rules became the man who rewrote them. The player who was sold by one team for money became the catalyst for a dynasty that redefined sports excellence. But perhaps most importantly, the child who grew up without much joy became the man who created it for millions. Every time someone's face lights up watching a home run, every time a kid imitates a power swing in a backyard, every time baseball brings people together in shared celebration, Babe Ruth is there, still playing the game he loved, still inviting everyone to join him in the simple pleasure of hitting a ball as far as possible and then running around some bases while people cheer. As you drift into sleep, you might dream of summer afternoons and the crack of a wooden bat, of balls rising against blue skies, of a round-faced man with a huge smile circling the bases while a stadium full of strangers becomes, for a moment, a community united in joy. These dreams connect you to millions of others who have found comfort and excitement in the same images, the same stories, and the same fundamental human desire to witness excellence and share in celebration. Babe Ruth lived more than 90 years ago, but his gift remains, the reminder that life is meant to be fully lived, that talent should be celebrated rather than hidden, and that joy shared multiplies while joy hoarded disappears. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere right now someone is hitting a home run, and for that moment they are Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth lives again. The boy from Baltimore found his way home, and in doing so he helped millions of us find ours, on baseball diamonds, in stadium seats, in the stories we tell about the ones who came before, and in the simple shared pleasure of watching someone do something extraordinary. Now, shut your eyes and visualize yourself floating slowly through centuries of history until you gently land in what is now Iraq, circa 2100 BCE. The smell is what hits you first, not the sight. Baking bread, river water, and yes, a lot of livestock. Welcome to the first real neighbourhood in civilization, where people made the decision to settle down and stop aimlessly wandering around like lost tourists. The Tigris and Euphrates are two rivers that would make any real estate agent cry with delight. These rivers are not just any rivers. They are the ancient world's version of having fresh groceries delivered to your door and Amazon delivery. This area was known to the Mesopotamians as the land between rivers, which sounds far more poetic in their language than it does when you're trying to explain it to a dinner party guest. You may be asking yourself why anyone would decide to live in what is effectively a massive floodplain. Imagine having soil that is so dark and rich that, with a little encouragement, you could probably grow tomatoes. Every year when these rivers flood, they leave behind a thick layer of the most fertile mud on the planet. It took the rest of us millennia to realise what the locals had discovered. Sometimes the greatest things in life have a small mess associated with them. You wouldn't recognise the cities that are rising all around you from contemporary urban planning. This place lacks tidy suburban grids and straight lines. Rather, visualize organic growth, akin to a coral reef composed of human ambition and mud bricks. Narrow streets wind between houses like old hiking trails, and houses cluster together as if they are having a never-ending neighbourhood conversation. Another thing that strikes you as being very antiquated is the lack of electrical hums, the quiet of engines, and the absence of any traffic that resembles rush hour. Rather, there's the soft splatter of irrigation channels, the steady thud of grain being ground, and the sporadic snarling of a donkey that's obviously upset about something. Modern people spend a lot of money to experience this type of tranquility at wellness retreats. However, this quiet does not imply inactivity. The first large-scale urban living experiment in history is what you're seeing. In essence, these individuals are inventing as they go along, resolving issues that have never been encountered by any human. How do you manage thousands of people in one location? How do you ensure that everyone eats? When your neighbour's goat keeps eating your barley, how do you keep things from going completely out of control? As you will see, the answer combines a remarkable amount of ingenuity, practicality, and what can only be called the first bureaucracy in history. Yes, paperwork was a part of paradise. As you become more accustomed to this ancient world, you start to notice something that would cause any contemporary city planner to either run screaming back to their zoning maps or cry with envy. These Mesopotamians have produced a system of ordered chaos that somehow manages to keep everyone fed, housed, and comparatively content, even though it shouldn't work. Let's begin with the irrigation system, which is the most amazing engineering achievement you will ever witness that does not require electricity. Imagine a vast system of canals connecting every field, garden, and drinking well, nature's equivalent of the internet. You know what? Instead of just accepting this water when you feel like giving it to us, we're going to convince you to share it on our schedule, the Mesopotamians said, glancing at their rushing rivers. The end effect is a network of watery highways that would make the roads of ancient Rome appear straightforward. Individual fields are directly irrigated by water flowing from the main rivers into primary canals, secondary channels, and smaller ditches. It's similar to having running water, but it goes to your barley patch rather than your kitchen sink. In addition, unlike your contemporary plumbing, if this system fails, the city as a whole loses lunch in addition to water pressure. Massive collaboration is needed to manage this liquid lifeline, which has never been done before in human history. One farmer cannot choose to use more water for his fields, while his neighbour's crops are dying. It is impossible for someone upstream to construct a dam without taking downstream residents into account. People must look beyond their immediate needs, their tribe and their family for the first time in human history. Things start to get interesting at this point. The water schedule must be overseen by someone. Who gets what and when must be decided by someone. When Farmer B insists his irrigation ditch was there first, and Farmer A accuses Farmer B of stealing water, someone has to resolve the inevitable conflicts, presenting the first middle management in history. Since clipboards won't be invented for several thousand years, these water managers are more than just bureaucrats with clipboards. They combine elements of weather forecasting, engineering, diplomacy, and refereeing. They must comprehend not only the flow of water but also human thought, crop growth, and how to stop neighbours from igniting generation-long feuds. The good news is that it does work. You're witnessing thousands of people successfully arranging their daily schedules around common resources. Every year, the harvest arrives, the fields turn green at the appropriate times, and the irrigation ditches run according to plan. When the irrigation schedule becomes complicated, everyone is contributing labour, water rights, and a willingness to not strangle their neighbours. It's like watching a huge, antiquated version of a neighbourhood potluck, except instead of bringing casseroles. This system's success has a significant impact on human society. Some people are able to quit farming when they can consistently produce more food than they require for survival. Additionally, some people can start doing other things once they are able to stop cultivating food full-time. Interesting things. Revolutionary actions. This is how your first devoted priests, your first full-time artisans, and your first qualified administrators come to be. It's how you get people who don't have to worry about whether there will be enough grain for the next harvest to spend their days thinking about astronomy, mathematics, or how to make better beer. You're seeing the emergence of expertise along with specialization. People can now become exceptionally skilled at one thing for the first time in human history, as they are no longer forced to be mediocre at everything in order to survive. You might be surprised to learn that these Mesopotamians are born business people as you continue your leisurely exploration of this ancient world. They have established what may be the first startup culture in history, complete with competition, creativity, and the occasional spectacular failure from which everyone gains knowledge. For example, metalworking. You see people who have discovered that they can create bronze, a more durable and practical metal than anything they have ever used, by heating specific rocks to the ideal temperature and combining them with other rocks. This is the beginning of the technology industry, not just a development in technology. There is collaboration among the bronze makers. They require traders who can transport tin and copper from hundreds of miles away because they are necessary. They require individuals who specialize in the production of charcoal because they require fuel for their furnaces. They require a market that is sophisticated enough to discern between a mediocre bronze tool and a truly exceptional one in order to attract clients who value quality metalwork. Before you know it, supply chains are in place, you have quality control. Yes, the best metalworkers build reputations, and people begin to request tools made by particular artisans, so you have brand recognition. It's the antiquated version of Yelp reviews, except instead of posting them online, people tell their neighbours which blacksmith produces harvest season tools that don't break. However, the true innovation taking place here is economic rather than technological. The modern concept of commerce is being created by these individuals. They are determining how to fairly trade goods and services between people who have different needs, how to plan for future needs while managing current resources, and how to assign value to goods and services. Think about the difficulties. You need a new plough because you grow barley. The toolmaker needs copper for his next project, not barley, but he wants payment. In order to trade up north, the copper trader needs wool, not barley. The shepherd needs barley, but he has wool. How can this be made to work? Their solution is sophisticated in its intricacy. Like water through their irrigation channels, they establish a system of credit and debt that enables value to move throughout the community. In exchange for your promise to pay him with barley after the harvest, which he can then exchange for supplies for his next project with the copper trader, the toolmaker agrees to make your plough right away. It's credit without credit cards and banking without banks, and it all depends on reputation and trust. Writing is a seemingly straightforward but revolutionary requirement for this system. Not just any writing, but every day. Useful writing that can document who is responsible for what, when payment is due, and what happens when someone fails to fulfill their end of the agreement. You're witnessing the creation of business records, receipts, and contracts. In addition to being works of ancient literature, the cuneiform tablets found throughout the cities are the earliest business documents ever created. Purchase orders, tax records, loan agreements, employment contracts, and inventory lists. All of it is here, compressed into clay with marks in the shape of wedges that symbolize the beginning of bureaucracy. Indeed, you're also witnessing the development of accounting. All of these promises, transactions, and credits and debts moving through the community must be monitored by someone, even though the early accountants worked by lamplight, with clay tablets and reed styluses, rather than in contemporary offices with computers. They were addressing the same issues that accountants do today. The inventiveness of these solutions is astounding. They're creating economic systems from the ground up and learning by trial and error how to make complex societies run smoothly, rather than simply replicating what worked elsewhere. You're going to see something that will make you appreciate human ambition even more as you continue your cozy exploration of this ancient world. These Mesopotamians aren't satisfied with merely resolving pragmatic issues like trade and irrigation. They're aiming for something greater, something that appeals to the basic human need to build monuments to their own creativity. You're witnessing the construction of ziggurats, which are enormous stepped pyramids that resemble old-fashioned skyscrapers and rise out of the level terrain. However, referring to them as buildings is an understatement. These are assertions, proclamations, and architectural justifications for human potential. People say, we can move mountains of earth, and we can do it one basket at a time, when you watch one being constructed. The logistics alone are astounding. Millions of mud bricks must be made, dried, and transported to the construction site for a large ziggurat. No trucks, cranes, or mechanized equipment are present. Everything is propelled by animal strength, human muscle power, a complex network of ramps and levers, and unwavering willpower. The planning, however, is what really sets it apart. To prevent the entire project from collapsing into a heap of costly debris, Someone must determine how many bricks they will need, where to obtain the raw materials, how many workers are needed, how to feed all of those workers, where they will sleep, and how to coordinate their efforts. You're witnessing a level of project management that won't be seen again until the building of medieval cathedrals. With hundreds of workers, dozens of specialised trades, and supply chains spanning the entire known world, the ziggurat builders are effectively managing the biggest construction company in the ancient world. Contrary to what Hollywood may have taught you, the workers themselves are not slaves. Consider it the most complex community service project in the world. They are citizens carrying out their civic duties, seasonal workers, and skilled artisans. People donate their time to building projects that benefit everyone during the agricultural off-season, when the fields don't need to be tended. This desire to create something greater than any one person could on their own has a very human quality. In addition to their utilitarian functions as temples, administrative hubs, and grain storage facilities, the ziggurats are also symbolic. Look what we can do when we work together. Look how high we can reach, they say. Surprisingly complex engineering is needed. The builders must comprehend the structural integrity, weight distribution, and composition of the soil. They create methods for building sturdy foundations in muddy ground, avoiding water damage, and guaranteeing that the structure will endure for many generations. These are not archaic individuals fumbling through building projects. Rather, they are demonstrating extraordinary ingenuity in resolving intricate engineering problems. Consider the challenge of producing millions of identical bricks. To guarantee uniformity throughout large production runs, they create standardized molds, quality assurance protocols, and drying methods. They determine the ideal brick sizes that strike a balance between handling ease and structural strength. They develop production techniques for assembly lines that will not be used again until the Industrial Revolution. Even more impressive than the engineering is the coordination that is needed. Consider overseeing a project in which some employees are producing bricks, others are moving them, and still others are arranging them in progressively intricate designs as the building rises. Everyone needs to be motivated, supervised, supplied, and in sync. It's similar to conducting an orchestra, except that hundreds of construction workers are used in place of musicians, and architecture that will outlast empires is used in place of music. You come across something that may appear less dramatic than enormous construction projects, but is actually far more revolutionary as you continue your peaceful journey through this amazing civilization. You're seeing the beginning of formal education, mathematics, and what we might call science, the point at which humans started to think methodically about thinking itself. Something extraordinary is taking place in tiny buildings dotted across the cities. Young adults and children are congregating to learn rather than to labour in workshops or fields. The lessons they are learning at the first schools in history will have a lasting impact on human civilization. These are not informal teachings that parents impart to their children. This is formal education, complete with learning objectives, standardized curricula, and qualified teachers. In addition to learning mathematics, astronomy, literature, and law, students also practice writing by copying out traditional texts. They are becoming literate in the art of knowledge acquisition, as well as in their native tongue. Your high school algebra teacher would be ecstatic about the mathematics being developed here. These individuals are dealing with ideas that appear to be nearly contemporary: geometric principles, place value notation, and mathematical relationships that are still utilized by architects today. They're finding abstract mathematical truths that exist apart from any real-world applications, not just counting things. What's amazing, though, is that they're using a number system based on 60 rather than 10. They're thinking in base 60 while you're counting on your fingers and working with powers of 10. This sounds really strange until you realize that 60 is more divisible by numbers than 10 is. For many mathematical operations, their system is actually more adaptable. It's similar to learning that a better wheel was created, but thousands of years later, we're still using the subpar one. There is more to this mathematical sophistication than meets the eye. The same individuals who divide circles into 360 degrees, yes, that's where that originates, are also conducting astronomical observations, which call for exact measurement and documentation. They're making calendars that align agricultural activities with astronomical events, tracking the motions of planets, and forecasting eclipses. It is truly astounding how much astronomical knowledge is being amassed here. These observers have discovered that there are recurring patterns in the movements of the planets. They can predict when Venus will show up as an evening star as opposed to a morning star. They have developed mathematical models to forecast astronomical events, and identified zodiacal constellations. Most impressive, though, is the way they're tackling these issues. They are searching for underlying patterns, formulating hypotheses, and testing predictions in addition to merely gathering observations. For another few thousand years, they would not refer to what they are doing as science, but they are. This methodical approach to knowledge is not limited to astronomy and mathematics. Students are learning how to evaluate court cases, write poetry in accordance with formal guidelines, and comprehend historical precedents in the classroom. They are discovering that knowledge itself can be methodically arranged, classified, and passed down from one generation to the next. You're witnessing the creation of intellectual life as we know it today. For the first time in history, some people are able to devote their lives to comprehending the fundamentals of the world's functioning, rather than just finding solutions to pressing practical issues. What are numbers, really? Why do the planets move the way they do? And what makes a good law different from a bad one? Are some of the questions they can pose. The ramifications are astounding. People whose job it is to think about abstract problems begin to draw connections between various fields of knowledge. The mathematician understands that architecture is governed by geometric principles. The astronomer learns that natural events can be predicted by mathematical models. The legal scholar is aware that using reason to settle disagreements is a more equitable approach than merely adhering to custom. Let's take a break from our travels and become accustomed to the mild routines of this amazing society. You're about to learn that revolution can sometimes be whispered through, the everyday moments that comprise human existence, rather than always being announced with great fanfare. A typical Mesopotamian family wakes up as the small, high windows of their house let in the first rays of the day. The first thing that strikes you is how different their everyday worries are from yours, yet they feel surprisingly similar. The mother is organising meals that will stretch resources throughout the week and keeping an eye on the household's grain supplies. The father is going over his to-do list in his head, including which irrigation channels require upkeep, which tools require repair, and which neighbours he needs to work with in preparation for the harvest. Their kids are getting ready for school, and yes, they probably whine about it as much as kids do. Young Enlil claims he already knows enough mathematics to assist with the family business, and little Shamet refuses to practice her cuneiform writing exercises. It appears that certain aspects of human nature never go out of style. However, these everyday occurrences contain innovations that continue to shape our lives to this day. In order to trade fairly with her neighbours, the mother uses standardised weights and measures when she measures out grain for breakfast. The father uses a filing system that arranges data in ways that any contemporary office worker would recognise when he looks through his business records from the previous day. The breakfast itself demonstrates the sophistication of technology. Yeast cultures, a biological technology that turns simple grain into sustenance that can support complex societies, have been preserved and passed down through the generations to make the bread. The beer, yes, they have beer for breakfast, which makes sense given the dubious quality of ancient water supplies, represents fermentation processes that call for exact timing and temperature control. You're watching the infrastructure of civilization in action as the family go about their morning routines. Thousands of people are served by the distribution system that provides them with the water they use. Sewage disposal stops disease outbreaks that would otherwise render big cities uninhabitable. Agricultural systems that can sustain populations much larger than the actual workers in the fields are the source of the food. You're witnessing the beginning of expert craftsmanship when the father leaves for his workshop. He's not just producing, he's also upholding standards, creating methods, and establishing a reputation for excellence that goes well beyond his local area. His goods will be traded over great distances, spreading the fame of his city to locations he will never be able to visit. Mother's Day is equally noteworthy. She's in charge of a household that serves as both a place of residence and a business. She's handling family finances, preserving social ties that are the foundation of community life, and processing food for preservation. She's teaching kids not only useful skills, but also social norms, cultural values, and the information they will need to navigate a complex society as adults. You're seeing something that would be entirely familiar to any modern family when the evening rolls around, and they all sit down to their main meal. But it's also utterly revolutionary for its time. They are sharing food that has been prepared, preserved, and processed in ways that enable them to eat healthily, even in the absence of fresh ingredients. They're talking about the day's activities in a way that helps kids comprehend how they fit into the larger community. Most astonishingly, though, they're at ease. They are not fighting for basic survival. even though they live in what we might consider primitive conditions. People can now enjoy their lives, plan for the future, and pursue interests beyond their immediate needs thanks to advancements in agriculture, commerce, and social organisation. There may be games, storytelling, or music after supper. Another revolutionary idea is that people have leisure time. Human culture can thrive in previously unthinkable ways when survival is safe enough for people to devote their time to pursuits that have no immediate practical value. In addition to sleeping off the day's labour, the family is refuelling for tomorrow's involvement in humanity's first complex urban living experiment. They will awaken tomorrow and once more play a part in preserving the systems that enable thousands of people to coexist in harmony, prosperity, and productivity. One of the most remarkable accomplishments of Mesopotamian civilization is revealed as you delve deeper into this ancient world. They managed to manage sizable, diverse populations without everything collapsing in anarchy and conflict. And they accomplished this by combining religious authority, common sense, and what can only be called the first all-encompassing legal system in history. Imagine the difficulties these people encountered. There are thousands of people, each with their own goals, passions, and unavoidable conflicts with their neighbours. You have competing religious traditions, diverse ethnic groups, economic classes, and the inherent human propensity for short-sightedness and selfishness. How do you design a system that accomplishes goals while maintaining a reasonable level of satisfaction for all? The complexity of the Mesopotamian solution is elegant. At the top is a king who represents both religion and politics. His authority has a weight that purely political power could not match, because he is not only making executive decisions, but is also channeling the will of the gods. The king is expressing divine will when he issues a law, not just his own preferences. However, this is not a tyrant's capricious rule. The king's authority is limited by custom, religious law, and the pragmatic requirement to retain the backing of the different factions that sustain society. The priests, merchants, artisans, and farmers who truly govern the society will find a way to replace a king who continuously makes poor choices, so he won't hold the position for long. You have an advanced administrative structure beneath the king that would astound any contemporary bureaucrat. Tax collection, irrigation management, trade regulation, military organisation, and legal disputes are all handled by officials. Every administrative level has clear duties and accountability to both superior and subordinate authorities. Perhaps their most remarkable governmental innovation is the legal system they create. These individuals draft thorough legal codes that aim to cover every potential conflict or offence. Nearly 300 laws, ranging from business disputes to marriage contracts to property rights, are included in the publicly visible Code of Hammurabi. However, the sophistication of these laws is even more impressive than their comprehensiveness. They distinguish between various property types and social classes. They make a distinction between accidents and deliberate crimes. Instead of just exacting retribution, they offer proportionate penalties meant to bring the world back into balance. To a degree that would be progressive in many societies thousands of years later, they defend the rights of women, children, and even slaves. Unprecedentedly, a professional judicial system is needed to enforce these laws. Records that keep track of court rulings, judges who are knowledgeable about the law, and court procedures that guarantee fair hearings. You're witnessing the emergence of jurisprudence, the belief that disagreements can be settled by logic and facts, rather than solely by the person with the most military might or political clout. Most significantly, though, this legal system is open to the public. The laws are visible to everyone because they are engraved in stone. This indicates that people are aware of their rights, expectations, and the repercussions of different behaviours. Law ceases to be arbitrary and becomes predictable for the first time in human history. This government is backed by an equally advanced tax system. There are set rates, collection processes, and even provisions for tax relief during hard times, as opposed to just taking whatever the king wants. People are aware of their obligations, when they are due, and what they get in return, including public works projects, military protection, infrastructure upkeep, and judicial services. The result is something that can be identified as the rule of law, a system that treats people fairly in accordance with established standards, offers procedures for settling conflicts amicably, and fosters incentives for collaboration rather than conflict is probably more desirable than perfect justice, which is probably unachievable. Stability is the outcome. Due to their reasonable confidence in the stability of the legal and social framework, people are able to make long-term plans. Because they believe they will be able to reap the rewards when those projects mature, They are willing to put time and effort into endeavours that won't yield results right away. The intricate irrigation systems, intricate trade networks, educational institutions and architectural projects that take generations to complete are all made possible by this stability, which in turn lays the groundwork for everything else we have been investigating. Without governmental structures that can uphold continuity and order over decades or even centuries, none of these would be feasible. As you continue your exploration of ancient Mesopotamia, you may be surprised to learn that these pragmatic, engineering-minded individuals are profoundly spiritual, but not in a way that separates the sacred from the secular. They don't practice their religion during special ceremonies or on the weekends. It permeates every part of their lives, from how they plan their cities to how they go about their jobs. However, this is a faith that sanctifies practical activity and finds the divine in human achievement, not the kind of spirituality that demands people reject the material world. Mesopotamian gods are strikingly human-like, but in the most positive sense. They are individuals with preferences, knowledge, and continuous engagement in worldly matters, rather than impersonal abstract ideals. Enlil is in charge of the wind and storms, which bring fertility as well as destruction. For those whose civilization relies on both intelligence and irrigation, Enki's rule over fresh water and wisdom makes perfect sense. Since passion and conflict are essential components of the human experience, Inanna stands for both love and war. The most fascinating thing about these gods, though, is how they serve as examples of the kind of collaboration that enables civilized life. The myths describe gods cooperating on cosmic building projects, exchanging resources and expertise, and reaching mutually beneficial agreements. People who take part in religious rituals are not only worshipping, they are also honing the social skills necessary to maintain the smooth operation of their own communities. Each city is dominated by temples that are much more than just places of worship. They are a combination of social service agencies, educational institutions, and economic hubs. In addition to carrying out rituals, the priests who work in these temples also oversee agricultural estates, run educational institutions, care for libraries, and offer welfare assistance to members of the community who are struggling. A society where religious life supports rather than contradicts the values required for successful urban living is the result of this remarkable fusion of spiritual and practical functions. A good worshipper possesses the same qualities as a good neighbour, such as honesty, dependability, and a willingness to help out with community projects. There is no conflict between serving the community and the gods, or between being pious and succeeding in business. The religious calendar organises daily life in ways that promote economic activity, rather than interfere with it. Religious celebrations take place during agricultural seasons, offering opportunities for communal gatherings when people have the means and leisure to take part. In addition to providing funds for public works projects, the religious mandate to support temple operations establishes a social safety net that supports people during trying times. Most significantly, this religious system offers purpose and meaning that transcends personal achievement or failure. Contributors to the construction of a ziggurat are not merely taking part in a building project. They are also helping to construct a monument that will benefit their community for many generations and a place of worship for the gods. Maintaining the irrigation channels is more than just routine maintenance. It's a way to contribute to the divine order that sustains life. Ordinary labour becomes sacred when it has this sense of purpose. The merchant facilitating trade between distant cities, the farmer producing food that feeds the community, and the craftsman crafting beautiful objects are all part of the divine plan that creates civilization out of wilderness, abundance out of scarcity, and order out of chaos. However, this spirituality is also incredibly useful. Though the methods of consultation, reading omens, interpreting dreams, and examining the patterns of oil on water require careful observation and logical analysis, the gods are consulted on everything from military campaigns to business endeavours to marriage decisions. Practical intelligence and religious wisdom complement rather than contradict one another. The end result is a society in which individuals accept personal responsibility for their contributions to the welfare of the community, while feeling supported by forces greater than themselves. Despite staying rooted in the pragmatic demands of everyday life, they feel that their work has cosmic significance. Spirituality is not an escape from human achievement, but rather an enhancement of it. You start to understand how all of these inventions work together to to form something far greater than the sum of their individual parts as you carry on your cozy exploration of this amazing civilization. You're seeing the emergence of networking effects, which are the processes by which various developments reinforce one another to cause a sharp acceleration of human progress. Think about how Mesopotamian society is changed by writing in every other way. Because engineers can document effective techniques and learn from past mistakes, the irrigation system becomes much more sophisticated once information can be permanently recorded. Because precedents can be documented and consulted, legal systems become more equitable and consistent. Because contracts can specify precise terms and conditions, trade becomes more complicated. Because knowledge can be systematically transmitted and preserved, education becomes more effective. However, writing also opens up new possibilities that no one had foreseen. You can learn mathematics once you can record numbers. Astronomical science can be produced when observations can be preserved. Chemistry and medicine can be developed once experiments are documented. Every advancement creates opportunities for even more advancements in unpredictable ways. In the realm of economics, the networking effect is the same. Once food production is stable, some people can focus on crafts. You can create better tools and methods once you have talented artisans. With improved tools, agricultural productivity can be increased, freeing up even more workers for specialized labor. Every improvement increases the likelihood and ease of the subsequent improvement. The social innovations have an equally strong network. You can start projects that need long-term planning and coordination once you have an efficient governance system. People gain confidence in group action after large-scale projects are completed successfully. People are willing to invest in even more ambitious projects once they have faith in group efforts. In ways that exponentially speed up progress, success breeds success. The Mesopotamians are experiencing the fascinating discovery that human communities can generate value that far surpasses what individuals could produce working alone. You're witnessing what contemporary economists refer to as increasing returns to scale. Every new member of society increases the productivity, security, and ability of everyone else to accomplish their objectives. The networking of technology is equally impressive. Mining, transportation, and trade networks are all necessary for the production of bronze in addition to metallurgy. The effectiveness of the entire system increases with each advancement in any of these areas. Mining is more productive with better tools. Raw materials are less expensive when transportation is more efficient. Access to better quality inputs is made possible by expanded trade networks. However, the cultural networking effect may be the most significant. People start to have bigger dreams after realizing that prosperity and security can be achieved through human effort. They are more inclined to trust strangers and engage in larger communities once they realize that collaboration can produce outcomes that are impossible for individuals to accomplish alone. They are more inclined to rely on others for products and services that they could potentially produce themselves once they have seen the advantages of specialization. This is a revolutionary change in culture. People are choosing to become interdependent instead of self-sufficient for the first time in human history. They're coming to the conclusion that working together is more advantageous than relying on other people. They're risking everything that human societies can be more than short-term convenience alliances. You're seeing networking effects that extend beyond the borders of specific cities or geographical areas. Mesopotamian innovations influenced events throughout the ancient world by way of trade routes, diplomatic contacts, and migration patterns. Greek philosophy is shaped by the mathematical ideas created in Babylon. Roman law is influenced by the legal precepts developed in Ur. From Egypt to India, population growth is made possible by Mesopotamian agricultural innovations. You're witnessing the emergence of what contemporary academics refer to as world systems, networks of influence and interaction that link far-flung societies and enable innovations to proliferate well beyond their original locations. For the first time, human advancement turns into a cooperative endeavour in which several civilizations cooperate, often unknowingly, to address shared problems. You are left with a deep respect for the accomplishments of these extraordinary people as our leisurely tour of ancient Mesopotamia comes to an end. You return to the comforts of the present with a fresh perspective on how much we owe these pioneers of the past. The golden age you have witnessed was golden not because it was flawless, but because it was the first time that humanity had successfully attempted to build sophisticated societies that boosted rather than depleted human potential. With creativity, teamwork, and an incredible belief in human potential, These individuals overcame obstacles that no other generation had ever faced. Their solutions weren't coincidental or short-term fixes. Thousands of years later, we are still using modified versions of the institutions, systems, and ways of thinking they established because they were so successful. You are building on the foundations established by these ancient pioneers each time you use mathematics, read a written contract, engage in democratic governance, or profit from specialization and trade. Perhaps most significantly, however, they illustrated a feature of human nature that still holds true today. When people are confident enough to look beyond their immediate survival, when they have incentives to work together rather than engage in destructive competition, and when they have faith that their efforts will be fairly rewarded, they collaborate to create amazing things. The Golden Age of Mesopotamia serves as a reminder that the greatest human civilization is about fostering an environment in which each person can use their special gifts to promote the well-being of the group, not about controlling nature or outperforming rivals. It involves creating systems that are both robust enough to offer security and adaptable enough to foster creativity. It involves figuring out how to respect both individual success and the well-being of the community. As you fall asleep, consider how human advancement is still fueled by the same cooperative impulses that created ziggurats and cuneiform writing. The spirit of ancient Mesopotamia endures every time individuals decide to work together rather than fight, every time someone lends their expertise to projects bigger than themselves, and every time communities make investments in infrastructure that will benefit coming generations. Even though the cities are now covered in desert sand and the irrigation channels are dry, the human ability to bring order out of chaos, abundance out of scarcity, and meaning out of life's basic materials still flows like those ancient rivers between the Tigris and Euphrates. Rest easy knowing that you're a part of a story that started with the first cities and goes on with every technological advancement, every act of human cooperation, and every instance in which people decide to build rather than destroy. Mesopotamia's Golden Age serves as a reminder that our best times are never truly over. Rather, they are always just getting started, and are waiting to be shaped by the next generation of people who are prepared to cooperate in order to achieve common goals. The same mathematical patterns that the ancient astronomers found still govern the way the stars wheel overhead. The human urge to create, collaborate, and strive for something bigger than personal survival is still as strong as the fires in those old bronze workshops. And tomorrow we carry on the work they started, the never-ending optimistic endeavour of creating civilizations deserving of human potential in both minor and major ways. Sweet dreams, fellow time traveller. Take comfort in the fact that you are a part of the greatest success story in human history, one that is still being written, one day at a time, by people who recognise that the greatest monuments we can erect are those that enable others to rise just a little bit above their own potential. Imagine those old voices carried on the wind during the quiet moments before sleep really sets in. Farmers in Mesopotamia discovered that a floodplain could become a paradise if they banded together. The artisans who realised that specialised work could elevate simple survival to creative success. The administrators demonstrated that, at its best, bureaucracy is just structured to serve the interests of the community. Even though their ziggurat has fallen apart, their wisdom can still be heard in every public library, contemporary hospital, and infrastructure project that enhances the lives of people the builders have never met. Even though their cuneiform tablets are now museum artifacts, their belief that knowledge should be shared and preserved endures in every book, website, and classroom where new information is learned. Their understanding that abundance comes from cooperation rather than competition is evident in every successful business partnership, community garden, and instance where neighbours choose to support one another rather than compete. The irrigation channels they dug have long since filled with sand. Above all, they introduced us to the radical notion that people can build societies that are superior to the sum of their parts, that chaos, conflict, and scarcity are not necessary for human existence, that we can create worlds where everyone has enough food, enough security, enough purpose, enough beauty to make life worthwhile, if we are patient, creative, and willing to trust one another. Therefore, as you drift off to sleep, remember not only the accomplishments of these ancient people, but also the quiet assurance that the same inventive, collaborative spirit that created the first cities is still creating a better world today. Every tiny deed of compassion, every instance of putting empathy ahead of judgment, and every contribution to a cause greater than yourself keeps the good work going. Mesopotamia's Golden Age was a beginning rather than a destination. The story's most lovely aspect is that it isn't yet over. It persists in every heart that selects cooperation over rivalry, hope over fear, and building over destruction. Rest easy knowing that you are both the inheritor of their wisdom and a part of its continuous development. Maybe you will hear the soft splatter of old irrigation channels in your dreams, delivering vital water to gardens that will reopen tomorrow. Good night, civilization builder. Good night, ancient dream heir. Good night, participant in the world's greatest ongoing endeavour, the patient, optimistic endeavour to build a world that lives up to our highest hopes. As a reminder that some things, beauty, truth, and the human capacity for wonder, really are eternal. The stars that led those early astronomers continue to shine down on you in the same timeless patterns they found. Get enough sleep. Have a lovely dream. Wake up tomorrow prepared to carry on the never-ending joyful task of bringing the world closer to the paradise they saw between two rivers so long ago. You've seen the paintings, haven't you? Those sweeping canvases where pirates stand heroically at the helm, their coats billowing in convenient winds, their ships cutting cleanly through cooperative seas. The sunset always seems to hit just right, casting everything in amber and gold. Even the cannons look polished. These images settled into popular imagination like sediment, building up layers of misconception over centuries. By the time Hollywood added its own mythology, the distance between perception and truth had become a chasm. Real pirate ships smelled nothing like the ocean spray and adventure your mind conjures. They smelled like bodies that hadn't bathed in months, like bilge water thick with rat droppings, like salted meat going quietly rancid in the tropical heat. The vessels themselves bore little resemblance to the majestic ships of fiction. Most pirates operated from captured merchant vessels, functional, unglamorous workhorses of the sea. These weren't purpose-built warships with grand figureheads and gleaming brass. They were reconfigured cargo haulers, their holds emptied of sugar or tobacco and hastily converted into living spaces for crews that often numbered over 100 men. Your mental image probably includes a captain's quarters filled with maps and mysterious instruments, perhaps a compass mounted in polished wood. The reality was far more cramped. Even successful pirate captains like Blackbeard or Bartholomew Roberts occupied spaces barely larger than a modern walk-in closet. These rooms held everything needed for navigation, record-keeping, and the uncomfortable business of maintaining authority over men who had explicitly rejected conventional hierarchy. The romantic notion of pirates as freedom-seeking rebels contains a grain of truth, but it's a truth surrounded by a hard shell of desperation. Most men turned to piracy not because they yearned for adventure, but because every other option looked worse. The merchant marine worked sailors to exhaustion for wages that barely covered survival. The Royal Navy was even more brutal, with floggings for minor infractions and rations that would constitute criminal neglect by any modern standard. So yes, piracy offered freedom, the freedom to potentially die of disease, violence or drowning, but at least on your own terms. It was the freedom of having nothing left to lose, which is quite different from the freedom you imagine while comfortable in your bed. The tales that survived emphasized the treasure, the successful raids, and the narrow escapes. They didn't dwell on the weeks of tedious sailing between targets, the constant hunger, or the way tropical heat turned the below-deck spaces into airless ovens. History has a way of editing out the boring parts, the uncomfortable parts, and the parts that would make terrible stories at a tavern. Even the treasure itself looked different than you'd think. Forget the overflowing chests of gold doubloons. Most pirate plunder consisted of practical goods, cloth, tools, food, and medicine. These items could be sold or traded, but they didn't photograph well for history books, so we remember the exceptions instead of the rule. When pirates did capture actual currency, it was usually divided immediately. No one trusted anyone enough to leave wealth sitting in a communal chest. The democracy that existed aboard pirate ships, and it did exist in a limited form, wasn't the noble experiment in equality that some accounts suggest. It was a practical necessity born from mutual distrust. When you've gathered together men willing to break every law of sea and state, you can't exactly govern through appeals to authority. The articles that crews signed, the rules they agreed to follow, were contracts written in self-interest, enforced by the knowledge that betrayal meant being marooned on some empty stretch of sand. As you stand at the dock in Port Royal or Nassau, preparing to board your pirate vessel for the first time, take one last look at solid ground. Breathe the air that doesn't reek of unwashed humanity and spoiled provisions. In just a few hours, you'll understand why even the most desperate men sometimes jumped ship at the first opportunity, choosing the uncertain mercy of a jungle island over another day at sea. The hatch leads down into darkness that seems to have texture and thickness. Your eyes adjust slowly, revealing a space that triggers something primal in your modern brain, the part that rebels against confinement, that needs personal space like it needs oxygen. You're looking at the gun deck, which doubles as living quarters for most of the crew. The ceiling, if you can call it that, hangs so low that you can't stand fully upright. You'll spend your time here in a permanent crouch or seated on whatever surface you can claim. Hammocks swing in rows so close together that when one man turns, 3 others feel it. There's no such thing as a private moment here. Sleep comes in fragments, interrupted by someone's elbow in your ribs, someone else's feet in your face, the constant symphony of snoring and coughing, and the wet sound of men spitting tobacco juice toward buckets they can't see in the dark. Your assigned space amounts to roughly the dimensions of a modern yoga mat. In this area, you'll sleep, store your possessions if you have any, and exist for whatever hours you're not actively working. There are no lockers, no foot lockers, and nothing resembling storage. What you own, you keep on your person or risk losing to the casual theft that flows through the ship like humidity. The air itself feels borrowed, recycled through too many lungs. In calm weather with the hatches open, you get some circulation. But when storms blow in and everything must be battened down, the atmosphere below deck transforms into something nearly solid. The smell of unwashed bodies mingles with the sweet rot stench of the bilge, where water too filthy to be called water sloshes with every movement of the ship. Men vomit, men relieve themselves in buckets that don't always make it topside before spilling, and men bleed from injuries and infections that never quite heal in this environment. The darkness rarely lifts completely. Candles and lanterns pose fire hazards that terrify even the bravest pirates, so light below deck comes grudgingly, in small measures. You navigate mostly by feel and memory, learning the location of every beam that might crack your skull and every protrusion that might catch your shins. Your body becomes a map of bruises. The deck beneath you stays perpetually damp. Water seeps through the planking above, especially in heavy seas. The wood never fully dries, never stops sweating its moisture into the enclosed space. This wetness breeds mould that climbs the walls in abstract patterns, fuzzy colonies that spread across any surface that stays still long enough. The mould gets into your clothes, into your lungs, and into the bread that constitutes half your diet. Personal hygiene exists only as a concept, something remembered from life ashore. There's no fresh water for washing bodies or clothes. The saltwater alternative leaves your skin sticky and your garments stiff with dried brine. Men develop their own particular odours, signatures you learn to identify in the dark. Some smell of sweat and tobacco. Others carry the sweetish scent of infection, the rot of teeth gone bad, and the sour notes of digestive problems that plague anyone eating the ship's standard fare. Privacy dissolves into something quaint, a luxury from another life. You urinate over the side in full view of anyone who cares to look. Defecation happens in the heads, small platforms that extend from the bow, where you hang suspended over the ocean while waves splash up from below. In rough weather, using the heads requires genuine courage. Men have been washed overboard during these vulnerable moments, and the crew's laughter at such deaths carries a nervous edge, an acknowledgement that it could happen to anyone. The noises never stop. Wood creaks in conversation with the sea, a language of groans and shrieks as the ship flexes and bends. Ropes sing in the wind, Sails crack like whips when they catch gusts wrong. Water slaps the hull in rhythms that change with the weather. And underneath it all, the human sounds, coughing, arguing, and the occasional sob from someone who hasn't yet learned to cry silently. Sleep, when it comes, feels less like rest, and more like unconsciousness claimed by force. Your body learns to find whatever position the hammock allows, and learns to ignore the swaying that never fully stops. Dreams mix with reality in confusing ways. You wake uncertain whether you actually slept, or merely closed your eyes for a few minutes. The line between day and night blurs into something measured only by shifts on deck, by the bells that mark the watches. Your hammock itself becomes intensely personal territory, the only thing in this crowded hell that belongs exclusively to you. Men have killed over hammock disputes, over accusations of theft regarding these simple pieces of canvas. When not in use, hammocks roll into tight bundles that serve as pillows, as seats, or as any surface needed in the moment. They smell like whoever last slept in them, like sweat and salt and the particular quality of dreams had in impossible circumstances. The ship's cook, a position usually given to someone too injured for harder labour, presides over a galley that wouldn't qualify as a kitchen in any modern sense. It's a fire contained in a brick-lined box, jealously guarded, never quite trusted. Around this flame, the entire crew's nutrition revolves in depressing circles. Your breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of hardtack and whatever liquid might be available. The hardtack arrives as thick squares of baked flour and water, designed to last for months without spoiling. This longevity comes at a cost. The biscuits emerge from storage hard enough to crack teeth, permeated with weevils that add unexpected protein. You learn to tap them against the table first to dislodge the larger insects, but the eggs and larvae remain baked into the structure. Eventually you stop checking. The choice becomes simple: eat the weevils or go hungry. The technique for consuming hardtack evolves through necessity. Some men soak it in whatever beverage they possess. Beer when available, increasingly stale water as the voyage wears on. The soaking softens the biscuit into something chewable, but transforms the texture into a paste that is grey and uninviting. Others prefer to gnaw at it dry, working their way through like beavers attacking a particularly stubborn log. The process takes time, provides something to do during empty hours, and keeps the jaw occupied if not satisfied. Midday brings the main meal, a generous term for what arrives in your bowl. Salt pork forms the foundation of this feast, meat preserved in brine so concentrated it would stop a modern heart. The preservation works, technically. The pork doesn't rot in the traditional sense. Instead, it achieves a kind of immortality, becoming something that resembles meat in only the most abstract way. The salt content requires dilution, but fresh water is too precious to waste on making food palatable. You eat it as is, each bite enough salt on your taste buds, your body crying out for any flavour that isn't salt. The cook boils the pork with dried peas when supplies allow, creating a stew that achieves a consistency somewhere between liquid and solid. Chunks of meat, or what used to be meat, float in grey water alongside peas that refuse to fully soften, no matter how long they boil. Sometimes onions make an appearance, precious additions from the last port, already sprouting green shoots in their storage nets. These vegetables get added whole and removed the same way, flavouring the broth without actually being consumed. They'll be used again tomorrow and the day after, until they dissolve into the general nutritional sadness. Protein variety comes from whatever the sea provides. Flying fish sometimes land on deck overnight, gifts you collect at dawn and eat raw or barely cooked. They taste like anything other than salt pork, which makes them delicious by default. In tropical waters, larger catches occasionally supplement the diet, dorado, tuna and shark when desperate. But fishing requires time the crew rarely has, and storms can last for days without allowing anyone to cast a line. The drinking situation deteriorates faster than the food. Ships carry water in wooden barrels that leak and breed algae. Fresh water turns green within weeks, developing a taste that preparation can't eliminate. You drink it anyway, holding your breath, trying not to think about what you're swallowing. Beer lasts longer, the alcohol providing some protection against contamination, but beer requires space that could hold other cargo. Most crews run out within the first month at sea. When the beer vanishes and the water becomes truly undrinkable, you face choices that would horrify your modern self. Some men drink seawater, knowing it will kill them slowly, preferring slow death to the torture of thirst. Others catch rainwater in sails and buckets, drinking it tepid and tasting of canvas, grateful for anything that doesn't burn the throat going down. The lucky ships capture prizes that include fresh provisions, briefly interrupting the downward spiral into malnutrition. Scurvy arrives like a quiet passenger, boarding with the crew but making its presence known only gradually. Your gums begin to bleed when you bite the hardtack. Your skin bruises at the slightest touch, purple flowers blooming across your arms and legs. Old wounds reopen, refusing to heal. Teeth loosen in their sockets, and you learn to chew carefully, afraid of swallowing something that should stay attached. The cure exists. Citrus fruit, fresh vegetables, anything containing what we now call vitamin C. But knowledge doesn't equal access, and ships at sea have no greengrocers. The psychological weight of food monotony shouldn't be underestimated. Humans crave variety in their diet the way they crave air and water. The same meal, day after day, week after week, becomes a form of sensory deprivation. Your mind rebels against it, but your body needs fuel, so you eat. The act transforms from pleasure into purely mechanical necessity. You shovel the tasteless protein into your mouth, swallow without savouring, and count it as another small victory that you survived to eat again. Successful raids bring temporary relief. Captured ships sometimes carry delicacies. Sugar, rice, proper bread that hasn't fossilised, and alcohol in varieties beyond basic beer. These prizes get consumed immediately, crew members gorging themselves sick after months of deprivation. There's no saving for later, no rationing for sensible distribution. The psychology of scarcity overrides reason. You eat because it's there, because tomorrow it won't be, because this might be your only chance to taste something that doesn't make you hate the act of eating. The bell sounds at 4 a.m, pulling you from whatever half-sleep you manage to achieve. Your watch begins now. 4 hours of labour before a brief respite, then 4 more hours. This rhythm continues without pause, without weekends, without holidays. The sea recognises no Sabbath. Your hands, soft and uncalloused at the start, transform within days. Ropework tears the skin from your palms, leaving raw patches that crack and bleed with each new task. The hemp lines that control the sails weigh more than you expect, made heavier by spray and rain. Hauling them requires the coordinated effort of multiple men, everyone pulling in rhythm, shoulders straining and backs protesting. The sails themselves demand constant attention. They tear in storms, develop weak spots from sun exposure, and require patches and repairs that happen aloft, swaying on yards high above the deck. You climb the ratlines, rope ladders that lead up the mast, with hands that shake from exhaustion and fear. The higher you go, the more the ship's movement amplifies. What feels like gentle rolling at deck level becomes violent swinging at the crosstrees. You hook your elbows through the rigging, use your thighs to grip the yard, and try to thread a needle with fingers that won't stop trembling. Pumping the bilge ranks among the worst regular duties. Water constantly seeps into the ship's lowest point, mixing with waste and creating a soup that must be removed to prevent the vessel from foundering. The pump handles require 2 men working in tandem, pushing and pulling in a rhythm that must be maintained for hours. The smell that rises from below defies description. Human waste, rotting food, dead rats, all of it marinating in salt water and darkness. You breathe through your mouth, which helps until you taste what you're smelling. Scraping barnacles and marine growth from the hull happens whenever the ship beaches for careening. The vessel must be tilted on its side, exposing the underwater surface to air and sunlight. You wade into the surf with scrapers, attacking the layers of accumulated life that slow the ship's progress. Barnacles cut like razors. Your shins and forearms collect new scars, thin lines that burn with salt exposure. The work continues until every inch of hull gleams relatively clean, a process that takes days and leaves you wondering if piracy might actually be easier than legitimate sailing. Maintenance never ends because decay never stops. Salt air corrodes metal, requiring constant rust removal and oiling. Wood dries and splits, needing tar and caulking to maintain watertight integrity. Ropes fray and must be replaced or spliced. Sails wear thin and require patching. The ship exists in a state of controlled deterioration, and your labour simply slows the inevitable collapse. Standing watch involves more than passive observation. You're expected to spot other vessels before they spot you, to notice changes in weather while there's still time to react, and to hear anything unusual in the ship's constant voice. This requires a kind of meditation, a sustained attention that fights against boredom and exhaustion. Your eyes scan the horizon in patterns, looking for the telltale interruption of a distant sail, the dark line that indicates an approaching squall. Loading and securing cargo, whether legitimate goods or plunder, demands knowledge of weight distribution and balance. Stack it wrong, and the ship lists dangerously. Tie it down improperly, and it shifts in rough seas, potentially punching through the hull from inside. You learn these lessons by watching, by listening to men with decades of experience, and by occasionally making mistakes that result in injuries and screamed corrections. Combat, when it comes, brings its own exhausting demands. Preparing the ship for battle means clearing the decks of anything that might become a projectile when hit, wetting down surfaces to prevent fire, distributing weapons and loading cannons. The actual fighting lasts minutes but requires hours of setup and potentially days of recovery. The guns themselves weigh tons. Their recoil controlled by ropes that must be maintained and checked. Firing them requires precise choreography. Swab the barrel, load the powder, ram it home, add the shot, prime the touch hole, aim as well as a moving platform allows, fire, and immediately begin the sequence again while smoke obscures everything and noise damages your hearing permanently. The few hours between watches don't provide true rest. You're expected to help with whatever emergency arises. All hands to shorten sail in a sudden storm, everyone to the pumps when a leak springs, and the full crew to chase down a potential prize. Sleep becomes something stolen in small increments, never quite enough, never quite deep enough to truly restore your depleted reserves. Your body adapts because it must. Muscles develop in strange patterns, overdeveloped in your arms and shoulders, and strong in your core from constant balance adjustments. You lose weight despite the physical labour because the food can't match the caloric expenditure. Your face becomes weathered, skin darkening and roughening under constant sun and salt spray. You age years in months, the work literally wearing you down, grinding away at your physical reserves like waves against rock. The barometer drops, though most crew members don't need instruments to sense the change. The air gains weight, pressing against your skin in ways that trigger ancient warnings. Birds vanish from the sky. The water takes on a strange flatness, an oily quality that precedes chaos. When the storm hits, it arrives with personality, with what feels like deliberate malice. Wind screams through the rigging, a sound that drowns out shouted orders. You watch men's mouths move without hearing words, responding to gestures and long-practiced routine. The deck beneath your feet tilts at angles that seem impossible, that should capsize the vessel but somehow don't. Waves no longer look like water. They become moving walls, dark mountains that rise beside the ship, their peaks torn into spray by the wind. One moment you're in a valley between swells, surrounded by water on all sides, unable to see anything but ocean. The next moment the ship climbs, and you glimpse a horizon that curves wrong, that shows you how small and temporary your wooden world really is. The rain doesn't fall, it attacks horizontally, each drop hitting like a tiny fist. You're soaked instantly, and the water temperature depends entirely on what ocean you're crossing. Tropical storms drench you in bath-warm rain that provides no relief from the heat. Northern tempests introduce you to cold that penetrates through clothes and skin, settling into your bones, making your hands too stiff to properly grip the lines you're supposed to be managing. Below deck becomes uninhabitable. The ship's motion transforms from rocking to violent thrashing. Hammocks swing wildly, throwing men against walls and each other. Anyone with a weak stomach, and that's most people in conditions like this, vomits until they have nothing left, then continues with dry heaves that crack ribs. The smell of sick mixes with the general stench, adding another layer to an already unbearable atmosphere. You choose to stay topside despite the danger because at least there you can breathe. Securing yourself becomes paramount. Safety lines get rigged across the deck and you clip in with whatever you can find, a rope around your waist, a quick knot that you pray holds. Men who don't take this seriously disappear over the side, there one moment and gone the next, swallowed by the dark water without ceremony or chance of rescue. The sea doesn't return bodies in these conditions, it keeps what it takes. The sails must come down before they shred, or worse, before they drive the ship under. Furling canvas in a storm requires climbing into conditions that test sanity. The wind tries to pluck you from the rigging like fruit from a tree. The sail fabric whips and cracks, capable of breaking bones if it catches you wrong. You work with hands that have no feeling left, fingers moving on autopsy instincts, muscle memory executing tasks your conscious mind is too terrified to direct. Lightning turns night into day in stuttering intervals, each flash revealing the chaos in stark detail. Men struggling with ropes, officers pointing towards some new crisis, water washing across the deck in quantities that seem impossible to drain before the next wave arrives. The thunder follows close enough that you feel it in your chest, a physical force that competes with the wind for dominance. The ship's timbers scream under the stress. You hear them flex and groan, sounds that suggest imminent breakup, that make you certain this is the wave that finally does it, the one that cracks the spine and sends everyone down. But the vessel holds together through engineering you don't understand, through craftsmanship you've never properly appreciated, and through what starts to feel like supernatural stubbornness. Hours pass without any sense of time. You work, you survive, and you work some more. Exhaustion becomes absolute, a state beyond tiredness, beyond anything you've previously experienced. Your body operates on some reserve fuel you didn't know existed, drawing from stores that will leave you depleted for days afterward. When the storm finally passes, and they always do eventually, the world looks scraped clean, raw. The sea settles into swells that would terrify you in normal times, but now seem gentle by comparison. Sunlight returns with obscene cheerfulness, illuminating the damage that must be assessed and repaired. The deck is littered with debris, torn rope, broken spars, and sometimes personal items that belong to men who are no longer aboard. The human cost reveals itself in the aftermath. You count faces, realise who's missing, and try not to think too hard about the gaps in the crew. Injuries surface as adrenaline fades, broken bones, deep cuts, and burns from ropes that move too fast. The ship's surgeon, if you have one, makes his rounds with the limited supplies available, doing what he can, which often amounts to simply confirming that someone will probably survive or definitely won't. You sleep then, wherever you collapse. The deck works fine. A coil of rope becomes a pillow. Your body doesn't care about comfort or propriety. It demands unconsciousness and takes it by force. Toilets, showers, clean water flowing from taps. These conveniences exist in your memory but nowhere in your current reality. The morning routine you took for granted dissolves into crude approximations. You wake with a mouth that tastes like something died in it, teeth coated in film, and gums tender from the beginning stages of scurvy. There's no toothbrush, no toothpaste, and no mouthwash. Some men chew on frayed rope ends to clean their teeth, a practice that removes some debris while adding interesting splinters. Bathing happens in the ocean, if at all. You strip down and jump overboard when the ship is becalmed and the water looks relatively shark-free. The salt water leaves your skin sticky and your hair stiff, but at least you've removed some of the accumulated grime. The process requires timing and luck. Jump when the ship is moving, and you'll never catch up. Swim too far from the hull, and you become bait for things that see you as food. The crew keeps watch, but their attention spans waver, and being forgotten while treading water ranks among the more terrifying ways to die. Your clothes transform into biological experiments. Sweat, salt water, dirt, and time combine to create garments that could probably stand up on their own. Washing them properly requires fresh water that doesn't exist, so you rinse them in seawater that doesn't really clean, just redistributes the filth. The fabric develops its own ecosystem, lice, fleas, and other parasites that treat your body as their personal territory. You scratch constantly, creating new wounds that don't heal cleanly, and that sometimes become infected. Privacy for bodily functions exists only in concept. Everyone knows when you're constipated because they've watched you struggle in the heads for 20 minutes. Everyone hears when you have diarrhea, that special misery intensified by having to hang your exposed rear end over the ocean while your intestines stage a revolt. Dignity gets left at port, along with every other civilized comfort. Medical care would be laughable if the consequences weren't so serious. The ship's surgeon learned his trade through apprenticeship and experience, not formal education. His toolkit includes saws for amputation, needles for stitching, and alcohol for sterilization, though more of the alcohol ends up consumed than used for cleaning wounds. Anesthesia means getting drunk enough to pass out or biting down on leather, while someone does something horrible to your body. Infections run rampant in these conditions. A small cut becomes a major crisis. The wound reddens, swells, and begins weeping pus. Fever sets in, and you shake under blankets that don't exist while your crewmates debate whether you'll survive. Some infections resolve on their own, the body's immune system winning battles without assistance. Others progress to gangrene, to sepsis, to death, that comes slowly and painfully while everyone watches and tries not to think about their own vulnerability. Climate control amounts to choosing whether to suffer below deck or above. In tropical heat, both options feel like punishments. Below deck, the air temperature rises until breathing becomes labour, until sweat pours from your body faster than you can replace the fluids. Above deck, the sun attacks from overhead while the deck reflects heat upward, cooking you from both directions. There's no escape, no air conditioning, and no fan beyond what the wind provides. Cold climates bring opposite miseries. The ship offers no heating beyond the galley's fire, which must be carefully managed to avoid burning down your only shelter. You layer what clothes you have, but the dampness defeats insulation. The cold settles into your bones, into your joints, making movement painful, making sleep impossible despite exhaustion. Men huddle together for warmth, past caring about personal space or dignity. Entertainment consists of whatever you can create from nothing. Some men carve scrimshaw, etching designs into whale teeth or bone when available. Others tell stories, the same tales recycled until everyone knows them by heart, but keeps listening because the alternative is silence. Card games happen with decks so worn the markings barely register. Dice made from bone rattle in corners during off-watch hours. Gambling provides distraction, even when you're betting things you don't actually own. The isolation from normal human society changes you in ways you don't notice until much later. Your social skills atrophy. Your ability to converse about anything beyond ships and sailing diminishes. You forget what it's like to speak with women, with children, with anyone who doesn't smell like bilge water and desperation. The ship becomes your entire world, and that world is brutally small, populated by the same faces, the same conversations, and the same complaints repeated until they lose meaning. News from land arrives months late, if at all. You have no idea what's happening in the wider world. Wars start and end without your knowledge. Family members die and you're not there. You won't even hear about it until some random encounter in port. The isolation is mental as much as physical, a cutting off from the flow of normal life that leaves you adrift in more than the oceanic sense. The articles get read aloud before you sign, a moment of unexpected formality on a vessel dedicated to lawlessness. The document outlines rules you're expected to follow, punishments for violations, and the system by which decisions get made. You listen carefully because this social contract is the only thing preventing absolute chaos. Every man gets a vote on major decisions, where to hunt for prizes, whether to attack a particular target, and how to divide plunder. This democracy emerges not from progressive political theory, but from practical necessity. When you've assembled a crew of men who've already rejected conventional authority, you can't exactly rule through aristocratic privilege. The captain holds power only as long as the crew believes he's effective. Fail too many times, and you're voted out, replaced by someone the men think might do better. The quartermaster serves as the crew's representative, the balance against the captain's authority. He distributes food, settles disputes, and generally ensures that the captain doesn't get too comfortable with power. This position requires diplomatic skills and the ability to fight, because sometimes disputes get settled with fists rather than words. You watch these dynamics play out and see how carefully the successful quartermasters navigate between crew concerns and operational necessities. Combat brings its own rules, explicitly stated in the articles. Cowardice in battle means death or marooning. Deserting your station gets you flogged if the crew feels merciful. These harsh punishments reflect the reality that everyone's survival depends on everyone else doing their job. One man running during a fight can cascade into total defeat and can get the entire crew killed or captured and hanged. The division of plunder follows predetermined formulas. The captain gets extra shares, as do the quartermaster, the surgeon, and the master gunner. Anyone with specialised skills that benefit the whole crew. But even the captain's portion rarely exceeds 2 or 3 shares, while common sailors get 1. This relative equality stands in stark contrast to merchant and naval vessels, where officers might earn 50 times what ordinary seamen make. Injuries sustained in battle qualify you for compensation, another aspect detailed in the articles. Lost an eye? Here's your payment. Lost a leg? Here's a larger sum. These amounts get paid before the general division of plunder, recognising that the crew owes something to men who sacrifice body parts for the common enterprise. The system acknowledges risk and tries to compensate accordingly, though no amount of money truly repays losing a limb in the 17th century. Punishment for violations happens swiftly and publicly. Steal from a crewmate, and you might receive Moses' law, 39 lashes administered by the person you stole from. The entire crew assembles to watch, partly to witness justice being done, and partly to remind themselves of the consequences of breaking the rules. The whip cuts deep, drawing blood, leaving scars that mark you as someone who couldn't be trusted. Marooning serves as the ultimate punishment, reserved for the worst offences. The condemned man gets left on a small island or beach with a pistol containing 1 shot, a small amount of water, and essentially no food. The single bullet carries symbolic weight. It's for ending your own suffering when starvation becomes unbearable, or for a very slim chance at hunting something edible. Either way, it's probably your last bullet. Most marooned men die slowly, alone, with plenty of time to contemplate their mistakes. The social structure flexes in ways that would confuse someone from conventional society. Men who might be deadly enemies in port work side by side at sea, united by common purpose and shared risk. Racial hierarchies matter less here than in the legitimate world. Black pirates serve alongside white ones with a rough equality that wouldn't exist elsewhere. This isn't enlightened tolerance so much as practical indifference. The sea doesn't care about skin colour, and neither do men focused on survival and profit. Women occasionally sailed with pirate crews, though they typically disguised themselves as men to avoid the complications their presence would create. The few who became known, Anne Bonny, Mary Read, achieved legendary status partly because they were so rare. Most crews maintained explicit rules against bringing women aboard, knowing that sexual tension could destroy the fragile cohesion that kept everyone alive. Drinking happens enthusiastically whenever alcohol becomes available. The articles might limit consumption during active operations, but once plunder is secured and divided, the celebrations begin. Men drink themselves unconscious, fight each other for entertainment, and engage in contests of strength and stupidity. The release of tension that's been building for weeks comes out in explosions of drunken excess, that sometimes result in injuries or deaths that didn't need to happen. Religious practice varies by individual. Some men pray regularly, asking forgiveness for their sins while planning to commit more. Others abandon faith entirely, deciding that if God exists, he's clearly not paying attention to their corner of the ocean. A few become superstitious, developing elaborate rituals around weather signs, lucky charms, and ominous portents. The ship accumulates its own mythology, stories of ghosts and curses that get embellished with each retelling. For all the misery, men kept choosing this life. They signed articles, they went to sea, and they risked everything for what amounts to a lottery ticket in blood. Understanding why requires looking at what they were running from. The merchant marine, the supposedly legitimate alternative, worked sailors just as hard for a fraction of the potential reward. Merchant captains operated under company rules that prioritized profit over humanity. Sailors might go months without pay, their wages held back to prevent desertion. Food on merchant vessels was often worse than pirate fare, rationed more strictly and distributed more unfairly. The promise of steady employment rang hollow when that employment meant slow starvation and brutal discipline. The Royal Navy presented itself as honourable service but delivered something closer to a floating prison. Press gangs roamed port cities, kidnapping men into service against their will. Once aboard a naval vessel, you belonged to the Crown until death or disability released you. Desertion meant hanging if caught. The pay was theoretical, delivered years late if at all. Officers treated common sailors as expendable resources, and the Articles of War authorised flogging for offences as minor as failing to touch your hat to a superior officer. On land, employment options for uneducated, unskilled men centred around hard labour for subsistence wages. You might work as a dockhand, a farm labourer, or a street sweeper, jobs that wore your body down while keeping you perpetually on the edge of poverty. The social mobility that modern people take for granted simply didn't exist. Born poor, you died poor, and so did your children. Piracy offered an alternative, however brutal. You might die, yes, but you might also become wealthy. More importantly, you lived free of the constant humiliation that defined working-class existence in the 17th century. No employer could cheat you out of wages. No aristocrat could beat you for failing to show proper deference. The only authority you answered to was the collective will of men in the same situation, men you'd helped elect, men who could be replaced if they became tyrannical. The gambling aspect attracted a certain personality type, men who preferred a short, exciting life to a long, miserable one. The treasure fantasies might be exaggerated, but successful raids did happen. Ships carrying sugar, indigo, and silver got captured and sold. The proceeds divided among the crew could equal years of wages from legitimate work. Even the ordinary raids, the ones that netted only cloth and tools, provided income that beat anything available through legal means. The thrill of combat called to men who found ordinary life unbearably dull. Modern society has plenty of outlets for this impulse. Extreme sports, action movies, and video games that simulate danger without delivering consequences. The 17th century offered limited substitutes. You could fight in actual wars at actual risk, or you could waste away in some quiet village, knowing you'd never test yourself against anything more challenging than a stubborn mule. The multicultural nature of pirate crews provided refuge for men who didn't fit elsewhere. Escaped slaves found acceptance they'd never know in colonial society. Religious minorities fleeing persecution could practice their faith without interference or abandon faith entirely without judgment. Men whose sexuality made them outcasts on land found communities that cared more about competence than conformity. The ship became a kind of floating sanctuary for everyone conventional society rejected. The stories, of course, helped recruitment. Tales of successful pirates circulated through taverns and dockyards, growing more impressive with each retelling. Young men heard about Henry Morgan retiring wealthy, about Blackbeard commanding fear and respect, and about ships loaded with treasure waiting for someone brave enough to take them. These stories glossed over the disease, the violence, and the high probability of death, but they sold the dream effectively. The alternative to piracy for many men was starving slowly while watching their families starve too. When your children are hungry and your legitimate work can't feed them, the moral calculations shift. Stealing becomes survival. Violence becomes a tool for securing resources that society has denied you through legal means. The romanticisation came later, applied by people who weren't facing those choices. So yes, the conditions aboard pirate ships were terrible, but they were terrible in ways that men fleeing other terrible situations could accept. At least here, the suffering came with agency, with the possibility of reward, and with the dignity of having chosen this path rather than having it forced upon you by birth or circumstance. Not every hour at sea involves crisis or labour. The ship sometimes finds itself in what sailors call the doldrums, regions where wind disappears and the ocean becomes glass. The sails hang limp. The vessel drifts rather than sails. Time expands strangely. You stand at the rail during these calm moments, watching the water. The surface reflects the sky so perfectly that the horizon becomes ambiguous and uncertain. Flying fish break through occasionally, silver arcs that catch sunlight before splashing down. Below the surface, if you look carefully, you can sometimes see shapes moving. Dolphins, sharks, and things you can't quite identify. The sunset in tropical waters paints the sky in colours that seem invented, that look too vivid to be real. Orange bleeds into pink, pink into purple, and purple into deep blue that eventually blackens into night. The stars emerge not gradually but in sudden multitudes, more stars than you've ever seen from land, where lights and haze obscure the full display. The Milky Way sprawls across the darkness, a river of light that ancient peoples thought connected heaven and earth. On clear nights, you can navigate by stars, though you probably don't know how. The older sailors do, though, men who learned celestial navigation through years of observation, who can tell you what that bright point is, which constellation is rising, and what it all means for your position and prospects. Their knowledge feels like magic, like a secret language written across the sky. Phosphorescence in the water creates different wonders. Disturb the ocean at night, and it glows green, like disturbed fireflies have infiltrated the sea. The ship's wake trails luminescence behind it, a path of light that fades but never completely disappears. Men trailing their hands in the water watch the glow swirl around their fingers, momentarily distracted from hunger and discomfort by something beautiful. Birds sometimes land on the rigging, exhausted migrants following routes between continents. They rest for hours or days, eyeing the crew warily, grateful for the solid perch even if it's moving. Their presence means land exists somewhere in some direction, though how far and which way remains unclear. When they finally gather strength to continue, you watch them go with something like envy. The ship develops its own rhythms, patterns you learn to read. The way it moves in different wave conditions and the sounds that mean everything's normal versus the ones that signal problems. You become attuned to these signals without conscious thought, waking from sleep when something changes even if you can't immediately identify what triggered your awareness. Conversations during quiet times reveal more than you'd expect. Men who seem brutal in action show unexpected depth when discussing philosophy, religion, and the nature of justice. The crew includes former scholars, failed businessmen, priests who lost their faith, and soldiers tired of following orders. Their stories emerge in fragments, never told completely, always coloured by whatever they want you to believe. Music happens when someone has the energy and inclination. A fiddle appears from storage, or a flute, or just voices singing songs that everyone knows. Sea shanties serve as work songs, their rhythms coordinating labour, but the quiet songs speak to loneliness, to homes left behind, and to women who probably aren't waiting anymore. The melodies carry across the water, and you wonder if anyone on distant ships hears them. If the sound reaches fish swimming far below, you think about home during these moments, though home might not welcome you back. Piracy carries a death sentence in most jurisdictions. Going home means risking capture, trial, and a dance at the end of a rope. Some men plan to retire to remote colonies where their past won't follow. Others seem to have accepted that this life will end at sea one way or another, and that's fine because there's nothing pulling them towards shore anyway. The ocean itself becomes familiar in ways that seem impossible. You learn to read the water, to see patterns in the waves, and to interpret the colour and movement in ways that predict weather and currents. This knowledge doesn't come from books. It accumulates through observation, through mistakes that teach painful lessons, and through listening to men who survived long enough to become experts. In the quietest moments, when your watch has you standing alone while others sleep, you confront yourself. The person you were on land, the person you might have become, and the person you've turned into out here, they're all present, but somehow separate. You've done things you never imagined doing. You've survived situations that should have killed you. You've become someone your former self wouldn't recognise, and you're not entirely sure how to feel about that transformation. The stars wheel overhead, indifferent to your contemplation. The ship creaks and murmurs in its sleep. The ocean breathes, swells rising and falling in patterns older than human memory. And you stand there, temporary and small, stealing this moment of peace before the next crisis demands your attention, and the machinery of survival grinds forward again. Imagine standing on a rocky shore somewhere in 9th century Scandinavia, watching the morning mist roll off the water like breath from some sleeping giant. The air smells of salt and pine resin, smoke from cooking fires, and the earthy scent of sheep wool being carded for spinning. This is a world where every natural phenomenon has a story, every storm a personality, every sunrise a small victory of light over chaos. In this northern realm, the gods were not distant cosmic administrators sitting on clouds passing judgment. They were neighbours with complicated personal lives, prone to making questionable decisions and occasionally needing help from humans to get out of trouble. Thor wasn't just the thunder god. He was that strong friend who'd help you move furniture and accidentally break your door frame while being genuinely apologetic about it. Odin was the mysterious uncle who showed up unexpectedly with cryptic advice that only made sense years later. The Norse cosmos was structured like a great tree, Yggdrasil, and if I mispronounce this or any other words, please grill me down below so I can learn. Now where was I? Oh yes, the world Ash, whose branches and roots connected 9 different realms. It was less a scientific model and more a poetic way of understanding how everything fit together. The gods lived in Asgard, humans in Midgard, giants in Jotunheim, and various other beings occupied the remaining worlds. Death wasn't a single destination but several, depending on how you died, and which deity claimed you. Warriors might feast in Valhalla, others might find themselves in Hell's Hall, which, despite the similar name to the Christian concept, was more like a quiet, somewhat dreary retirement community than a place of torment. Life in the Norse world revolved around practical concerns that made theological disputes seem somewhat academic. You needed your crops to grow, your ships to return safely, your children to survive infancy, and your neighbours not to start feuds that would consume generations. The gods were approached with the same practical mindset. You honoured them not out of abstract devotion, but because maintaining good relationships with powerful beings seemed like sensible risk management. Religious practice happened everywhere and nowhere in particular. There were no grand temples in early Scandinavia, no priestly hierarchy, and no holy books to consult. Instead, religion happened at boundary stones marking property lines, at sacred groves where particular trees had witnessed enough history to become witnesses to oaths, and at natural springs where offerings disappeared into darkness. Your average Norse farmer was simultaneously landowner, priest, judge, and storyteller, performing whatever rituals seemed appropriate for the occasion, without requiring approval from religious authorities. The sacred and the mundane braided together like threads in tablet weaving. You might sacrifice to Thor before a journey. But you also checked your ship for leaks and packed adequate supplies. You honoured the land spirits that inhabited fields and forests, but you also rotated crops and managed woodlots. This wasn't hypocrisy or shallow belief. It was practical wisdom that recognised both supernatural and natural forces shaped outcomes. Stories about the gods served multiple purposes beyond entertainment during long winter nights. They were educational tools teaching moral lessons, legal precedents explaining why certain customs existed, psychological frameworks for processing complex emotions, and social bonding experiences that connected communities across generations. When your grandfather told stories his grandfather had told him, you were participating in something older than memory, connecting to a tradition that stretched back before anyone could remember when it started. The Norse relationship with fate, the concept of wyrd, was simultaneously fatalistic and empowering. The future was set, woven by the Norns who sat at Yggdrasil's roots spinning destiny like thread. Yet how you met that fate, the courage and honour you displayed facing inevitable outcomes, remained entirely within your control. It was like knowing your flight will eventually land but still being responsible for how you conduct yourself during the journey. Magic, Seidon, existed in this world as a practical craft, though it carried complicated social implications. Women primarily practiced the most powerful forms, which involved going into trances and communicating with spirits to gain knowledge or influence events. Men who practiced these arts faced social stigma because the practice involved a kind of passive receptivity that contradicted masculine ideals of direct action. It was one of those cultural quirks that seem strange from the outside but make perfect sense within the system's internal logic. Death rituals in pre-Christian Scandinavia reflected beliefs about the afterlife's continuation of earthly existence. The dead were buried or burned with possessions they'd need in the next world: weapons, jewellery, and sometimes even ships for high-status individuals. But they were also buried with everyday items: combs, gaming pieces, and cooking equipment. The afterlife apparently involved both heroic feasting and quiet evenings playing board games, which honestly sounds more appealing than many alternatives. This was a world where time moved in cycles rather than lines, where the past and future existed simultaneously in the present, and where gods and humans shared the same fundamental nature and faced similar challenges. The universe would eventually end in Ragnarok, a twilight of the gods that would consume everything in fire and flood. But from those ashes, a new world would emerge, and the cycle would begin again. Even destruction was just transformation, not finality. Into this intricate web of belief, practice, and worldview, Christianity was about to arrive. But it didn't come as a conquering army sweeping away everything before it. It came as a persistent whisper, a new melody gradually finding harmony with older songs, a slow tide that transformed the landscape so gradually that people barely noticed, until everything had changed. The first Christians your Norse ancestors encountered were probably not impressive evangelists with compelling theological arguments. They were more likely slaves captured during raids on Christian lands, monks who'd washed up on shores after shipwrecks, or merchants who made the sign of the cross before business deals and seemed oddly unwilling to swear oaths by Thor or Odin. Picture a trading port somewhere in Denmark around 800 CE, where the air smells like tar from ship maintenance, dried fish hanging in warehouses, and exotic spices from Byzantine markets. Here, Norse traders who travelled to Christian lands in Frisia or England might wear small cross pendants alongside their Thor's hammers, not from deep conviction, but because it seemed to help business dealings with Christian merchants. Religion, in this context, was less about exclusive truth claims and more about social lubrication, making potentially hostile strangers willing to trade fairly. These early encounters with Christianity were often bewildering for Norse people. The religion seemed to have some appealing features: eternal life in a paradise that sounded considerably more comfortable than most Norse afterlife options, a god who apparently loved everyone regardless of their social status, and a moral framework that theoretically protected the weak from the strong. But it also had some deeply strange requirements from a Norse perspective. Christianity demanded exclusive worship of a single god, which seemed simultaneously arrogant and impractical. Why would you put all your eggs in one cosmic basket when you could maintain relationships with multiple powerful beings? The Norse approach had always been more portfolio diversification than monotheistic commitment. You honoured Thor for protection, Freyr for fertility, Odin for wisdom, and various land spirits for local concerns. Limiting yourself to a single deity seemed like terrible risk management. The Christian prohibition on violence was particularly puzzling in a society where honour and reputation could only be maintained through willingness to fight when challenged. How could you survive, let alone prosper, if you turned the other cheek every time someone insulted you or your family? The Norse legal system was built around the assumption that people would pursue feuds to restore honour after offences. Christianity's emphasis on forgiveness threatened to unravel the entire social fabric. Yet some aspects of Christianity resonated with Norse values in unexpected ways. Christ's sacrifice had elements of the heroic death that Norse culture celebrated. His willingness to endure suffering for others echoed the warrior ethos that prized courage over survival. The Christian emphasis on fate and divine providence wasn't so different from Norse beliefs about Wyrd and the Norns' weaving, and the promise that the meek would inherit the earth had obvious appeal to thralls and poor farmers who occupied the bottom of Scandinavian social hierarchies. The earliest conversions in Scandinavia often happened through personal relationships rather than theological persuasion. A Norse trader might convert to Christianity because it helped him do business in Christian ports, then gradually find himself actually believing the teachings he'd initially adopted for practical reasons. A slave from Ireland or England might maintain Christian practices in captivity, and his Norse master's children might grow curious about this religion that seemed to provide such comfort to someone in desperate circumstances. Some conversions were more cynical. Kings and jarls recognized that Christian kingdoms in Europe had developed centralized power structures that made them wealthy and formidable. Christianity seemed to come packaged with literacy, advanced administration, and diplomatic connections to powerful southern kingdoms. Converting to Christianity might be worth it purely for the political and economic advantages, regardless of personal belief. The Christian missionaries who eventually arrived in Scandinavia with deliberate evangelical intentions discovered that converting Norse people required considerable cultural translation. They couldn't simply condemn everything about Norse religion as demonic without losing their audience entirely. Instead, the most successful missionaries looked for points of connection, ways to present Christianity as fulfilling rather than contradicting Norse spiritual yearnings. These missionaries learned to work within existing Norse frameworks even while trying to transform them. They presented Christ as the ultimate warrior king who defeated death itself through heroic sacrifice. They described heaven using imagery that Norse people would find appealing: feasting, reunions with loved ones, an escape from cold and hardship. They portrayed the Christian God as more powerful than Odin or Thor, able to control the same natural forces but with greater authority and consistency. The Norse response to these missionary efforts was neither immediate acceptance nor violent rejection, but something more complicated. People hedged their bets, attending Christian services while still making offerings to the old gods. They baptized their children while still telling stories about Thor's adventures. They built churches next to sacred groves, apparently assuming the different divine powers could coexist if given appropriate space. This period of dual religious practice created some genuinely odd hybrid situations. Archaeological evidence shows Christian crosses decorated with Norse artistic motifs, Thor's hammers modified to look more cross-like, and burial practices that mixed Christian and pagan elements with cheerful disregard for theological consistency. People seemed to approach religion with pragmatic flexibility, taking what seemed useful from Christianity, while retaining practices that had served their ancestors for generations. The smell of this changing world mixed old and new in distinctive ways. Incense from Christian rituals drifted through halls that still smelled of mead and roasted meat from traditional feasts. Church bells rang out across landscapes where sacred groves still stood, their trees hung with offerings. Priests in rough woolen robes walked paths where vulvas, female seers, had once travelled from farm to farm performing prophecies and magic. This religious borderland, where Christianity and Norse paganism coexisted in uneasy proximity, would persist for generations. It was messy, inconsistent, and probably theologically unsatisfying to true believers on either side. But it was also deeply human, reflecting how people actually navigate religious change, not through sudden conversion experiences or violent ruptures, but through gradual adaptation, selective adoption, and the slow transformation of meaning that happens when new ideas encounter old patterns of life. The conversion of Scandinavia accelerated dramatically when kings decided Christianity served their political interests, though this process looks less like spiritual awakening and more like medieval corporate restructuring with religious branding. Take Olaf Tryggvason, who became King of Norway in 995. He'd spent years in England and had converted to Christianity there, probably with genuine belief mixed with political calculation. When he returned to claim the Norwegian throne, he brought Christian missionaries and a conviction that religious uniformity would strengthen royal power. His conversion methods were, let's call them, assertive. Olaf's approach to evangelism involved showing up at regional assemblies, things, with armed retainers, and offering local leaders a straightforward choice: convert to Christianity or face immediate consequences that range from exile to execution. He destroyed pagan temples, threw sacred idols into fjords, and generally demonstrated that Christianity had the backing of overwhelming military force. It was the medieval equivalent of a hostile corporate takeover, where the new management makes it clear that everyone will adopt the new corporate culture or find employment elsewhere. The funny thing about this forced conversion approach was how often it backfired. Olaf managed to alienate so many powerful people that he eventually died in battle against a coalition of his enemies, and Norway promptly returned to paganism like someone reverting to their natural hair colour after an unsuccessful dye job. Religious change imposed through violence alone rarely sticks, because it creates resentment rather than conviction. But Olaf's namesake, Olaf Haraldsson, later St. Olaf, learned from these mistakes when he became king a generation later. His approach was more sophisticated, combining military pressure with economic incentives and genuine missionary work. He brought in trained priests who could actually explain Christian theology, rather than just demanding submission. He built churches that doubled as administrative centres, making Christianity practically useful for governance. He offered tax breaks to converts and made Christian baptism a requirement for full participation in legal proceedings. This Olaf also died violently. It turns out that aggressive religious reform combined with heavy taxation made him unpopular regardless of his methods. But his legacy endured. After his death, miracles were reported at his shrine. He was declared a saint, and suddenly Norway had its own holy figure who happened to be a warrior king. It was brilliant religious marketing. Christianity repackaged with a Norse hero at its centre, someone who understood honour and courage and dying gloriously in battle. In Denmark, King Harald Bluetooth, yes, that's where your wireless technology got its name, converted around 965 and commissioned the Jelling Stones, massive rune stones that announced his accomplishment in bringing Christianity to Denmark. The stones combined traditional Norse art styles with Christian symbolism, creating a visual representation of cultural synthesis. Harald understood that successful conversion required making Christianity feel Norse rather than foreign, wrapping new beliefs in familiar aesthetic forms. Sweden took longer to convert, partly because centralised royal power developed more slowly there. Missionaries working in Sweden faced the challenge of converting a more decentralised society where no single king could impose religious uniformity from above. This meant more grassroots evangelism, more negotiation with local leaders, and more instances of Christianity adapting to existing social structures rather than transforming them wholesale. The most successful missionaries in Sweden tended to be those who showed genuine respect for Norse culture, while presenting Christianity as its fulfillment. They learned Old Norse, participated in local life, and found ways to present Christian teachings using Norse storytelling traditions. They discovered that you couldn't insult someone's ancestors and their centuries-old traditions, and then expect them to embrace your religion. Persuasion required building relationships, demonstrating that Christianity enhanced rather than rejected Norse identity. Iceland's conversion in 1000 CE showcased a uniquely Norse solution to religious conflict. The island was tearing itself apart as Christian and pagan factions moved towards civil war. Rather than fight, they agreed to let the law speaker, a kind of chief legal expert, decide Iceland's religious future. He spent a day and night under his cloak considering the problem, then announced his decision. Iceland would be officially Christian, but people could still practice pagan rites privately if they wished. It was religious compromise at its most pragmatic, choosing social peace over theological purity. This political decision didn't immediately change Icelandic hearts and minds, but it created the framework for gradual transformation. Once Christianity became the official religion, it controlled education, literacy, legal proceedings, and social advancement. Over time, being Christian shifted from political compliance to cultural norm to genuine belief, though the process took generations. The missionaries themselves came from diverse backgrounds with varying approaches. Some were aristocratic younger sons who'd entered the church as a career rather than from deep vocation. Others were genuinely devoted monks who'd volunteered for what was considered dangerous frontier work. A few were Scandinavians who'd converted while travelling abroad and returned as missionaries to their own people, bringing insider knowledge that made them more effective evangelists. These missionaries faced practical challenges that often outweighed theological ones. Scandinavia's climate was harsh, communications were difficult, and learning Old Norse was complicated by the lack of written materials. Early missionaries often depended on local hospitality, making them vulnerable to the very people they were trying to convert. They needed to prove Christianity's practical value, providing literacy, mediating disputes, and offering connections to wider European networks, while gradually introducing theological concepts that might take years for people to fully understand. The smell of this missionary era was distinctive. Incense from Mass mixing with wood smoke from longhouse fires, parchment and ink in newly established scriptoria, and the distinctive scent of fresh-hewn timber as churches rose next to ancient sacred sites. Church bells introduced new sounds to landscapes where previously only natural noises and human voices marked time. Latin chants echoed in places where previously only Old Norse poetry and everyday conversation had been heard. As Christianity took root in Scandinavia, something fascinating happened to the old myths. They didn't simply disappear or get violently suppressed. Instead, they underwent a transformation as complex as any mythological shape-shifting, emerging in new forms that served new purposes while retaining echoes of their ancient power. The monks who first wrote down Norse mythology faced a delightful paradox. They were Christian scholars who theoretically shouldn't preserve pagan myths, yet they were also the only people with literacy and the cultural interest to record these stories before they vanished entirely. Their solution was to become creative editors, preserving the myths while subtly Christianizing their interpretation. Take the prose Edda, written by Icelandic scholar Snorri Sturluson in the 13th century. Snorri was Christian, but he recognized that understanding traditional Norse poetry required knowledge of the old myths. His solution was ingenious. He presented the Norse gods as ancient human kings who'd been mistakenly worshipped as deities due to their remarkable abilities. It was euhemerism, the theory that gods were actually historical figures who'd been deified, and it allowed Snorri to preserve detailed mythological knowledge while maintaining that Christianity was correct and paganism had been based on misunderstanding. This interpretation required some creative theological gymnastics. Snorri traced the Aesir, the Norse gods, back to Troy after its fall, making them descendants of classical civilization rather than independent Scandinavian deities. It was like creating an elaborate backstory that connected Norse mythology to the broader historical narrative Christianity recognized, turning Odin from a god into a very impressive ancient king who'd led his people north from Asia. The funny part is that Snorri preserved far more authentic mythological detail than he probably should have, if his goal was simply Christian apologetics. He couldn't resist the story's narrative power, their poetic complexity, and their psychological insight. Reading the prose Edda, you can almost feel him enjoying the myths even while explaining why they were technically incorrect from a Christian perspective. Other Christian writers took different approaches to the old stories. Some portrayed the Norse gods as demons who deceived humans into worship, casting mythology as a tragic history of supernatural manipulation. This interpretation allowed for detailed mythological description while clearly condemning the beliefs themselves. The demons were real, just evil rather than divine, and their stories served as cautionary tales about the consequences of worshipping false powers. Still others saw in Norse mythology dim reflections of Christian truth, as if the pagan past had contained prophetic glimpses of revelation to come. Odin's self-sacrifice hanging on Yggdrasil for 9 nights to gain wisdom became a prefiguration of Christ's crucifixion. Baldur's death at the hands of treachery and his eventual return after Ragnarok echoed Christ's death and resurrection. These parallels allowed Christians to acknowledge the myth's spiritual depth while subordinating them to the Christian narrative. The most significant reinterpretation involved Ragnarok itself, this cosmic catastrophe where gods and giants would destroy each other and the world would burn, had always been central to Norse cosmology. Christian interpreters recognized its similarity to apocalyptic Christian traditions and recast it as a pagan prophecy of the Last Judgment. The new world emerging from Ragnarok's ashes became heaven. Baldur's return became Christ's second coming, and the entire Norse eschatology was retrofitted into a Christian framework. This reinterpretation changed the myth's meaning in subtle ways. Originally, Ragnarok represented the inevitable triumph of entropy and chaos, the recognition that even gods cannot prevent eventual destruction. It was cosmologically pessimistic but ethically empowering. Since everything ends anyway, what matters is how you conduct yourself in the meantime. The Christian reinterpretation transformed this into a story about sin's consequences and redemption's promise, changing the emotional valence from tragic acceptance to hopeful expectation. Local folklore underwent similar transformations. The Landvatir, land spirits that inhabited natural features, became associated with trolls and hidden people, still present but now classified as natural creatures rather than objects of worship. The elves of Norse tradition split into 2 categories. Some became angels or saints, while others became associated with demons and dark magic. The Norns who wove fate became analogous to God's providence, their weaving reinterpreted as a divine plan rather than an impersonal cosmic force. Interestingly, some of the most powerful Norse deities simply merged with Christian figures. Thor's protective role was often transferred to St. Michael, who fought demons with similar martial effectiveness. Freya's association with fertility and prosperity found new expression in prayers to the Virgin Mary and various agricultural saints. Odin's connection to wisdom and poetry was partially absorbed into the cult of saints associated with learning and eloquence. The practical rituals of Norse paganism underwent equally creative reinterpretation. The custom of drinking rounds in memory of the gods became a Christian practice of toasts to Christ and various saints. The midwinter sacrifice and feast became July, eventually Christmas, maintaining its association with light returning during the darkest season, while completely changing its theological meaning. Spring fertility rites were reframed as Easter celebrations, keeping the timing and some customs while attaching them to Christ's resurrection. Even the runic alphabet, which had been imbued with magical significance in pagan times, was partially Christianized. Christians continued using runes for inscriptions, but sometimes included crosses and Christian prayers alongside traditional runic formulas. The Sigurd stones in Sweden provide perfect examples, memorial stones carved with both the legendary dragon slayer Sigurd and Christian prayers for the dead, creating visual syntheses that would have seemed contradictory to theological purists, but made perfect sense to people living through cultural transition. The skalds, professional Norse poets, face particular challenges in this era of reinterpretation. Their traditional verse forms relied heavily on kennings, elaborate metaphorical phrases that often referenced pagan mythology. How do you compose in traditional Norse poetry when half your metaphorical vocabulary refers to gods you're supposedly no longer allowed to mention? The solution was to keep using the old kennings, while adding disclaimers that these were just poetic conventions, not actual beliefs. It was like using Greek mythological references in modern English. Everyone understood the cultural references without thinking Zeus actually existed. What emerged from this period of reinterpretation was a uniquely hybrid tradition that was neither purely Christian nor purely Norse, but something new. The myths survived not in their original context, but in transformed versions that served different purposes for different communities. Scholars preserved them as historical curiosities and poetic resources. Common people remembered them as entertaining stories about the past. Christian theologians used them as examples of human religious instincts groping toward truth before revelation provided clarity. This creative reinterpretation meant that Norse mythology never completely died even as Christianity triumphed. Instead, it was preserved in amber, fossilized in texts, and transformed into folklore, waiting for later generations to rediscover and once again reinterpret for their own purposes. The myth's survival, ironically, depended on their enemies becoming their recorders and translators. The transformation of Norse religious practice was perhaps even more profound than the reinterpretation of myths, because it changed how people moved through the rhythms of daily and seasonal life, how they marked births and deaths, and how they structured time itself. Before Christianity, your Norse ancestors organised their year around agricultural cycles and seasonal festivals that had religious significance but also practical purposes. The midwinter celebration brought communities together during the darkest, coldest time of year, reinforcing social bonds when isolation might otherwise lead to despair. Spring festivals marked the return to agricultural work with rituals ensuring fertility of fields and livestock. Harvest celebrations gave thanks for successful crops while preparing for winter's challenges. Christianity didn't eliminate these seasonal rhythms. That would have been both impractical and unnecessary, but it gradually reframed them within a Christian liturgical calendar. The timing often remained identical, but the meaning and associated practices shifted. Midwinter became Christmas, celebrating Christ's birth rather than honouring various gods and spirits associated with the season. The spring festival became Easter, focusing on resurrection rather than agricultural renewal, though the themes of life returning after death weren't incompatible. This transformation happened gradually, with considerable overlap between old and new practices. For generations, people celebrated Christian holy days, while maintaining customs that had originated in pagan contexts. They might attend Mass at the new wooden church, then go home to traditional feasting that looked suspiciously similar to pre-Christian celebrations. The food smelled the same: roasted meat, fresh bread, fermented drinks, even if the prayers before eating had changed. Personal life cycle rituals underwent particularly significant changes. Pre-Christian Norse societies had marked births with naming ceremonies where the father officially recognised the child and sponsors gave gifts, establishing social relationships and inheritance rights. Christianity introduced baptism, which served similar social functions, establishing the child's identity, creating godparent relationships, integrating the new person into the community, but within a framework of spiritual rebirth and original sin that was distinctly Christian. The baptismal ceremony itself often retained Norse elements despite its Christian meaning. The ritual washing paralleled earlier customs of sprinkling newborns with water while naming them. The giving of gifts by godparents echoed traditional gift-giving by sponsors. Even the timing sometimes accommodated Norse preferences. Some Christian communities allowed delayed baptism, so families could choose auspicious occasions according to traditional reckoning, though the Church officially preferred immediate baptism to protect the child's soul. Coming-of-age transitions also evolved. Pre-Christian Norse societies had marked the transition to adulthood through various ceremonies and tests that demonstrated capability for adult responsibilities. Christianity introduced confirmation, where young people publicly affirmed their faith and received full status as church members. The underlying function, marking the passage from childhood to adult community membership, remained similar even as the ritual forms and stated purposes changed. Marriage practices showed perhaps the most complex blending of old and new. Norse marriage had primarily been a property arrangement between families, with elaborate negotiations over bride price and dowry, sealed with oaths before witnesses and celebrated with feasting. Christianity introduced the idea that marriage was a sacrament with spiritual significance, requiring a church blessing and theoretically indissoluble except through death. In practice, Norse marriage customs gradually absorbed Christian elements rather than being replaced wholesale. The negotiations and property arrangements continued, but now a church ceremony preceded or followed the traditional festivities. The bride still wore Norse-style dress and jewellery, but might also wear Christian symbols. The feast still included traditional foods and drinks, but now began with Christian prayers. It was syncretism in action, each tradition borrowing elements from the other, until distinguishing original from adopted became nearly impossible. Death rituals experienced the most dramatic transformation, because Christianity and Norse paganism had fundamentally different ideas about what happened after death, and how the living should relate to the dead. Pre-Christian Norse funerary practices involved elaborate grave goods, ship burials for elite individuals, and sometimes cremation to speed the deceased's journey to the afterlife. These practices reflected beliefs that the dead continued existing in forms that resembled earthly life. Christian burial was radically simpler. The body went into the ground, oriented east-west, with few or no grave goods, because material possessions had no value in the spiritual afterlife to come. The funeral service focused on prayers for the soul, rather than equipping the deceased for their journey. Church graveyards replaced traditional burial mounds and family plots, relocating the dead from their own lands to communal Christian space. This transition was painful for many families. The old practices had provided comfort through their implicit promise that loved ones continued existing in recognizable form. The elaborate preparations, provisioning the grave with food, tools and treasures, gave mourners concrete actions to perform, ways to demonstrate continuing care for the deceased. Christian burial seemed stark by comparison, stripping away these comforting rituals and leaving only prayers and faith in an invisible afterlife. Yet Christianity offered its own consolations that gradually became meaningful to converts. The promise of eventual resurrection provided hope that relationships severed by death would be restored. The idea that social hierarchies didn't persist into the afterlife meant that even slaves and poor farmers could hope for a better existence after death. The regular prayers for the dead maintained a connection between living and deceased that paralleled older practices of remembering ancestors. Gradually, hybrid practices emerged that satisfied both Christian requirements and Norse emotional needs. People might bury their dead in church graveyards according to Christian rites, while still leaving small offerings at the graves. Technically a Christian practice, but flavoured with older habits. They might have masses said for the deceased while also telling stories about their ancestors in ways that kept them present in communal memory, blending Christian intercession with Norse ancestor veneration. The physical landscape of ritual also transformed. Pre-Christian sacred sites, groves, springs, stone circles, mountain peaks, either were Christianized through the addition of crosses and small chapels, or became forbidden places associated with demons and trolls. Churches rose on former sacred sites, sometimes deliberately claiming these spaces for Christianity, other times simply because these locations had always been community gathering places regardless of religious significance. The architecture of early Norse churches reflected cultural synthesis, built using traditional Scandinavian woodworking techniques, often by the same craftsmen who built longhouses and ships. These stave churches incorporated Christian architectural elements like cruciform layouts and western-facing entrances while maintaining distinctively Norse aesthetic character. Their carved portals included both Christian symbols and traditional interlaced patterns, dragons that might be demonic or might simply be familiar decorative motifs stripped of their original meaning. The smell inside these new churches mixed imported and local elements, incense and candle wax from Christian liturgy, fresh timber from Norse building traditions, wool and leather from congregants' clothing, and the earthy smell of dirt floors. The sound shifted too. Latin chanting replaced Old Norse poetry. Church bells marked time instead of natural rhythms and horns. But underneath these new sounds, familiar voices speaking Norse discussed community affairs in the same building where they prayed in Latin. What emerged was a distinctively Norse Christianity, neither identical to continental European practice, nor simply paganism with a Christian veneer. It was something genuinely new, created by communities adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining continuity with their past. The transformation was neither simple replacement nor pure synthesis, but a complex negotiation between competing values, practical accommodations, and genuine changes in belief that occurred over multiple generations. Even as Christianity became dominant across Scandinavia, pockets of pagan practice persisted for centuries in remote areas where royal authority was weak, missionary presence limited, and traditional ways deeply rooted in landscape and community memory. Picture a small farming valley in inland Norway or Sweden around 1100 CE, several generations after official conversion. The nearest church is half a day's journey away, the priest visits irregularly, and daily life remains structured by agricultural cycles and weather patterns that care nothing for Christian liturgical calendars. Here, people might dutifully attend Easter and Christmas services when possible, but they also maintain older practices that their families have performed for longer than anyone can remember. These last pagans weren't necessarily defiant rebels making conscious theological choices. Often they were simply rural people maintaining traditions that worked, that connected them to place and ancestors, and that provided meaning and structure to lives far from power centres where religious uniformity was being enforced. They sacrificed to land spirits not because they rejected Christianity, but because their grandfather's grandfather had done so, and the crops seemed to grow better when you honoured the beings who inhabited the fields. The Sami people of northern Scandinavia maintained their indigenous spiritual practices longest, partly because their lifestyle as reindeer herders kept them mobile and difficult to systematically convert, and partly because their beliefs were so thoroughly integrated with their relationship to the land that changing religion would have required changing their entire way of life. Christian missionaries working among the Sami discovered that conventional evangelical approaches designed for settled agricultural communities simply didn't work with people whose spirituality was inseparable from their nomadic patterns and intimate knowledge of Arctic wilderness. In Iceland, the situation was particularly interesting because the compromise conversion of 1000 CE had explicitly allowed private pagan practice to continue. This created a centuries-long period where people publicly conformed to Christianity while privately maintaining older traditions, creating a cultural schizophrenia that was probably psychologically uncomfortable but practically manageable. Icelandic sagas written during this period reflect this tension, portraying pre-Christian ancestors with admiration while acknowledging Christianity's truth, trying to honour the past without endorsing its religious framework. The last explicitly pagan temples were probably destroyed by the late 11th century, but informal sacred sites persisted much longer. Certain groves, springs and mountains retained their holy character in local consciousness even after Christianity officially claimed them. People might cross themselves before approaching these places, while also leaving small offerings, combining Christian protection with older practices of propitiating local powers. It was spiritual insurance, covering all bases just in case. Folk magic and superstition preserved fragments of pagan belief in forms that were technically compatible with Christianity, if you squinted and didn't examine them too closely. The Galder chanting used in Norse magic simply became folk healing charms that invoked Christian saints instead of pagan gods. The runes lost their divine associations, but retained their use in protective amulets and folk remedies. The belief in hidden people and land Vetir was reframed as superstition rather than religion, allowing it to persist as colourful folklore rather than a condemned practice. Women, particularly older women in rural areas, became the primary keepers of these borderland traditions. Their knowledge of healing herbs, midwifery, weather prediction, and folk magic often retained connections to pre-Christian practices even after generations of Christianity. They weren't necessarily consciously preserving paganism, but their practical knowledge came packaged with ritual elements and spiritual understandings that had roots in older worldviews. The Church's response to these persistent pagan elements oscillated between violent suppression and pragmatic accommodation. During periodic reform movements, authorities would crack down on folk practices, threatening severe penalties for anyone caught making offerings to stones or trees, performing pagan-flavoured magic, or consulting seers. Other times, the Church essentially looked the other way, recognising that rural populations would maintain certain traditions regardless of official policy, and deciding that nominal Christianity with folk elements was better than driving people into open rebellion. Some clergy even participated in this accommodation, learning to distinguish between practices they considered genuinely dangerous to souls and harmless customs that could be tolerated or even Christianized through reinterpretation. A rural priest might privately disapprove of his parishioners leaving milk offerings at fairy mounds while publicly focusing his preaching on more pressing moral issues like violence and theft. The memory of the old ways was also preserved through the skaldic tradition, which continued for centuries after conversion. Skalds needed to understand traditional mythology to compose proper verse, so they maintained detailed knowledge of pagan beliefs and stories even while personally being Christian. This created an interesting situation where the most sophisticated preservers of Norse mythology were often monks and priests who recorded these stories as literary heritage rather than living religion. The saga tradition performed similar preservative work. Saga writers, working mostly in Iceland during the 13th and 14th centuries, were thoroughly Christian but wrote extensively about their pagan ancestors with sympathy and admiration. They portrayed these earlier Icelanders as noble, honourable people who simply hadn't yet received Christian revelation. The sagas became a way of honouring ancestral culture while maintaining proper Christian identity. You could admire your pagan great-great-grandfather's courage and cleverness without endorsing his religious beliefs. This selective remembering created a romanticised vision of the pagan past that probably bore only partial resemblance to historical reality. The sagas emphasised heroic values, dramatic conflicts, and colourful personalities while downplaying the more mundane aspects of Norse paganism. They preserved memory of the old gods primarily as characters in entertaining stories, rather than as deities who'd actually been worshipped. It was like remembering Greek mythology, culturally important, aesthetically valued, but no longer religiously believed. By the 14th century, explicitly pagan practice had essentially disappeared from Scandinavia, though the process had taken centuries longer than official conversion dates suggested. What remained were cultural habits, storytelling traditions, place names that referenced old gods, and a landscape still marked by ancient sacred sites, even if their original meaning had been forgotten or transformed. The last person in Scandinavia to genuinely worship Odin or Thor probably died sometime in the late Middle Ages, in some remote location without anyone recording the moment or recognising its historical significance. It was an undramatic ending to a religious tradition that had sustained Norse peoples for millennia. Not a violent suppression or dramatic final stand, but simply the quiet death of the last practitioner in a world where everyone else had moved on. Yet in another sense, Norse paganism never entirely died. It survived in folk customs whose origins were forgotten, in stories parents told children on winter nights, in the names of weekdays that still honour Thor and Freya, and in the landscape itself, where every feature seemed to carry memory of older meanings. The old ways didn't disappear so much as they dissolved into the cultural substrate, becoming part of how Norse-descended people understood themselves even after their religious framework had completely changed. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the night grows quieter around you, let's explore how this ancient religious transformation continues to echo through modern life in ways you probably never notice unless someone points them out. Every Thursday, you honour Thor. Every Friday, Freya gets her due. These weekday names are fossils from a time when these deities were actively worshipped, preserved in language long after their religious significance vanished. It's one of history's pleasant ironies that the most secular act, checking your calendar to see what day it is, perpetually honours gods that Christians spent centuries trying to eliminate from memory. The Christmas tree in your living room, if you have one, has roots that stretch back to pre-Christian Nordic traditions of bringing evergreen boughs indoors during midwinter, a way of celebrating life's persistence through the darkest season. The custom survived Christianization by being reinterpreted as a symbol of Christ's eternal life, but its origins lie in older practices of honouring nature's resilience. Your holiday decorations connect you to ancestors who stood in frozen forests and marvelled that some trees remained green even when everything else seemed dead. The literary legacy of this conversion is extraordinary. The preservation of Norse mythology through Christian scribes means we know more about Norse religion than we do about most other pre-Christian European belief systems. If medieval monks hadn't written down the Eddas and sagas, we'd have only fragmentary archaeological evidence and would need to reconstruct Norse beliefs through guesswork and comparison with other Germanic traditions. The irony is delicious. Christianity's triumph ensured the survival of detailed knowledge about the religion it replaced. This preserved mythology has had an outsized influence on modern fantasy literature, film, and popular culture. Every time you encounter elves, dwarves, trolls, or dragons in fantasy fiction, you're experiencing concepts that were filtered through Norse tradition and preserved by Christian scribes. J.R.R. Tolkien drew heavily on Norse mythology for Middle-earth, creating a fantasy world that was essentially a love letter to the literature produced during Christianity's absorption of Norse culture. The Lord of the Rings exists because Snorri Sturluson decided to write down the myths he'd learned centuries earlier. Modern Scandinavian identity still draws heavily on Norse heritage, even in nations that have been Christian for a millennium. Norway's constitution invokes historical continuity with Viking Age kingdoms. Iceland's sense of cultural distinctiveness emphasises saga literature and the preserved Old Norse language. Sweden's tourism industry sells Viking experiences alongside Lutheran churches. This isn't a contradiction. It's the long-term result of that medieval synthesis, where Christian faith and Norse cultural identity learn to coexist in the same communities. The physical landscape of Scandinavia still bears marks of this religious transformation. Stave churches that combine Norse woodworking traditions with Christian architecture dot the Norwegian countryside, their dragon-headed roof ornaments and interlaced carvings creating visual bridges between the pagan past and Christian present. Rune stones that mix Christian crosses with traditional Norse artistic motifs stand in fields and along roadsides, permanent records of that transitional period when people were figuring out how to be both Christian and Norse. Place names across Scandinavia preserve memory of pagan sacred sites and mythological associations. Towns and features named for Thor, Odin and Freya are as common in Sweden, Norway and Denmark as towns named for saints. Every map is a palimpsest where Christian geography overlays but doesn't completely erase earlier religious meanings. When modern Scandinavians give directions or discuss locations, they're constantly invoking a landscape that was sacred long before Christianity arrived. The folk traditions that survived Christianization have become valued cultural heritage rather than embarrassing pagan residue. Midsummer celebrations across Scandinavia, ostensibly Christian festivals of St. John's Eve, retain pagan elements in their emphasis on fertility, seasonal transition, and connection to nature's rhythms. The Christmas goat of Scandinavian tradition, which seems random to outsiders, connects to pre-Christian winter celebrations. These customs are now treasured as authentic cultural expressions, rather than condemned as pagan survivals. The modern revival of Norse paganism, various forms of heathenry or asatru, represents an interesting twist in this story. Contemporary pagans attempt to reconstruct Norse religious practice, but they're working primarily from sources written by Christians, preserved through Christian institutions, and interpreted through centuries of Christian cultural influence. They're trying to recover something that was already transformed by the time it was recorded. It's like trying to restore a painting when all you have are descriptions written by people who disagreed with the original artist's vision. This modern Norse paganism is simultaneously a return to pre-Christian religion and a completely new creation, because you can't actually step into the same river twice. The contemporary people attempting to worship Odin and Thor live in a world shaped by centuries of Christianity, scientific rationalism, and modern values. Their paganism is necessarily different from what their ancestors practiced, filtered through all the intervening history that makes direct reconstruction impossible. The academic study of Norse mythology and Viking Age culture has exploded in recent decades, partly driven by popular interest, partly by improved archaeological techniques, and partly by recognition that Norse contributions to European culture deserve serious attention. Universities offer courses on Old Norse literature, museums mount exhibitions on Viking Age religion, and scholars publish detailed studies of conversion processes. The medieval Christians who preserved these myths while trying to replace them inadvertently created materials for a thriving modern field of historical study. Popular culture's endless fascination with Vikings ensures that Norse mythology remains commercially viable and culturally relevant. Marvel's Thor films introduce Norse gods to global audiences who've never heard of the Eddas. Video games let players explore Viking Age worlds with varying degrees of historical accuracy. Television series dramatize Norse religion and society for entertainment value. This pop culture engagement is often historically dubious, but it keeps Norse mythology alive in contemporary imagination in ways that purely academic preservation never could. The conversion of Scandinavia also provides historical lessons about how religious change actually happens, which is rarely through the dramatic confrontations or sudden revelations that make good stories. Real conversion is messy and gradual, and involves generations of people maintaining seemingly contradictory beliefs while slowly shifting toward new frameworks. It's not conquest, but negotiation, not replacement, but transformation, not either or, but both and, until eventually the both becomes just an and becomes invisible. This process offers insights for understanding contemporary religious change and cultural transformation. When you see modern societies grappling with secularization, immigration, or other forces that challenge traditional religious frameworks, you're watching patterns similar to those that played out in medieval Scandinavia. The specifics differ, but the underlying dynamics, how people balance inherited identity with new influences, how institutions adapt to maintain relevance, how meaning-making systems evolve while claiming continuity, these patterns repeat across different contexts. The Norse experience also demonstrates that cultural loss and cultural survival aren't simple opposites. Yes, Norse paganism as a living religious tradition essentially disappeared, but Norse culture, mythology, values, and identity survived in transformed versions that remain vital today. The conversion was simultaneously an ending and a continuation, a loss and a gain, a death and a metamorphosis. Trying to classify it as purely positive or negative misses the complexity of how human cultures actually evolve. As our journey through this religious transformation draws to a close, imagine standing once more on that rocky northern shore, but now in our own time. The air still smells of salt and pine, but now church bells mix with those eternal rhythms. The landscape that once held only pagan sacred sites now contains churches, but those churches often stand where the sacred sites once stood, occupying space that was holy long before Christianity arrived. The northern lights flicker overhead, the same aurora that your distant ancestors saw and interpreted through their own religious frameworks. They might have seen Bifrost, the rainbow bridge to Asgard, or the Valkyries riding through the sky gathering the heroic dead. Later generations saw them as natural phenomena, beautiful but devoid of religious meaning, explained by science rather than myth. Yet the lights themselves remain unchanged. It's only human interpretation that shifts. This continuity of landscape combined with transformation of meaning captures something essential about the conversion we've been exploring. The physical world remained the same. The sky, sea, forests and mountains that witnessed pagan rituals also witnessed Christian prayers. What changed was the language people used to describe their relationship with this world, the stories they told to explain their place in it, and the rituals they performed to connect with powers beyond themselves. The conversion of Scandinavia wasn't unique. Christianity spread across most of Europe through similar processes of negotiation, adaptation, and gradual transformation. But the Norse experience is particularly well documented because literacy arrived in Scandinavia roughly simultaneously with Christianity, meaning we have unusually detailed records of the transition from people who lived through it. The Icelanders, in particular, had reasons to preserve detailed accounts of their past, because their society was so thoroughly organised around memory, genealogy, and historical precedent. What makes this story worth pondering as you drift towards sleep is its reminder that all the things we consider permanent and unchangeable were once new and contested. Christianity, which now seems to many Europeans like an eternal part of their cultural heritage, was once foreign and strange. The Norse paganism that seems exotic and distant to us was once ordinary daily practice, as normal and unremarkable as checking your phone is today. This recognition can be simultaneously unsettling and liberating. Unsettling because it suggests that our own certainties might someday seem as quaint and outdated as beliefs about Odin and Thor now appear to most people. Liberating because it demonstrates that humans have always navigated religious and cultural change, have always found ways to honour their past while adapting to their present, and have always created meaning in whatever circumstances they found themselves. The people who lived through Scandinavia's Christianization weren't so different from us. They worried about their children's futures, tried to honour their parents' memories, sought meaning in their daily work and attempted to understand forces beyond their control. They faced change they didn't necessarily want or choose but had to accommodate. They tried to preserve what seemed valuable from their heritage while adopting what seemed useful from new influences. Some of them resisted change stubbornly, clinging to old ways until they died. Others embraced Christianity enthusiastically, perhaps too eager to abandon traditions their ancestors had valued. Most probably fell somewhere in between, hedging their bets, keeping what they could of the old while accepting what seemed inevitable about the new, and creating hybrid practices that satisfied neither pagan purists nor Christian reformers, but worked for people living ordinary lives in extraordinary times. The monks who preserved Norse mythology while simultaneously working to replace it were engaged in an act of profound cultural generosity, whether they recognized it or not. By writing down stories about gods they didn't believe in, they gave future generations the gift of knowing their own past with unusual clarity. They couldn't have known that their careful transcriptions would someday inspire fantasy novels, academic dissertations, and contemporary pagan reconstructions. They were just trying to be thorough scholars in their own time. What survived from pre-Christian Scandinavia survived because someone thought it was worth preserving, even when that preservation happened through institutional structures dedicated to replacing the very beliefs being recorded. This paradox suggests something important about how cultural memory works. We don't preserve the past through isolation and refusal to change. We preserve it through creative transformation, through finding new context for old meanings, and through recording and reinterpreting so that each generation can engage with what came before in ways that make sense for their own circumstances. The Northern Lights continue their silent dance overhead, caring nothing about human interpretations, changing nothing about their behaviour regardless of whether observers see bifrost or atmospheric electrical phenomena. This indifference of the natural world to human meaning-making is oddly comforting. Beneath all our religious frameworks, mythological systems, and competing truth claims, the world simply is. Stars wheeling overhead, tides advancing and retreating, and seasons cycling through their eternal patterns. Yet we are meaning-making creatures who cannot simply experience the world without interpreting it. We need stories to explain why things are as they are, rituals to mark important transitions, and communities bound together by shared beliefs and practices. Religion, in all its forms, emerges from these fundamental human needs. The conversion of Scandinavia didn't change these needs, it changed how people satisfied them. As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself thinking about your own religious or spiritual framework, whatever form it takes. Where did it come from? What earlier traditions influenced it? What transformations occurred between its origins and its current form? How might it continue evolving? These aren't questions that require answers tonight. They're simply worth pondering, letting them drift through your consciousness like the northern lights drift across the Arctic sky. The story of Christianity transforming Norse mythology reminds us that spiritual certainty is often retrospective. It looks solid and permanent only when we're looking backward at it. To the people living through it, religious change felt uncertain, contested, and incomplete. They couldn't see the neat narrative arc that historians would later impose on their experience. They were just trying to figure out how to live faithfully in changing circumstances, making their best guesses about ultimate things while managing immediate concerns like crops, weather, and family relationships. This is ultimately a deeply human story about how people navigate between honouring their past and adapting to their present, between inherited identity and chosen belief, and between what they're told they should believe and what their lived experience teaches them. The specifics are Norse and Christian and medieval, but the underlying patterns are universal and timeless. Imagine waking in a small Icelandic farmhouse sometime in the 13th century, centuries after official conversion, but in a world still saturated with memory of the old ways. The morning light is pale and thin. It's winter and full daylight won't arrive for hours yet. You pull on layers of wool against the cold, eat porridge that tastes of salt and butter, and perhaps attend a brief morning prayer that your Christian household maintains as daily practice. But as you go about your morning tasks, feeding animals, checking on supplies, preparing for the day's work, you also pour a small amount of milk on the ground near your barn, a gesture your grandmother taught you, maintaining a relationship with the hidden people who share this land. You're not being hypocritical or confused. You're simply honouring both the Christian framework that structures your community's formal religious life and the older practices that connect you to this specific place and your family's history within it. This is how most religious transformation actually looks, not the dramatic confrontations and decisive moments that make it into official histories, but the quiet daily negotiations between inherited practice and adopted belief, the practical accommodations that let people maintain continuity with their past while adapting to their present. The monastery bells ring across the valley, a relatively new sound in this ancient landscape, but one that now marks time and calls the faithful to prayer. Yet the mountains that echo these bells are the same mountains that heard older invocations, and the stones that support the church absorbed prayers to different powers for centuries before Christianity arrived. The landscape holds all these layers of meaning without contradiction, accepting human interpretations while remaining fundamentally itself. By the time you finish your morning routine and look toward the day's work, you're operating in multiple time frames simultaneously. You're a Christian living in the 13th century according to the religious framework your community has adopted. You're also an heir to traditions stretching back before Christianity arrived, carrying practices and memories your ancestors developed over generations. You're simultaneously new and ancient, Christian and Norse, traditional and innovative. This layered identity isn't confusion, it's richness. It's the natural result of living in a culture where change happened slowly enough that people could maintain multiple frameworks simultaneously, where conversion was a process rather than an event, and where the new didn't require complete abandonment of the old. As you finally step outside into the pale northern morning, breathing air that carries the sharpness of approaching winter, you're walking in a world that has been profoundly transformed while remaining recognisably itself. The conversion of Scandinavia to Christianity changed everything about how people understood their relationship to the divine, yet changed remarkably little about the daily rhythms of life shaped by climate, geography, and agricultural necessity. This is the quiet miracle of cultural transformation, that it can be simultaneously revolutionary and barely noticeable, that people can undergo profound changes in worldview while maintaining practical continuity in their daily lives, and that new religious frameworks can take root without completely destroying the cultural soil from which earlier traditions grew. Rest now, and let these stories of conversion and transformation drift through your consciousness like snow falling on ancient stones. The world you wake to tomorrow will be different from the medieval North we've been exploring, but it will bear the marks of these transformations and countless others like them. Every morning is simultaneously new and old, every culture simultaneously changing and continuous, and every person simultaneously heir to the past and creator of the future. The Northern Lights continue their dance, indifferent to human interpretations but somehow enriched by all the meanings we've projected onto them across millennia. May your sleep be as peaceful as that indifference, as rich as those accumulated meanings, and as continuous as those ancient patterns cycling endlessly through the Arctic night. Sleep well, knowing that transformation and continuity aren't opposites, but partners in the endless dance of human culture, adapting to change while maintaining connection to its deepest roots. Hello, my tired friends. Tonight, we are going back to a time before harbours and compasses and sails snapping in ocean wind. We are going to the very beginning, when humans first realised they could move across water without drowning, and when that realisation changed everything about how we understood our world. Before we had cities or written language or metal tools, we had boats. The story of how we learned to float is older than almost any other human technology, and it began not with grand designs but with simple observation and desperate need. You're standing at the edge of a river in what will someday be called the Fertile Crescent. The year is roughly 8,000 before the Common Era. The water moves past you with that particular sound rivers make when they are full and confident and going somewhere important. Your people have been following this river for 3 generations now. You know its moods. You know when it floods and when it shrinks back into itself. You know which fish swim near the surface at dawn and which plants grow thick along the muddy banks. But you have never been to the other side. The river is too wide to throw a stone across, too deep to wade, too fast to swim without being pulled downstream into waters you do not recognise. On the far bank you can see fruit trees heavy with something your people have never tasted. You can see birds nesting in numbers that would feed your family for a moon cycle. Everything you want is over there. Everything you need is here. Someone in your group has been watching logs in the water. This is not unusual. Logs float past every few days, torn from upstream banks during storms, but this person has been watching differently. Not just seeing them, but thinking about them. One morning after a night of heavy rain, a massive tree trunk comes down the river. It moves slower than the water around it, turning slightly as it catches on rocks and sandbars. 3 people from your group wade out to where the water reaches their chests. They grab the log, they pull it to shore, then they do something that has never been done before in exactly this way. They climb onto it. The log rolls. They fall off. They try again. The log rolls. They fall off. By midday, 6 people are attempting this strange new game. By evening, someone figures out that if you lie flat on your belly and spread your weight across the wood, the log becomes more stable. You are not that person. You're watching from shore. You're the one who notices that when they splash their hands and kick their feet, the log moves forward, not quickly, not gracefully, but forward. The next day, someone ties 2 logs together using vine. The lashing is crude but functional. The double log does not roll. You can sit on it without falling. You can use a branch to push against the river bottom and move yourself through shallow water. Within a week, your group has created something that looks less like a log and more like a platform. 5 logs bound together side by side, wide enough that 3 adults can sit without tilting it, stable enough that someone can stand if they keep their knees bent and their weight centered. This is not a boat, not yet, but it is the great-great-grandmother of every boat that will ever exist. Archaeologists call these bundle rafts. They appear in the material record across multiple continents at roughly the same time period. The specimens found in Peru date to approximately 7,000 years before the Common Era. The examples from the Persian Gulf region might be older still. You push your raft into the current on a morning when the air smells like rain but the sky is clear. The water is cold. It seeps up through the gaps between logs and soaks into your clothing. The raft sits low, with only a hand's width between the top of the logs and the river surface. You have a long pole cut from straight wood. You push it down into the riverbed and feel the mud give way beneath the tip. You push harder. The raft moves forward 1 body length. You pull the pole up and plant it again. Push, move, pull, plant. The rhythm becomes automatic. Halfway across the river, the bottom drops away. Your pole finds no purchase. You pull it up and lay it across your lap. The current takes you downstream. You do not panic. You have expected this. You have watched the river long enough to know it will push you toward the far bank if you let it. The raft spins slowly. You see your camp from an angle you've never seen it before. You see the curve of the river valley. You see the tree line and the smoke from morning fires and the shapes of people standing at the water's edge, watching you drift away from everything familiar. Then the bottom comes back. Your pole finds mud. You push towards shore. The raft scrapes onto a sandbar with a sound like wooden breathing. You step onto land that your ancestors have never touched. You walk to the fruit trees. The fruit tastes like honey and sunlight and the future. When you return to your people with your arms full of food, they ask you the question that humans have been asking about boats ever since. They ask how far you could go. The bundle raft spreads across human cultures faster than agriculture, faster than pottery, faster than woven cloth. The design appears independently on every continent where people live near water. The Uros people on Lake Titicaca still build these rafts today using totora reeds. Their construction methods are likely identical to methods used 10,000 years ago. The logic is universal. Things that float can be tied together. Things tied together can hold weight. Weight distributed across floating things can carry people over water. This is engineering at its most fundamental. This is humans looking at a problem and solving it with whatever materials happen to be within arm's reach. But wood and reeds deteriorate. They rot in water. They come apart when lashing loosens. They work for crossing rivers, but not for travelling rivers. They work for fishing close to shore, but not for following coastlines. They work for getting across, but not for coming back. You need something better. You need something that can be shaped instead of just bundled. You need to stop tying things together and start making things whole. You're standing in a forest in what will someday be Northern Europe. The year is approximately 6,000 before the Common Era. You're looking at a pine tree that fell during the winter. Lightning struck it at the crown and split it down to the roots. Half the tree is still standing. Half lies on the ground in front of you. The fallen half is longer than 5 people lying head to toe, thicker than your torso at the base. The wood is solid. The bark is still attached. Inside the split, you can see the pale flesh of the tree still damp with sap. You have been thinking about boats for 2 seasons now. Your people have bundle rafts, but they come apart. The reeds get waterlogged, the vines stretch and snap. You spend more time repairing rafts than using them, but this tree is one piece, solid all the way through. If you could make it hollow, it would float with nothing to come untied. If you could make it curved inside like a bowl, it could hold people without letting water in. You do not have metal tools. Metal has not been invented yet in your corner of the world. What you have is stone. Sharp stone that can be chipped into edges, stone that can be hafted onto wooden handles, stone that holds an edge just long enough to be useful before it needs resharpening. You also have fire. You build a small fire on top of the log, you feed it carefully. You do not want flames, you want coals. Red coals that sit in one place and burn downward into the wood instead of spreading outward along the bark. The wood begins to char. The charcoal layer goes soft. You scrape it away with a flat stone. You scrape until you reach hard wood again. Then you build another small fire in the scraped hollow. More coals, more charring, more scraping. This is not quick work. This is the kind of work measured in weeks. You burn and scrape, burn and scrape. The hollow grows deeper, the shape starts to emerge. Not a perfect shape, not a planned shape. A shape that follows the grain of the wood and the patience of fire. The Pesser canoe is the oldest known boat in the world. It was found in the Netherlands and dates to between 8,000 and 7,500 years before the Common Era. The canoe is 3 meters long and 44 centimeters wide. It was made from a single Scots pine log using the burn and scrape method. The wood has been preserved in peat bog conditions for nearly 10,000 years. When archaeologists examined the Pest canoe under magnification, they found tool marks, stone tool marks. The pattern of scraping is visible in the charred wood grain. Someone made this boat using the same technique you're using right now. Someone burned and scraped for weeks to create a hollow that could hold one person and a fishing spear and nothing else. Your canoe takes 20 days to complete. When you're finished, the log has been transformed into something that looks almost intentional. The hollow runs most of the length of the trunk. The walls are thick enough to be strong but thin enough to be light. The bottom is rounded. The ends are blunt. You drag it to the water on a path of rollers made from small logs. 4 people help you. The canoe is heavy but manageable. When you push it into the lake, it floats. The hollow stays dry. The wood sits in the water like it was always meant to be there. You climb in carefully. The canoe rocks. You freeze. It steadies. You sit on the bottom with your legs crossed and your weight centered. You pick up a paddle made from a flat piece of wood lashed to a handle. You dip one side into the water and pull. The canoe moves forward. It does not spin. It does not drift sideways. It goes where you point it. This is different from a raft. This is controlled movement. This is intention made physical. You can go across the lake or along the shoreline or straight into the wind. You can carry more weight than yourself. You can bring home enough fish to feed your entire group. But more importantly, you can come back. The dugout canoe becomes the dominant watercraft design for the next 6,000 years. Examples appear in Africa, Asia, Europe, the Americas and Oceania. Some are small like yours, some are massive. The Maori Wakatawa war canoes from New Zealand could be 40 meters long and hold up to 80 warriors. Those massive canoes started the same way yours did, with fire and stone and patient scraping. The Scandinavian bog finds reveal an evolution in technique. Early canoes are rough, later ones show increasingly sophisticated tool marks. By 4,000 years before the Common Era, humans in northern Europe are using stone adzes to shape the interior walls to even thickness. They're carving decorative patterns along the gunnels. They're creating vessels that are not just functional, but beautiful. You teach the fire and scrape method to your children. They teach it to their children. The knowledge spreads along waterways and coastlines. Different cultures develop different refinements. Some people discover that if you make the prow pointed instead of blunt, the canoe moves through water with less resistance. Some people figure out that if you make the sides slightly higher, you can travel in rougher conditions without taking on water. In the Pacific Northwest, indigenous peoples take the dugout design to extraordinary levels. They use cedar trees that grow wide enough to yield canoes capable of ocean travel. They heat and bend the wood to widen the beam. They add carved figureheads that serve both spiritual and practical purposes. These canoes can navigate open ocean swells and carry entire families with their possessions across hundreds of miles of water. The oldest known canoe in Africa comes from the Dufuna site in Nigeria. It dates to approximately 6,000 years before the Common Era. Like the Pest canoe, it was made using fire and simple tools. Unlike the Pest canoe, it is much larger, 2.5 meters long, 70 centimeters wide, built to carry multiple people and cargo through swampland rivers where crocodiles outnumber humans. You are getting older now. Your children have children. Your original canoe is still in use. The wood has darkened with age. The interior walls are smooth from years of wear. Small cracks have appeared near the prow, but they do not leak. The boat has become part of your family's identity. People know you as the fireboat maker, the person who figured out how to trap air inside wood. One day, your oldest grandchild asks you why you made the hollow the shape it is. You realize you do not have a good answer. You made it the way it wanted to be made. You followed the wood's grain. You stopped when the walls felt right. But your grandchild wants to understand the principles, why this shape works and other shapes do not. You spend an afternoon trying to explain something you learned through doing rather than thinking. You talk about how the rounded bottom makes the canoe stable, how the curved sides keep water from pouring in when the boat rocks, how the pointed ends cut through water instead of pushing it. This conversation's important. This is the moment when boat-making stops being accidental and starts being intentional. This is when humans begin to understand the physics of floating without having words for physics yet. You're standing in a marsh in southern Mesopotamia. The year is approximately 5,000 before the Common Era. The water here does not flow like a river. It spreads out in shallow pools and channels that change with the seasons. Reeds grow taller than your head. The mud is black and rich and smells like decomposing vegetation. Your people do not have forests. Your people do not have logs thick enough for dugout canoes. What you have is reeds. Millions of reeds. More reeds than you could harvest in 100 lifetimes. Reeds float. You have known this since childhood. Every child who plays in these marshes builds small reed boats by accident, while gathering stalks for basket making. But those play boats fall apart. The reeds separate. Water gets in. They work for a few minutes and then they stop working. The breakthrough comes from watching how your people make floor mats. The tight bundling. The systematic wrapping. The way each reed is laid parallel to the next and bound at regular intervals so the whole thing holds together under weight. You gather reeds in the early morning when they're wet with dew and flexible. You need hundreds of them. You sort them by length and thickness. You lay them in parallel bundles about as thick as your leg. Then you take smaller reeds and weave them around the bundle at intervals, pulling tight, creating a bound cylinder that cannot separate. You make 6 of these cylinders. Each one is longer than you are tall. You lay them side by side. You lash them together using more reed cord. The result looks like a golden raft that curves slightly upward at both ends, because that is how the reeds naturally want to lie. The marsh Arabs of southern Iraq still build these boats today. They call them mashuvs. The design has not changed in 7,000 years. The construction method is identical. The materials are identical. These boats appear in cylinder seals and cuneiform records from Sumerian cities. They appear in Assyrian palace reliefs. They appear in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where the character Urshanabi uses a reed boat to ferry Gilgamesh across the waters of death. Your reed boat floats high on the water, much higher than a bundle raft. The bound reeds create air pockets that give buoyancy without weight. You can stand on this boat without it sinking. You can jump on it without breaking it. The reeds are flexible enough to bend with the water's movement, but bound tightly enough not to come apart. You push out into the marsh using a long pole. The bottom is soft mud. The pole sinks deep but provides enough resistance to propel you forward. Small fish scatter in front of the boat. Waterbirds lift off from reed clusters and circle overhead before landing again behind you. The boat handles differently than a dugout canoe. It rides on top of the water instead of sitting in it. It catches the wind. In a strong breeze, you can feel it trying to turn sideways. You learn to angle your pole to compensate. You learn to read the water's surface for current directions. You learn that the boat moves fastest when you pole on alternating sides instead of just pushing from one side. Reed boats have one significant advantage over wooden dugouts. They're absurdly easy to repair. When reeds get waterlogged or damaged, you cut them out and weave in fresh ones. The boat never gets old because you are constantly replacing parts of it. Your boat is simultaneously 7 years old and 7 days old, depending on which reeds you are looking at. In Egypt, reed boats follow a different design. The Nile gives you papyrus instead of marsh reeds. Papyrus stalks are thicker and more rigid. The Egyptians bundle them into boat-shaped forms with high, curved prows and sterns. These papyrus boats appear in Egyptian art as early as the pre-dynastic period, before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt around 3,100 years before the Common Era. The tomb of Saqqara contains relief carvings showing papyrus boat construction. The images are detailed enough that modern boat builders have used them as instructions. The stalks are laid lengthwise and bound with papyrus cord. The bundles are lashed together in layers, creating a thick hull. The ends are pulled upward and bound tightly to create the distinctive curved shape. Thor Heyerdahl built 2 replica papyrus boats in the 20th century Common Era to test whether ancient vessels could make transoceanic voyages. The first boat, Ra-1, partially succeeded in crossing the Atlantic before the stern came apart due to construction errors. The second boat, Ra-2, completed the crossing from Morocco to Barbados in 57 days. The design worked. The materials worked. The concept of papyrus boats being seaworthy enough for ocean travel was validated. But you're not thinking about ocean travel. You're thinking about fishing in a marsh. You're thinking about moving cargo from one seasonal camp to another. You're thinking about the way your children can learn to build these boats with minimal instruction, because the process is intuitive. Your daughter learns to make reed boats by watching you for 3 days and then building one herself. Hers is smaller than yours. She makes mistakes. She binds the reeds too loosely in some places and too tightly in others. The shape is irregular, but it floats. It holds her weight. It moves when she poles it. She's 12 years old and she has made a functional watercraft from plants she harvested this morning. This is the power of reed boat technology. It is accessible. It does not require specialized tools. It does not require rare materials. It does not require years of training. Anyone who can weave a basket can theoretically build a reed boat. The learning curve is gentle. The disadvantage becomes apparent over time. Reed boats are temporary. They last 1 season, maybe 2 if you maintain them obsessively. The reeds rot. They become waterlogged. They lose buoyancy. You cannot leave a reed boat in the water for months and expect it to still work. You must pull it ashore after each use. You must dry it. You must inspect it for damage. Some cultures solve this problem by treating reed boats as disposable. You build one when you need it. You use it for a few weeks or months. When it stops working, you let it decompose back into the marsh and build another. The time investment is low enough that this approach makes sense. 3 days to build a boat that lasts 3 months is a reasonable trade. Other cultures focus on extending reed boat lifespan. They coat the reeds with bitumen, a natural tar that seeps up from the ground in places like Mesopotamia. The bitumen waterproofs the reeds and slows decomposition. Archaeological sites in Iraq have found bitumen-coated reed fragments that date back 6,000 years. The bitumen preserved the reeds well enough that you can still see the weaving pattern. You try the bitumen method. You collect the tar from a seep near your village. You heat it until it becomes liquid. You paint it onto your boat's hull using a flat stick. The hot bitumen soaks into the reeds and hardens as it cools. The boat becomes darker, heavier, and much more waterproof. It still needs to be dried after use, but the reeds last twice as long before needing replacement. The smell of bitumen becomes associated with water travel in your culture. When people return from river journeys, they smell like heated tar. Children playing at boat building smear themselves with mud and pretend it is bitumen. The scent becomes nostalgic. Generations later, your descendants will smell bitumen and think of their great-grandparents who wove reeds into floating platforms. Reed boat culture produces specialized knowledge about plants. You learn which reeds are strongest, which ones have the right amount of flex, Which ones resist rot better? You learn that reeds harvested in late summer are more durable than reeds harvested in early spring. You learn that larger diameter stalks are better for the outer layers, while smaller stalks are better for the inner core. This knowledge spreads along trade routes. People from different marshes compare techniques. Someone discovers that mixing different reed species in specific ratios creates boats with better properties. Someone else figures out that if you soak certain reeds in water before bundling them, they bind more tightly. The accumulated wisdom of reed boat building becomes a body of knowledge that requires years to fully learn. But even as reed boats become more sophisticated, they remain limited. They are perfect for marshes and calm rivers. They work reasonably well on lakes. They are adequate for protected coastal waters. But they are not designed for open water. They cannot handle large waves. They cannot travel long distances. They cannot carry truly heavy cargo. For those tasks, you need a different approach. You need to stop thinking about bundles and hollows. You need to start thinking about assembled structures. You need to invent planks. You're standing on the bank of the Nile in Egypt. The year is approximately 3,500 years before the Common Era. The river flows north with that steady Nile persistence that has defined Egyptian life since the first settlements. The water is brown with silt. The air smells like fish and wet mud and distant grain fields. Your people have been building boats from papyrus for generations, but papyrus boats are limited. They work for moving up and down the river, they work for fishing and transport, but they are slow. Moving cargo upstream means poling against the current for days. Your arms ache just thinking about it. Then someone notices something obvious. Something so obvious that you wonder why no one thought of it before. The wind blows south. The river flows north. These two facts have been true your entire life. You have never questioned them. They are as permanent as the sun rising in the east. But now someone is looking at those two facts and seeing possibility instead of just weather. If the wind blows south and you want to go south, you could let the wind push you instead of fighting the current with poles. You would need something for the wind to push against. Something light enough not to sink the boat, but large enough to catch enough wind to matter. The first sail is probably a woven reed mat. The same kind of mat people use for roofing and walls and sleeping platforms. Someone props it upright on a papyrus boat using two poles as supports. The wind catches it. The boat moves backward. This is unexpected. The person adjusts the mat angle, tries again. The boat moves sideways. More adjustment, more testing. Eventually, the boat moves in the intended direction. This is one of those discoveries that seems simple in retrospect, but represents a genuine cognitive breakthrough. Humans have been using wind to dry clothes and winnow grain and cool houses for thousands of years. But using wind for propulsion requires thinking about wind as a force that can be directed and controlled, rather than just experienced. The earliest direct evidence of Egyptian sails comes from painted pottery and hieroglyphics dating to the Naqada period, roughly 3,500 years before the Common Era. The images show boats with single rectangular sails mounted on masts. The masts are short and positioned near the centre of the boat. The sails are wide relative to their height, creating a square shape that maximises surface area. You build your first sailed boat using a wooden dugout as the base. The dugout is more stable than a papyrus boat, and less likely to tip when the sail catches wind. You lash two poles together to create a mast. You weave a rectangular sail from linen strips. The weaving takes 6 days. The sail needs to be tight enough to hold its shape, but flexible enough to billow with wind. You step the mast by wedging it into a notch carved into the boat's keel. The mast is not tall. It reaches about twice your height when you're sitting. You attach the sail's top edge to a horizontal yard pole. You tie lines to the yard's end so you can raise and lower the sail. You tie additional lines to the bottom corners of the sail so you can control the angle. The first time you sail, you nearly capsize. The wind fills the sail faster than you expect. The boat tips sharply. You release the control lines in panic. The sail spills wind and the boat steadies. You're breathing hard. You're also grinning. You try again. This time you're ready for the force. You lean your weight to the opposite side when the wind hits. The boat moves forward. It moves faster than you have ever moved on water. The bow cuts through ripples. Small waves splash against the hull. The wind makes a sound in the fabric like breathing. This is not paddling or poling. This is not powered by your muscles. You are sitting still and the boat is moving. The river flows north beneath you at its usual pace. But you're going south against that current at twice the river's speed. You're stealing the wind's energy and turning it into motion. The Egyptians perfect this technology over the next 1,000 years. The evidence appears in tomb paintings, boat models, and actual ship remains. The sail designs become more sophisticated. The masts get taller. The rigging gets more complex. By the time of the Old Kingdom, Egyptians are building sailing ships large enough to transport stone blocks weighing hundreds of tons. The Khufu ship, discovered in a sealed pit near the Great Pyramid, dates to approximately 2,500 years before the Common Era. The ship is 43 metres long and 6 metres wide. It was built from Lebanon cedar planks assembled with mortise and tenon joints. No nails were used. The planks were shaped and fitted so precisely that the seams were watertight without caulking. The Khufu ship had a mast socket, though the mast itself was not found. The socket's size and position indicate the ship carried a sail. The ship also had multiple rowing stations. This dual propulsion system gave sailors options. When the wind blew favourably, you sailed. When the wind died or blew from the wrong direction, you rowed. When you needed precise manoeuvring, you used both. You're learning to read wind the way you once learned to read water currents. Wind has moods. Morning wind on the Nile tends to be gentle. By midday, it strengthens. In late afternoon, it sometimes dies completely. You learn to plan journeys around these patterns. You leave at dawn using poles or paddles. By mid-morning, you raise the sail. By evening, you're lowering it again and looking for a place to beach the boat. Wind direction matters more than wind strength. A gentle wind from directly behind you is more useful than a strong wind from the side. You learn to angle the sail to catch quartering winds. You learn that if the wind is coming from slightly ahead, you can angle the boat and the sail in ways that still produce forward motion. The physics are complicated, but the practice becomes intuitive with repetition. The technical term is tacking. The Egyptians may not have had a word for it, but they understood the principle. By sailing at an angle to the wind and then switching to the opposite angle, you can make progress against the wind. It is indirect. It takes longer, but it works. Egyptian boats evolved specialised features for sailing. The hulls become narrower and longer, reducing water resistance. The bow and stern are raised to prevent waves from splashing aboard. Steering oars are mounted at the stern, giving helmsmen better control. Multiple rowers are positioned along the sides to supplement sail power when needed. The paintings in the tomb of Mena, a scribe who lived around 3,400 years ago, show both papyrus boats and wooden sailing vessels. The papyrus boats have simple rectangular sails. The wooden ships have more elaborate rigging with multiple control lines. The artistic detail is precise enough that modern boat builders can identify specific design features. The angle of the yard, the placement of stays supporting the mast, the method of furling sails when not in use. You grow old with sailing. Your hands develop calluses in new places from handling lines. Your eyes learn to spot wind on water by watching ripple patterns. You develop opinions about sail shape and mast height that other sailors find either insightful or tedious, depending on their own experience level. Your grandchildren take sailing for granted. They have never known a time when people could not harness wind. They have never poled a boat upstream for days until their shoulders screamed. To them, sailing is just what boats do. The innovation has become ordinary, but you remember. You remember the first time a sail pulled a boat against the current with no effort from anyone aboard. You remember thinking that humans had stolen something from the gods. Wind was supposed to be uncontrollable. Wind was supposed to be a force you endured or hid from. And now wind was something you could trap and use and direct toward your own purposes. Sailing technology spreads from Egypt to other maritime cultures. The Minoans on Crete are building sailing ships by 2,500 years before the Common Era. The Phoenicians master long-distance sailing by 1,000 years before the Common Era. The Greeks, The Romans and the Carthaginians all developed their own variations on sail design and rigging, but the basic principle remains the same. You catch wind in fabric. The wind pushes the fabric. The fabric is attached to a boat. The boat moves. This simple chain of cause and effect enables human exploration, trade, migration and empire across bodies of water that were previously too vast to cross using muscle power alone. You have invented something that will be refined but never fundamentally replaced. 10,000 years from now, people will still be using sails. The materials will change. The designs will become unrecognisably sophisticated, but the core concept of catching wind to move boats will endure because it is based on a physics truth that does not change with culture or technology. The wind always blows. The question is whether you know how to use it. You're sitting in a wooden boat on a calm lake. The year is approximately 4,000 years before the Common Era. The location is what will someday be northern Germany. The water is so still that you can see clouds reflected on its surface. The boat rocks gently. You can hear birds calling from the reed beds along the shore. You hold a paddle. It is carved from a single piece of ash wood. The blade is flat and oval shaped. The handle is round where you grip it and flattens into the blade in a smooth taper. The wood has been smoothed with sand and stone until there are no splinters. It feels alive in your hands. Paddling is the oldest form of boat propulsion that requires tools. Before paddles, people used their hands. Before hands, they probably kicked their feet. But hands and feet are inefficient. They create splash without much forward push. A paddle extends your reach and multiplies your force. You hold the paddle on one side of the boat. You lean forward and place the blade in the water ahead of you. You pull back. The blade catches water. The water resists. The boat moves forward. You lift the blade out, lean forward again, and repeat. The rhythm becomes automatic. Reach, plant, pull, lift. Reach, plant, pull, lift. This is stroke mechanics. The power comes from your torso rotation, not just your arms. You twist from your core. Your shoulders follow. Your arms are mostly just connections between your body and the paddle. When you get the motion right, you can paddle for hours without exhausting yourself. But there is a problem. Every stroke on one side pushes the boat forward, but also turns it slightly away from that side. After 5 strokes, the boat is angling off course. You switch sides. Now you are correcting the turn, but also creating a new turn in the opposite direction. You zigzag across the water in an inefficient pattern. Someone solves this by figuring out the J-stroke. At the end of each pull, you twist the paddle blade and push it slightly outward. This creates a small corrective force that counteracts the turning effect. With practice, you can paddle on one side indefinitely while maintaining a straight course. The technique takes weeks to learn properly, but once mastered, it feels natural. Archaeological evidence for paddles appears surprisingly early. A 7,000-year-old paddle was found at a Neolithic site in Yorkshire, England. The paddle is complete and functional. The wood grain runs lengthwise for strength. The blade width is optimized for the paddler's arm span. Someone who understood hydrodynamics made this tool. You're teaching your daughter to paddle. She's 11 years old and strong for her age. She understands the basic motion, but she is not getting the torso rotation. She's pulling with her arms alone. You can see her shoulders tensing. She will tire quickly this way. You place your hands over hers on the paddle. You guide her through the motion. You exaggerate the torso twist so she can feel it. Reach, plant, pull, lift. Again. Again. She starts to get it. Her strokes become more powerful. The boat moves faster. She looks surprised at how much easier it becomes when you use your whole body instead of just your arms. By the end of the afternoon, she can paddle for 20 minutes straight without stopping. She cannot paddle well yet. Her technique still needs refinement, but she has learned the fundamental principle. The paddle is not a tool you push against water with. The paddle is a tool you use to pull yourself through water with. Then someone invents the oar. An oar is different from a paddle in one critical way. An oar is attached to the boat. The attachment point is called a fulcrum or oarlock. This seemingly small change alters everything about how water propulsion works. With a paddle, You hold the tool and push it against water. With an oar, the boat holds the tool and you push it against water. The mechanical advantage changes. You can generate more force because you are pushing against a fixed point instead of just pulling through space. The earliest evidence of oars comes from Mediterranean and Near Eastern sites dating to roughly 3,000 years before the Common Era. The oars are longer than paddles, the blades are broader, the handles show wear patterns from rubbing against fulcrum points. These are not paddles that someone accidentally used as oars. These are purpose-built tools for a specific rowing technique. You try rowing for the first time on a boat designed for it. The boat has notches carved into the gunwales on both sides. Wooden pins fit into these notches. The oars rest against the pins. You sit facing backward with your back to the direction of travel. This feels wrong initially. You cannot see where you're going. You hold one oar in each hand. The handles are behind you. The blades are ahead of you on either side of the boat. You lean forward. The oar blades lift out of the water and swing forward. You pause with the blades hovering above the surface. Then you drop them in and pull. Your whole body compresses. The oars bite water. The boat surges forward. This is different from paddling. This is stronger. The force you generate is transmitted through the oars, through the fulcrum points, directly into the boat's hull. Nothing is lost to the flex of your arms or the wobble of a handheld tool. The boat responds instantly to your effort. The Hjort Spring boat, found in Denmark and dating to approximately 2,300 years before the Common Era, shows sophisticated understanding of oar mechanics. The boat has 20 oarlocks. 20 rowers could sit shoulder to shoulder and pull in unison. The oarlocks are positioned to give each rower optimal leverage. The boat's design accounts for the force vectors generated by 20 oars pulling simultaneously. Rowing requires coordination in ways that paddling does not. When you paddle, you work independently. When you row with others, you must synchronize. If you pull while the person behind you is recovering, the oars clash. If you pull out of rhythm, the boat's motion becomes jerky and inefficient. You learn to row by counting. The person at the front sets the pace. They count out loud. 1, 2, 1, 2. On 1, you lean forward. On 2, you pull. The counting continues until everyone is moving together. Eventually, the counting becomes unnecessary. You can feel the rhythm through the boat's movement and the presence of other rowers around you. The Greeks and Romans developed rowing into a military science. Triremes are warships powered by 170 rowers arranged in 3 tiers. The oars are different lengths depending on which tier the rower occupies. The timing must be precise. A single rower out of sync can foul the oars of multiple other people. The Romans trained professional rowing crews who can maintain maximum speed for extended periods. But you are not in a trireme. You're in a small fishing boat with 2 oar positions. Your son rows with you. You have rowed together so many times that you no longer need to coordinate consciously. You both lean forward at the same moment. You both drop the blades at the same angle. You both pull with the same force. The boat moves in a straight line without either of you making steering adjustments. This is the difference between rowing and paddling. Paddling is individual. Rowing is collective. Paddling is intuitive. Rowing is learned. Paddling works in tight spaces and shallow water. Rowing works in open water and rough conditions where power matters more than maneuverability. Egyptian boats often combine both. The Khufu ship had rowing positions and a sail mast. Sailors would row when wind was unavailable and sail when wind was favourable. This hybrid approach gives maximum flexibility. You're never dependent on a single propulsion method. If the wind dies, you row. If your arms tire, you sail. If you need to navigate a narrow channel, you paddle. The mechanics of each method produce different wear patterns on the body. Paddlers develop thick muscles in their backs and shoulders. Rowers develop powerful legs and cores because proper rowing technique involves pushing with legs while pulling with arms. Sailors develop grip strength from handling lines and the ability to maintain balance on moving platforms. You have done all 3 for enough years that your body shows all 3 patterns. You're shaped by the boats you have used. Your calluses tell the story of every propulsion method you have mastered. Your right hand has paddle calluses, your left has rope burns from sail handling, your lower back has the deep muscle development that comes from years of rowing. Your grandson asks you which method is best. You tell him the question is wrong. There is no best method. There is only the method that fits the situation. You paddle in narrow rivers where the boat must change direction constantly. You row in open water where maintaining speed matters. You sail when the wind blows true and you want to arrive without exhaustion. The best boat builders understand all three methods. They design boats that can accommodate different propulsion types depending on conditions. The boat you fish from has paddle positions, oarlocks and a mast socket. It is ready for anything. It does not care which method you choose. It will move however you tell it to move. This flexibility is what allows boats to spread across every culture that has access to water. The basic design principles transfer across environments. You can paddle a dugout canoe in a jungle river, or a skin kayak in Arctic waters. You can row a wooden boat in the Mediterranean or a reed boat in Peru. You can sail a papyrus boat on the Nile or a sewn plank boat in the Indian Ocean. The mechanics of moving through water are universal. The implementations are culturally specific, but the underlying physics never changes. You push against water, and water pushes back. The harder you push, the faster you move. The more efficiently you push, the farther you go before exhaustion. You're standing on a beach at dawn. The year is approximately 2,500 years before the Common Era. The location is the eastern Mediterranean coast. The sea is calm. Gulls wheel overhead, making their harsh morning calls. The smell of salt and kelp is strong. Your people have been fishing these waters for generations. You know this stretch of coast intimately. You know where the rocks are. You know which coves have the best shellfish. You know the names of every landmark visible from shore. But today you're going farther. Today you're going beyond sight of land. This is not an adventure. This is not exploration. This is economics. Fish are more plentiful in deeper water. Larger fish. Better fish. Fish that will trade for 3 times what coastal fish bring. But getting to deep water means losing sight of land. And losing sight of land means you need a way to find your way back. You have no compass. Compasses will not be invented for thousands of years. You have no charts. Nautical charts require literacy and standardized measurements that do not exist yet in your culture. What you have is observation and memory. You watch the sun rise. You note its exact position relative to the headland to the north. The sun rises in the east. This is reliable. The sun will set in the west. This is equally reliable. As long as the sun is visible, you can maintain general orientation. You push your boat into the surf and row past the breakers. The shore grows smaller behind you. The landmarks you use for navigation shrink. The headland becomes less distinct. Eventually you can barely make out the fishing village where you live. You row for what feels like an hour, maybe longer. Time is hard to judge on water. You stop and let the boat drift. You drop a weighted line. The weight does not hit bottom. You're in water too deep for your line to measure. This is good. This is where the large fish live. You catch 3 fish larger than any you have caught in shallow water. The fishing is everything you hoped. But now you have a problem. You need to get back, and you're not entirely certain which direction back is. You study the water. The sea is not featureless. There are patterns if you know how to look for them. Long, slow swells run from west to east. These are predictable. Wind-driven waves run at a slight angle to the swells. Combining these 2 directions gives you a rough sense of orientation. You look at the sky. Clouds are building over land. They always build over land during afternoon heating. The direction with the most cloud build-up must be east, where the coast is. You cannot see the coast, but you can see evidence of the coast in the cloud formation patterns. You row toward the clouds. After what might be half an hour, you see birds. Not just seagulls, but smaller birds. Land birds. These birds do not fly far from shore. Where you see land birds, land is near. You row toward the birds. The coast appears as a thin line. Then the line resolves into recognizable features. You are north of your village. Farther north than you intended. The current must have pushed you during the fishing, but you are close enough to correct. You row south along the coast until you recognize your home beach. This is navigation. not with instruments, but with accumulated knowledge. You have learned to read water and sky and birds and clouds. You have learned that the world gives constant subtle signals about location and direction if you pay attention to them. Polynesian navigators perfect these techniques over thousands of years. They develop systems for reading ocean swells that allow them to navigate thousands of miles without instruments. They memorize star positions at different times of year. They study bird behavior patterns. They learn which clouds indicate islands beyond the horizon. The stick charts of the Marshall Islands are physical representations of navigation knowledge. The charts are made from coconut fronds and shells. The sticks represent ocean swells. The shells represent islands. The charts are not maps in the Western sense. They are teaching tools. They help navigators memorize wave patterns around island chains. European explorers, when they first encounter Polynesian navigation, do not believe it is possible. How can someone navigate across 2,000 miles of open ocean without instruments? But Polynesian navigators do exactly that. They do it reliably. They do it in conditions that would leave European sailors completely lost. You are not a Polynesian navigator. You are a coastal fisherman pushing slightly beyond your comfort zone. But you are learning the same fundamental skills. You are learning that navigation is about pattern recognition and inference rather than precise measurement. You teach your daughter to read water. You teach her that swells indicate deep water while chop indicates shallow water or nearby land. You teach her that watercolour changes over different bottom types. Dark blue water is deep. Green water is shallow. Brown water means river outflow. Light blue water means sand bottom. She learns to navigate by keeping the sun on her left shoulder in the morning and her right shoulder in the afternoon when travelling north. She learns that wind direction changes through the day in predictable patterns. Morning wind comes from offshore. Evening wind comes from onshore. These patterns are not absolute, but they are reliable enough to use. You teach her to read clouds. Clouds that stay in one place while other clouds move indicate land. The land heats and creates updrafts that generate stationary clouds. Clouds with dark bottoms indicate rain. Rain over distant water shows as a grey curtain between sea and sky. She learns to read birds. Terns and gulls feed close to shore. If you see them in large numbers, land is near. If you see petrels and shearwaters, you're in open ocean far from shore. If you see land birds flying out to sea in the morning, they're going to feed on offshore islands. If you see them flying back in the evening, follow them. They are going home. The Vikings develop a reputation for navigation skill that exceeds what their instrument technology should allow. They cross the North Atlantic regularly. They established settlements in Iceland and Greenland. They reached North America. All of this with navigational tools that consist primarily of sun compasses and careful observation. The sun compass is a simple device. A vertical pin casts a shadow on a wooden disc marked with direction indicators. As the sun moves across the sky, the shadow's position changes. By comparing the shadow position to known positions at certain times of day, you can determine direction. The device only works when the sun is visible, but in northern latitudes during summer, the sun is almost always visible. You do not have a sun compass, but you have a similar system. You have a stick mounted in your boat. At noon, the stick's shadow points north. In morning, the shadow points northwest. In evening, it points northeast. You have used this stick often enough that you can estimate the time of day based on shadow position. This is practical astronomy. You're not calculating celestial positions or plotting orbits. You're using the sun as a directional reference because the sun's movement is predictable. The sophistication comes not from complex mathematics, but from careful observation over many years. You learn to combine multiple navigation cues simultaneously. You check the sun position. You watch the swell direction. You note the cloud formations. You observe bird behavior. No single cue is perfectly reliable. But when multiple cues agree, you can trust the combined information. Bad weather removes many cues. When clouds cover the sky, you cannot use the sun. When wind generates confused seas, You cannot read swell direction clearly. When visibility drops, you cannot see birds or clouds or land. You must rely on dead reckoning. You estimate speed and time and calculate approximate distance travelled. The calculations are rough, but better than nothing. You develop a feel for boat speed. You can estimate how fast you're moving by watching the water flow past the hull. Fast enough to create a small bow wave means about 5 miles per hour. Slow enough that the boat barely displaces water means about 2 miles per hour. These estimates are approximate but consistent enough to be useful. You also develop a feel for wind strength. Light wind means gentle propulsion. Strong wind means you should reef the sail to reduce area. Dangerous wind means you should lower the sail completely and row or drift. The boundaries between these categories are not precise. They are judgment calls based on experience. Your daughter asks how you know when to turn back. You do not have a good answer. You know based on some combination of time elapsed, distance travelled, fish caught, weather conditions, and something you can only describe as intuition. The intuition comes from doing this often enough that the calculations happen subconsciously. Sometimes you make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. You end up farther from home than intended. You arrive at the wrong beach. You miss your harbour in fog and have to wait offshore until visibility improves. These mistakes teach you what not to do next time. Navigation skill is built from accumulated errors more than accumulated successes. The older you get, the fewer mistakes you make. Not because you become infallible, but because you learn your limitations. You know which conditions you can handle and which conditions you should avoid. You develop the humility to turn back when the weather looks uncertain. You develop the confidence to push forward when conditions are favourable. This knowledge is not written down. Writing systems exist in some parts of the world by now, but not in yours. This knowledge exists in stories, and teaching, and demonstration. You pass it to your children by taking them on fishing trips and pointing things out. They pass it to their children the same way. The information chain remains unbroken for centuries. You are old now. The boats you built as a young adult have long since rotted away or been broken up for firewood. The grandchildren you taught to paddle are teaching their own grandchildren. You spend most days sitting near the harbour watching boats come and go. The boats are different now, larger, more sophisticated. The coastal fishing boat you used has been replaced by trading vessels that make runs to other villages up and down the coast. The papyrus boats have been supplemented by wooden ships with proper hulls and multiple sails. The technology has advanced even within your lifetime, but the basic principles remain unchanged. Boats float because they displace water. Boats move because people push them. Boats navigate because people read the world around them. The refinements and elaborations do not alter these fundamental truths. You think about what boats have made possible. When you were young, your people traded only with the neighbouring village a half-day walk inland. Now you have trade relationships with communities 2 days' sail up the coast. You have seen goods that originated from places you will never visit, pottery styles you do not recognise, metal tools made from techniques your people do not possess, fabric dyed colours that do not occur in local plants. All of this movement, all of this exchange, all of this cultural mixing. It happens because boats allow people to travel farther and faster than walking permits. Rivers become highways, coastlines become trade routes, islands become connected networks instead of isolated communities. The archaeological record shows the impact. Before boats, human settlements cluster in small areas. After boats, settlements spread along waterways. Trade goods appear hundreds of miles from their origin points. Pottery from one culture appears in archaeological layers of another culture. Stone from specific quarries shows up in distant locations. These material signatures prove that people were moving and trading and connecting across distances that would be impractical by foot. The Lapita people spread across the Pacific starting around 3,000 years before the Common Era. They island hopped from New Guinea to Fiji, Tonga and Samoa. The journey covered thousands of miles of open ocean. The Lapita did this using outrigger canoes and sophisticated navigation skills. Their distinctive pottery appears across this entire range. The pottery styles evolve regionally but retain enough similarity to prove cultural connection. Without boats, the Pacific Islands remain isolated. With boats, they become a dispersed civilization. The technology enables the culture refines the technology. The feedback loop drives expansion. You watch a trading ship being loaded. The ship is longer than 10 people laid end to end. The hull is made from planks carefully shaped and fitted. The sail is woven linen that has been treated with oil to make it more durable. The rigging is complex enough that it takes 3 people to manage it properly. This ship will carry grain down the coast to a village that grows mostly fish and dates. It will return with dried fish and baskets of dates, and probably some pottery from a third location where skilled craftspeople trade their work for food. The ship makes this run twice a month during good weather. The economic impact is larger than the physical cargo. The ship creates relationships. It creates dependencies. It creates a web of obligation and exchange that binds distant communities together. Your grandson owns part of this ship. He is a merchant now. He stopped fishing years ago after realizing that moving other people's goods was more profitable than catching his own. He speaks 3 dialects. He can calculate exchange rates in his head. He knows which goods are scarce in which locations and how to profit from that scarceness. None of this would be possible without boats. The entire economic structure depends on the ability to move cargo across water. The boats are not the economy, but they enable the economy. They are the infrastructure on which everything else builds. You think about warfare too. You are old enough to remember the raid from the northern village. Armed men arrived by boat before dawn. They moved along the coast quietly. They landed at the village beach and attacked while most people were still asleep. They stole grain and tools and several young women. They were gone before any organised resistance could form. Boats make raids like this possible. Before boats, enemies must approach on foot through known paths. There is warning time. There is opportunity for defence. With boats, enemies can appear anywhere along a coast at any time. The defensive problem becomes much more complex. The response to boat-based raiding is to develop boat-based defence. Your village now maintains a watchboat crewed by young men who take turns staying alert. When strange boats are spotted, the watchboat alerts the village. When necessary, the watchboat intercepts. This changes social structure. It creates a warrior class, it creates hierarchies, it creates political complexity. Cities develop at natural harbour locations. The cities that control harbours control trade. The cities that control trade accumulate wealth. The cities that accumulate wealth build walls and temples and administrative buildings. Civilization as a recognisable phenomenon seems to correlate with water access. The great early civilizations all develop along rivers or coasts. Egypt on the Nile, Mesopotamia between the Tigris and Euphrates, the Indus Valley civilization along the Indus River, the Chinese dynasties along the Yellow River. This is not coincidental. Water provides transportation, irrigation, and food. But transportation might be the most important. Water allows ideas and goods and people to move in ways that overland travel does not. A cart on a road can carry maybe 400 pounds. A small boat can carry 10 times that. A large boat can carry hundreds of times that. The economic efficiency is obvious. Your great-granddaughter asks you what it was like before boats. You do not have a good answer. You're not old enough to remember before boats. Boats have been part of your world since before you formed memories. But you have heard stories from the elders who raised you. They spoke of a time when the opposite riverbank was foreign territory, when the village across the lake might as well have been on the moon, when the entire world consisted of the territory you could reach on foot in a long day's walking. That world was smaller, not physically smaller, but experientially smaller. The number of people you could meet in your lifetime was limited. The number of places you could visit was constrained. The amount of new information you could encounter was finite. Boats expanded that world. Not just for you, but for every human culture that adopted them. The expansion was not always positive. Boats brought raiders and diseases and invasive species along with trade goods and new ideas. But the expansion was transformative. You tell your great-granddaughter that boats are one of the most important inventions humans ever made. More important than agriculture, because boats enable agricultural products to reach markets. More important than writing, because boats carry the materials writing requires. More important than metalworking, because boats transport metal ores and finished metal goods. She looks skeptical. She has grown up with boats. She takes them for granted the way you take breathing for granted. They are just there. They have always been there. The idea that the world could function without them seems strange. You try to explain. You tell her to imagine her world without boats. No trade goods from up the coast. No fish from deep water. No raids from northern enemies. No trading expeditions. No family visits to the island community. Her world becomes very small very quickly. She starts to understand. The boats are invisible infrastructure. They are so fundamental to how her society functions that she never consciously thinks about them. But remove them, and everything changes. This is the legacy of those first experimental rafts. Those crude log bundles that barely floated. Those early dugout canoes scraped out with fire and stone. Those reed boats woven in marshes. Those first sails catching wind. Each innovation built on the previous one. Each improvement expanded what was possible. The progression was not linear. Different cultures developed different solutions to the same problems. But the trajectory was consistent. Boats became larger, faster, more capable, more reliable. By the time of the Common Era, humans are building ships capable of crossing oceans. The Roman grain ships that supply Rome can carry 1,000 tons of cargo. The Chinese treasure ships of the 1500s Common Era are among the largest wooden ships ever built. The European age of exploration maps the entire world using progressively refined sailing ships. But all of it traces back to someone noticing that logs float. Someone thinking that floating logs could hold weight. Someone figuring out how to tie logs together. Someone discovering that hollowed wood works better than bundled logs. Someone experimenting with reeds and finding they work too. Someone seeing a mat catch wind and realizing wind could be useful. Someone attaching a blade to a stick and calling it a paddle. Someone attaching a paddle to a boat and calling it an oar. Someone combining all these elements into vessels that could cross horizons. You are not responsible for any of these innovations. You came along thousands of years too late. But you have spent your life using the technology these innovations created. You have built boats. You have sailed boats. You have taught boat skills to younger generations. You are part of the continuity. The sun is setting now. The harbour is quieting. The trading ship has finished loading and will depart with the morning tide. The fishing boats have returned and been pulled onto the beach. The watchboat crew is changing shifts. Everything is routine. Everything is ordinary. But ordinary is extraordinary when you think about it. The simple fact that boats exist. The simple fact that humans figured out how to move across water. The simple fact that this technology spread and evolved and enabled civilization as we understand it. None of this was inevitable. It required observation, experimentation, innovation, teaching, and refinement across thousands of years and countless cultures. You head home as the last light fades. Your joints ache. Your eyes are not what they used to be. But you can still hear the water. You can still smell the salt. You can still remember the feeling of a boat moving beneath you, and wind filling a sail and the endless possibility of the horizon. You have drifted through 10,000 years of humans learning to float tonight. From the first tentative log riders to the confident sailors catching wind you have followed, the story is fundamentally about humans refusing to let water stop them from going where they wanted to go. If you found this interesting, my tired dumplings, you might consider subscribing. More history waits in the archive. More quiet voices from the past ready to walk you through their worlds until sleep arrives. But that decision is entirely yours to make. The boats are still out there, the wind still blows, the water still flows, and somewhere, probably right now, someone is figuring out a better way to move across it all. Sleep well. Imagine yourself sitting in a cosy chair by a crackling fire, ready to hear about a man who never meant to be Scotland's greatest folk hero. William Wallace didn't come into the world with a crown on his head or a plan for the battlefield in his hand. He was born around 1270 as the second son of a minor Scottish noble. This meant that he was going to live a quiet life that history tends to forget. You might picture young William growing up in Renfrewshire and getting into the usual kinds of trouble that boys do, like climbing trees he shouldn't, tracking mud through, his mother's clean hall, and learning to swing a sword that was still too heavy for his skinny arms. Malcolm Wallace, his father, owned some land around Elderslie. It was enough to make them respectable, but not enough to make them rich. It's like being the family that lives on a quiet street but has the nicest house. It's not like living in a castle, but it's nice. It wasn't William's birth or his money that set him apart. It was the time he was born. He was born and raised in Scotland during a time when things were really bad. King Alexander III died in 1286, leaving behind a mess that would make today's family inheritance fights seem like polite dinner conversations. The Scottish nobles were fighting over who should be the next king, like kids fighting over the last piece of cake. But this cake was a whole kingdom. Edward I of England came along. He was as subtle as a sledgehammer and as patient as a hungry cat watching a mouse hole. Edward saw the political chaos in Scotland and thought, "This looks like a great chance to add another kingdom to my collection." In 1296, when William was probably in his mid-20s and more interested in taking care of his family's land than in politics, Edward decided to invade Scotland with the same excitement as someone moving furniture around in a house that wasn't theirs. The invasion wasn't just a military victory, it was a planned humiliation. Edward took away Scotland's symbols of independence, like a tourist taking home a huge souvenir. He took the Stone of Destiny away. He put English officials in charge of Scottish affairs and acted like the worst kind of micromanaging boss you've ever had. Except this boss was in charge of your whole country. For William, who lived in the Scottish lowlands, Edward's job probably felt like having strangers move into his neighbourhood and tell him how to paint his fence. The new English rulers made people pay taxes, set their own rules, and didn't care about Scottish customs any more than you would care about a crumpled grocery list. Every day was full of small annoyances and big problems that built up over time, like pressure in a kettle. You can almost picture William going about his business, managing his small estates, dealing with English tax collectors, and watching English soldiers swagger through Scottish towns. You can also picture him feeling that special kind of anger that comes from being told you're not good enough to run your own affairs. He wasn't planning a revolution yet. He was just a man watching his country slowly fade away under the rules of someone else. But here's the thing about quiet people who reach their breaking point. When they finally lose it, they don't just make noise, they write history. William Wallace was about to learn that the heroes who are most afraid to act are the ones who make the biggest difference, because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore. His change from a small landowner to a famous rebel was still to come, like a storm gathering on the horizon. You might be wondering what makes a fairly peaceful landowner into Scotland's most famous rebel. Like most turning points in life, the answer came down to something very personal and annoyingly small. William Wallace was called to testify in May 1297 before William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of Lanark. Historians still argue about why this happened, just like people argue about what really happened at a family reunion years ago. Imagine this. You have to meet with someone who embodies everything you've come to hate about your current situation. Heselrigg was one of those English officials who liked to remind Scots that they were now subjects instead of citizens of their own country. He was like every annoying interaction you've ever had with the government, but this bureaucrat could have you killed if he wanted to. Depending on which story you believe, what happens next is different. However, they all end the same way. Heselrigg is dead, and Wallace is suddenly Scotland's most wanted man. Some people say it started because of taxes, others say it was because of land disputes, and still others say it had to do with a woman Wallace cared about. The specifics don't matter as much as the outcome. William Wallace crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed in a fit of rage. It wasn't the same as accidentally breaking a vase at someone's house to kill an English sheriff. This was like setting fire to a police station in the Middle Ages. There was no way to explain it away, no way to say sorry, and no way to go back to your quiet life of managing estates and complaining about taxes. Wallace was with about 30 friends in Lanark that day, and all of a sudden they were all criminals, like the most important crime spree in history. But here's where the story gets interesting. Wallace didn't panic or run away to hide in the Highlands like smart criminals would have. Instead, he did something that surprised everyone, even himself. He began to get more followers. Word spread through Scotland faster than gossip in a small town. William Wallace had finally stood up to the English. You need to know how badly people wanted to hear this kind of news. For months, Scots had been watching foreigners change their country, ignore their traditions, and either kill their leaders, send them into exile, or work with the occupiers. Then, out of nowhere, there was this minor nobleman who seemed to have made up his mind that he would rather be a dead rebel than a living collaborator. Wallace found out he was good at something he'd never done before, getting people to fight when it seemed like there was no hope. Men began to arrive at his camp. Farmers brought pitchforks, young noblemen brought swords, craftsmen brought hammers, and a lot of people brought nothing but anger and a desire to use it. It was like watching a snowball roll down a hill, but this one was picking up Scots who were armed and angry. At the same time, the English government was having its own bad day at work. One minute they're running a conquered territory like any other occupying force, and the next minute some nobody from Renfrewshire has killed a sheriff and become a magnet for all the unhappy Scots in the lowlands. Edward I was not the kind of king who liked surprises like this. Within a few weeks, Wallace had gone from being a wanted criminal to the head of a group that was starting to look a lot like a rebellion. He was probably learning faster than he wanted that there is a big difference between being angry enough to kill a sheriff and being ready to lead a war against the strongest military force in Britain. But sometimes life doesn't give you enough time to get ready for the part you have to play. Imagine trying to explain to someone why you chose to fight the medieval version of the Pentagon with a group of farmers, craftsmen and younger sons who couldn't inherit their father's land. This was basically William Wallace's situation in the summer of 1297. If he had been the type of person to make smart choices, Scottish history would have been much shorter and less interesting. Wallace had accidentally become the leader of what military historians politely call an asymmetric conflict, which is academic speak for David versus Goliath, except Goliath has professional soldiers and David has a lot of people who are really angry. The English army that was coming to Scotland was everything a medieval military force was supposed to be: well-trained, well-equipped, experienced in conquest, and led by commanders who knew what they were doing. On the other hand, Wallace's army looked like what happens when you tell people at a bar that drinks are free and then give them guns instead of beer. Most of his followers had never been in a real battle, many didn't have the right armour, and their plan was to hit the English with whatever you've got until they go away. It wasn't a very promising situation. Wallace did have two advantages that weren't obvious right away. First, his men were fighting for their homes, which is a strong motivation that is hard to match when you're a professional soldier, fighting for someone else's goals. Wallace also had a natural understanding of what we now call guerrilla warfare, though he probably would have called it practical fighting. This is the second and maybe more important point. Wallace didn't want to fight the English in formal pitched battles where better training and equipment would win. Instead, he kept his troops moving. They attacked English supply lines quickly, then vanished before reinforcements could get there. They made life hard for the occupying forces who were trying to control a hostile countryside. Imagine being pecked to death by ducks in the Middle Ages, but these ducks had swords. The English commanders had been trained in traditional warfare, but they were up against an enemy that didn't follow the rules of war. Wallace's troops would attack a garrison, disappear into the countryside and then reappear somewhere else, like the most dangerous game of whack-a-mole in the world. By September 1297, Wallace had caught the eye of Andrew Moray, another young Scottish noble who was leading his own rebellion in the north. When they worked together, they made something that scared English commanders a lot more than two angry Scots groups. They made a unified resistance with real strategic coordination. The partnership worked because Wallace and Moray were a perfect match for each other. Moray brought noble connections and political legitimacy, while Wallace brought charm and a growing reputation for making English soldiers very nervous. They were part of a Scottish resistance that hadn't existed since Edward's invasion. It looked like it might actually do something besides get its members killed. The English government used the tried and true method of sending a huge army to fix the problem by using overwhelming force. The Earl of Surrey was sent north with orders that probably came down to find these troublemakers and show them why rebellion is not a good career choice. What Surrey didn't fully appreciate was that he was about to face an opponent who had spent months learning how to turn military disadvantages into tactical opportunities. Wallace had been studying the English army like a chess player studies an opponent's best moves, looking for patterns and weaknesses that someone willing to try something new could take advantage of. No one knew it at the time, but the stage was set for what would become the most famous battle in Scottish history. September 11th, 1297, began like any other day, but it would soon become one of the most famous dates in Scottish history. The people who woke up that morning had no idea they were about to see something that would be talked about for hundreds of years. The Earl of Surrey led the English army, which was camped on the south side of the River Forth near Stirling. They could see what looked like a medium-sized Scottish force on Abbey Craig across the water. If you've ever had to choose between the safe choice and the dramatic choice, you can understand how Surrey felt that morning. The safest thing to do was to cross the river at the ford several miles upstream. This would give his whole army time to get ready before fighting the Scots. The dramatic choice was to cross at Stirling Bridge, which was so narrow that his troops would have to cross in small groups, making them easy targets. Surrey picked the bridge because he was sure of himself since he had never lost a battle to Scottish rebels. To be fair to him, this probably seemed like the right choice because his army was bigger, better trained and better armed. What could possibly go wrong with crossing a narrow bridge to attack farmers with pitchforks? Wallace and Moray, who were watching from Abbey Craig, were probably feeling the mix of fear and excitement that comes with putting everything you have on a single desperate bet. They had carefully placed their troops, but their whole plan depended on the timing being just right. If they went too early, the English army would go back across the bridge. If they waited too long, there would be too many English soldiers to deal with. You can picture Wallace watching English soldiers march across the bridge in neat lines, counting heads, and trying to figure out the exact moment when there would be enough enemies across for the attack to be worth it, but not so many that his troops would be overwhelmed. It was like trying to time jumping onto a moving train. If you miss by a second in either direction, the whole thing goes wrong. Wallace gave the signal when the English had gotten about half of their army across. From the Scottish point of view, what happened next was the best kind of chaos. The Scots charged down from Abbey Craig with all the anger of people who had been waiting months for this chance. They hit the English forces at the worst possible time, when they were spread out along the bridge and couldn't move. Wallace's plan was brilliant because it turned the English army's strengths into weaknesses. It didn't matter that they were better trained if there wasn't enough space to use it. They had better gear, but it didn't help them when they couldn't get into battle formations. Their numerical advantage didn't matter when only a small part of their troops could fight at any given time. The narrow bridge turned into a trap instead of a way to get across. Scottish forces had the upper hand and were moving quickly, while English soldiers were stuck between them and their own army, which was still trying to cross behind them. People who had already crossed couldn't go back without fighting their own reinforcements, and people who were still waiting to cross couldn't help without making the traffic worse. Surrey watched as his well-planned military mission turned into what looked like a very costly disaster. The Earl of Surrey had probably fought in dozens of battles, but he'd never seen anything like this. A carefully planned attack turned into a nightmare of medieval traffic management. The English lost thousands of men, including Hugh de Cressingham, Scotland's treasurer. Scots celebrated his death with the same kind of excitement they usually save for big holidays. Wallace and Moray had done something that seemed impossible just hours before. They had beaten a professional English army with a group of rebels that most military experts would have thought was a joke. The win at Stirling Bridge showed that the English weren't as safe in Scotland as everyone thought, and it made William Wallace famous all over Britain, but probably not in the way he had planned when he decided to kill the Sheriff of Lanark. William Wallace found out that being a famous military hero is very different from being a minor landowner after the Battle of Stirling Bridge. People in Scotland started to look at him like he might have answers to questions he had never thought of before, like, what do we do now that we've shown we can beat the English? And how do we run a country when half of it is still occupied? Wallace was smart enough to know that beating one English army didn't mean Scotland was free, even though the victory had made him feel great. It meant that England would send a bigger army, probably led by someone much better than the Earl of Surrey, who'd gone home to tell Edward VI how he had lost a battle against some farmers who were acting up. Sadly, Andrew Moray was hurt at Stirling Bridge and died soon after. This meant that Wallace had to deal with the political fallout from their success, mostly on his own. This was like winning the lottery and then finding out you have to run the whole financial system yourself. It sounds exciting in theory, but it's a lot harder in practice. Wallace was made Guardian of Scotland, which sounded great but came with duties that no one had told him about. He was now supposed to run parts of Scotland, talk to other countries, set up defences against the inevitable English retaliation, and somehow turn a successful rebellion into a working government. Wallace's life was probably at its most strange during the winter of 1297 to 1298. In just a few months he went from being a wanted criminal to the de facto ruler of Scotland. Now he had to figure out how to do the job. He spent time trying to get the world to recognise Scotland's independence. He sent people to France and Rome, like someone in the Middle Ages trying to get their startup noticed by big investors. Edward I was reacting the way you would expect a man to react after seeing his men lose a battle to people he thought were barely more civilized than sheep. People called Edward Longshanks because he was tall and Hammer of the Scots, because he didn't want Scotland to be free. He saw the loss at Stirling Bridge as a personal insult that needed to be fixed right away and in a big way. Wallace probably expected and feared the English response. Edward put together an army that was bigger and better organised, and led by him instead of subordinates, who might make tactical mistakes that would make him look bad. This time, smart positioning and good timing wouldn't be enough to beat out better numbers and equipment. Wallace worked for months to get Scotland ready for what was coming, but he didn't have many resources and knew that his last victory was as much about English mistakes as Scottish brilliance. He couldn't count on his enemies to make the same mistakes twice, especially since they were now being led by a king who had personally conquered Wales and had no plans to let Scotland slip out of English control. Wallace had a problem that was almost impossible to solve. How do you protect a country with few resources from an enemy with almost unlimited ones? It was like trying to keep a wildfire from getting to your house with just a garden hose and your willpower. Wallace was very determined, but determination alone isn't enough to stop professional armies. By the summer of 1298, it was clear that Scotland was about to be invaded in a way that would make Edward's last conquest look like a warm-up. Wallace had done the impossible once, but now he had to do it again in much worse conditions, with everyone watching to see if the hero of Stirling Bridge could pull off another miracle. Someone who had never asked to carry the weight of a whole country's hopes was now aware that this time clever tactics might not be enough. Wallace probably dreaded the summer of 1298, since it would be the time of reckoning after his victory at Stirling Bridge. Edward I had put together an army that was bigger, more professional, better supplied, and led by a king who saw military failure as a personal challenge to his ability. Wallace was in the position of trying to do a miracle again, which is hard to do even when things are going well. The tactical advantages that made Stirling Bridge possible, English overconfidence, good terrain and perfect timing, were not available for a second performance. Edward wasn't going to lead his army across a narrow bridge into a trap that had been set up just for them this time. The Battle of Falkirk on July 22nd, 1298, was not like the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Wallace didn't attack an enemy that was disorganised and stuck in an impossible situation. Instead, he faced a coordinated attack by professional soldiers who had learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. Edward's army had heavy cavalry, professional infantry, and Welsh longbowmen who could kill Scottish soldiers from far away, which made close combat tactics useless. Wallace had put his troops in defensive formations called schiltroms, which were basically circles of men with spears pointed out like medieval porcupines. This was a good way to stop cavalry charges, and at first the English knights couldn't get through these walls of spear points. But Edward had brought those longbowmen from Wales for just this kind of thing. Arrows started to fall on the Scottish formations with deadly accuracy, and spears aren't very good at defending against things that come from above. The schiltroms, which had successfully fought off cavalry attacks, became easy targets for archers who could hit them from a distance that no Scottish weapons could reach. You can imagine Wallace watching his carefully planned defences fall apart in the storm of arrows, and realising that this battle was going to be very different from the one at Stirling Bridge. Instead of using traditional tactics that worked well for the Scots, the English learned to use their technological advantages. The loss at Falkirk was complete and very discouraging. Wallace's army didn't just lose, it was no longer able to fight. Wallace barely made it out alive, but thousands of Scots died. After Stirling Bridge, people called the man Scotland's saviour, but now he was on the run again, this time without an army to lead and no clear way to build one back up. After Falkirk, Wallace stepped down as Guardian of Scotland. He probably realised that he was no longer useful as a regular military leader. The nobles who had backed him started looking for other options, such as talking to Edward instead of continuing a fight that seemed more and more pointless. Wallace, on the other hand, couldn't or wouldn't accept that Scotland's fight for independence was over. Instead of going into exile or trying to make peace with Edward, he spent the next few years acting as a diplomat and a guerrilla fighter. He tried to get support from other countries for Scottish independence, while also attacking English positions in Scotland. This was probably the most frustrating time in Wallace's life. He was well known in Europe as the man who had beaten an English army, but being famous doesn't mean you can get help from the military. It was easy for foreign courts to meet with the famous William Wallace, but giving him troops or money to fight England was a more complicated political decision. Wallace spent time in France, where people treated him with the respect due to someone who had embarrassed the King of England. However, he didn't get much real help. He went to Rome to get the Pope's support for Scottish independence, which is like trying to get the world to recognise a political cause. The war went on in Scotland without him, though. Other leaders joined the fight, and sometimes they won, and sometimes they lost. Wallace had become more of a symbol than an active participant in his country's struggle, which was probably not how he had imagined his career would go when he killed the Sheriff of Lanark. When he finally got back to Scotland around 1303, he found a country that had been fighting for years and was getting more and more tired of it. Edward's strategy of constant pressure and harsh retaliation was working. The Scottish resistance was weakening, and many nobles were starting to think that giving up was better than more destruction. Wallace, on the other hand, was still committed to a cause that was starting to look hopeless. William Wallace had become something more and less than what he had planned to be by the year 1305. He was no longer the leader of Scotland's resistance. That job had gone to other people who were better at dealing with the complicated politics of medieval warfare. But he had become something that could be more dangerous to English interests, a symbol of Scottish independence that couldn't be beaten by normal military means. Edward the Divine knew how powerful symbols could be, which is why he made such a big deal out of taking Scottish regalia like the Stone of Destiny after he conquered the country. It was easier to move a stone to Westminster Abbey than to stop a living legend. William Wallace's freedom meant that Scottish resistance could always start up again. It was probably only a matter of time before Wallace was caught near Glasgow on August 1305. He had been working without a solid base of support, depending on a network of allies who were getting more and more pressure from English authorities. The man who had once led armies was now forced to move quietly through the countryside, where anyone who helped him was in great danger. The way the English reacted to Wallace's capture showed how much Edward I had been bothered by this small Scottish landowner who didn't want to accept defeat. Wallace wasn't just killed as a rebel. He was put on trial and punished in a way that would destroy not only the man but also the symbol he had become. Wallace was charged with treason, but this was legally murky because he had never sworn loyalty to Edward. The trial wasn't so much about finding out who was guilty, as it was about making a public spectacle to show how pointless it was to fight English rule. Edward wanted Wallace's death to be a warning to anyone else who might want to do the same thing. Wallace was put to death in London on August 23rd, 1305, in the kind of cruel way that medieval authorities used to punish people they wanted to make examples of. The execution was meant to be as public and scary as possible, to show what happened to people who went against English rule in Scotland. But Edward I made a mistake that many rulers have made in the past. He thought that killing a symbol would destroy what it stood for. Wallace's execution, on the other hand, turned him from a failed rebel into a martyr for Scottish independence. He was more of a threat to English interests after he died than when he was alive. William Wallace's story didn't end when he died. It became something that was part history, part legend, and completely Scottish. Robert the Bruce took up the cause of Scottish independence a few years after Wallace was killed. He eventually reached the goal that Wallace had died fighting for. Bruce's success was built on the resistance that Wallace had started, and the inspiration that his death gave him. Wallace became a symbol of not only Scottish independence, but also the idea that regular people could stand up to powerful forces over the years. His story was told again and again, with more details added, made more romantic, and changed to fit the political needs of different times. But the main idea stayed the same: a man who chose to fight instead of giving up. The irony of William Wallace's legacy is that he was a quiet landowner who never meant to lead a rebellion, but he ended up inspiring rebellions and movements for independence all over the world. His life served as a paradigm of how personal bravery could confront seemingly insurmountable authority, and his demise illustrated how martyrdom could possess greater political significance than military triumph. When you hear the name Wallace today, you're hearing about a person who is somewhere between history and legend. He is both what really happened in medieval Scotland and what people have needed that history to mean. The man who killed the Sheriff of Lanark because he couldn't stand foreign occupation had become immortal in the same way that would have shocked and probably amused him the most. His story reminds us that sometimes the heroes who don't want to be heroes and never plan to change history end up leaving the biggest marks on it. This is because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore and decide to do something about it, no matter what the consequences.